Hello and welcome to the Reviews Brothers. I've talked a lot about Doom on this channel and it's no secret that it's one of my favourite games of all time, but I realised that I've never really talked about the series as a whole, so I thought I'd better fix that. So here we're going to take a brief look at every mainline Doom game that has been released, that I have. So there'll be no Doom RPG or Mighty Doom. Well, actually I was going to include Mighty Doom, but when I went to play it last night to record footage, it turns out that the servers had been shut down. Hooray for the future of gaming, eh? Also, I am by no means an expert, I'm just a guy who likes to shoot demons. This is just my opinions on the games. If you want facts, this isn't the place. But anyway, enough of that ramble. How about I shut up, you press that subscribe button, and we take a look at some Doom. Of course, we will start with Doom. Released in 1993, this is the iconic game that really shaped a whole ton of video games for the future. You are Doom Guy, an unnamed space marine on a Mars base where scientists were sciencing and they messed things up royally, opening a gateway to hell. The humans in the base get killed or possessed, and on top of that a bunch of other demons come through the portal and start causing trouble. Oh, and they killed your rabbit. So it's up to you, the only marine tough enough not to be killed or possessed, to fight through 4 chapters, starting in the UAC Mars base and making your way through hell, killing all the demons you see along the way with some great firepower. Now, there isn't really much I can say about Doom that I haven't already said. I'm playing it here on the newly released Doom and Doom 2 collection on Steam, and it's just as good now as it has always been. You get dozens of levels, and essentially they're all large mazes with locked doors, items and enemies. You'll need to explore the levels, tracking down coloured keys that open certain doors until you find the exit. But it's rarely that simple. You get a selection of enemies. There's zombie men who will shoot you, imps who will throw fireballs at you or claw your face off if you get too close, pinky demons who take a ton of bullets and they just want to eat you, flying cacodemons that fire plasma balls at you, lost souls which are flaming skulls, and more, until you meet the bosses, the now classic cyber demon, a half robot, half demon monstrosity with a rocket launcher for an arm, and there's the spider demon mastermind, a huge spider robot brain thing with a freaking minigun. The enemies are just as cool now as they were when the game was first released, and I never get tired of seeing them. You will get some awesome weapons to fight them with as well. You get a pistol, though this will soon be obsolete as you find the shotgun, chain gun, rocket launcher, plasma rifle, chainsaw, and of course the BFG. What's amazing is just how balanced all the weapons are. You'll probably find yourself sticking with the shotgun most of the time as it is a great all-rounder, but the other weapons have their place and it won't take long for you to know when to switch between them. A room full of imps and zombies is usually a job for the chain gun. Tougher enemies at a distance need a rocket to the face, and if you go in a room with a few of the tougher bastards, then you'll want to break out the plasma rifle or BFG. Ammo isn't always plentiful though, so you will want to resort to the chainsaw at times to take down some of the weaker enemies without wasting your bullets, something that's not lost on the series to this day. There's also power-ups in levels. You get health, armor and ammo, but also a few super health items that refill you to max, and even one that gives you 200 health and armor. You also get the Berserk power-up, a black health kit. This gives you 100 health and makes your punches more powerful than a rocket blast, letting you punch enemies into a bloody pile of mush. It's great. The 2D sprites still look great thanks to the awesome design of everything, and the levels are excellent as well, with eerie corridors as well as open spaces to explore. Some of the levels can be a pain in the ass the first few times you play them, as you'll need to find hidden walls or switches to open new areas, and you can easily spend an hour or more on a single level, but when you do know where to go, the same levels can often be beaten in less than 5 minutes. And the music here is also great, with some really standout tunes that steal riffs from classic metal songs, and this new version has some really great versions of these tracks to listen to as you play that really gets you in the mood to kill stuff. But look, it's Doom. We all know it's great. It is one of the best games ever made. There are a ton of ports to pretty much everything that uses electricity, as well as literally thousands of mods that add new levels, weapons, enemies, and complete gameplay conversions. It's a game that is still relevant today and isn't going anywhere. So if for some reason you don't own it, now is as good a time as ever, as the new version has mod support and some new chapters. Doom 2 came out just a year later in 1994. You play as the same Doom guy, but this time the demons have managed to make their way to Earth, hence the game's subtitle, Hell on Earth. So once again, you set out over more than 30 levels exploring maze-like stages filled with enemies, items, weapons, until you get to the exit, and you take on the evil Icon of Sin, a being that is the cause of all this trouble. Now, being released only a year later means that it doesn't have a whole lot of changes from the first game. In fact, I do remember even at the time people saying that this is more like an expansion pack than a new full game, which I do kind of agree with to an extent, but I do definitely see it as its own thing. In terms of graphics and gameplay, nothing has really changed. You get these same sprites used for all the enemies and weapons, which is a bit of a shame, but they still look good. There's a few new enemies in here though. There's the Revenant, a tall skeleton that fires homing rockets at you, the Pain Elemental, a flying thing that shoots lost souls from its face, the Chain Gunner, which is a real pain in the ass. It's a tough zombie that has a chain gun, obviously, and you get in a room with a few of those and you better find something to hide behind. Then there's the Baron of Hell, a pink version of the Hell Knights from the first game that do more damage and take more hits. My personal favourite, the Mancubus, a grotesque blob monster that has 2 rocket-firing weapons for arms. And then there's the enemy that most people hate, the Archvile, a powerful demon that can resurrect dead monsters, as well as having a devastating flame attack that will kill you in seconds if you can't get away. All the enemies really do bring a considerable challenge to the game with them, and they can change the way you approach a situation. Interestingly though, you only get one new weapon, the Super Shotgun. It's a double-barreled one this time that does do massive damage up close, even more than the rocket launcher I think, but it's not very good at range and does have a slow reload time. So those are the new additions. The other real difference is that the game is set on Earth, though don't expect anywhere to look familiar. You explore cities and more industrial looking places, but none of it is based on a real life place. It does mean there's a few more outdoor sections though. The levels are large and often more complex than in the first game, and I will say that I actually prefer Doom to Doom 2. I think it's the level design that's better. Here there are some gimmicky levels which are quite fun, and there's actually some really great secret levels based on Wolfenstein. But there are a lot more large, confusing levels here where it's easy to get lost and run around aimless for quite a while. But that's not to say this isn't a good game, far from it. It's bloody brilliant, and one that you still want to play all the way through, and you should. In 1996 we got Final Doom, which is actually 2 map packs for Doom 2 which were then given their own retail release. First there's TNT Evolution. There is a story here that a base has been set up on Jupiter, and yes, portals are involved and demons start pouring out. This is basically just a map pack for Doom 2 with the difficulty cranked up to 11. There's no new weapons or enemies, just 32 levels that are packed with even more enemies and confusing level designs. This is probably my least played Doom game. While it does have the great Doom gameplay, I really can't find myself enjoying most of the maps here. They are overly convoluted, requiring you to do a ton of backtracking or flipping a switch with no idea what it did, only to find a tiny doorway that's opened in a random wall on the other side of the level, and that sort of thing. That's not to say that it isn't fun, because Doom fans will likely enjoy the challenge and exploration here, and to be honest, I do like playing it, it's just not as good as the others. The other issue I have is the difficulty, which is kind of a false one. You do get a lot more enemies in the levels here, but it doesn't take long for you to realise that the game's trick is basically to teleport in a bunch of chain gunners or revenants, some of the hardest enemies to avoid their attacks for. They'll teleport in with no warning and basically shoot you down immediately, and the only way to get through some of the levels is to die repeatedly and just learn where and when they teleport in. It's more memorization than skill. But still, it is old school Doom, so it has an addictive quality to it. It is of course included in the new Doom release, so it's still worth playing through on there. Then there's the Plutonia Experiment, which is another 32 level WOD with large maps. Pretty much everything I said about the TNT game applies here. There's no new weapons or enemies, just large, tough levels packed with enemies and confusing level design. I do really like the look of the levels here though, with a lot more outdoorsy areas and greenery, which makes it stand out from the other Doom games so far. But again, the difficulty is just sort of false, as this will just teleport in a ton of really tough enemies out of nowhere, and you rarely have enough ammo or health to take them all out efficiently. Also, this map pack went overboard with the Archvile, really making things harder. Again, it's still Doom, and people that like a challenge will definitely want to try it out, but for me, this and TNT are just a bit of a chore. Doom 64 is often seen as the black sheep of the series, originally released for the N64, no surprise, in 1997. It has since had a remaster by my favourite remaster geniuses, Night Dive Studios, and I'm playing it here on the PlayStation 4. Story-wise, it's Doom. Evil demons are coming through portals on Mars, so you've got to stop them. You get another 30 or so levels here with all the familiar Doom experiences. You'll need to explore the levels, which range from army bases, science labs, and eventually some really cool looking hell levels as you track down the Mother Demon, a pain in the ass monster that is being a dick. Now, this is the first Doom game that wasn't made by id Software, instead being done by Midway, but they really did a great job. The first thing you'll notice is that the game has had a graphical upgrade, and I've got to say I really love the new designs on everything here. It all looks a lot more serious and dark. All the enemies from the previous games are here, and there's only one new addition, which is actually a bit of a disappointment. It's called a Nightmare Imp. It's basically a regular imp, but a bit tougher, and it can go invisible, and it's purple. I would have liked to have seen more enemies here, but oh well. The redesigns of them all though are great, making them look a lot more evil and deadly. The demons in particular look awesome, and the cacodemons as well. The weapons have also had an upgrade. Again, you basically get the same ones as before: a pistol, shotgun, super shotgun, rocket launcher, plasma rifle, chain gun, chainsaw and BFG, and they all look excellent and have been slightly tweaked. But you also get the very rare Unmaker weapon, a very powerful one that is hard to find. But when you do, it's really devastating, and you can even upgrade it by finding the secret levels in the game, and there's 4 of them in total, and each one contains a power-up for the Unmaker, which makes it even more devastating, and can even kill cyberdemons and the final boss with relative ease, but it will eat through your ammo. The level design here is good and has a solid mix of action, exploring and puzzle solving. Some of the levels did take me quite a while to get through, but that's kind of the point. They are large mazes. The lighting here is really cool too, giving the game a unique look that I like a lot. If you are playing on the N64, which is where I first played it at my friend Daniel's house, and I actually still do own it to this day, it can make things harder because everything is super dark. So dark that you literally can't see what's going on most of the time. That is something that the remaster fixed though, and it worked wonders. This game got decent reviews at the time and has always had a bit of a cult following, but since the remaster a lot more people have grown to appreciate it, which is really good. It's a readily available game on modern systems, and I'd say that it isn't far off the quality of Doom and Doom 2, so definitely one you should check out. We finally got an official Doom 3 in 2004, and boy, I remember seeing screenshots of this and genuinely not believing they were real. I thought there was no way a game could look like this, but it did. And I bought a PC back in the day specifically so I could play it. It was a good decision. You already know the story. You're a Marine on a base in Mars that's been playing around with portals, and yes, they've opened one to hell. It doesn't end well, and everyone starts getting possessed, and demons are pouring into the Mars base. Thankfully, you're literally just too tough to be possessed, so you go about killing everything and putting a stop to all the nonsense. Doom 3 was a real departure from the other Doom games from before. It's more of a linear story-driven game with a real focus on horror, and I love it. Gameplay-wise, it does actually remain very similar. You're exploring a Mars base full of narrow corridors and pitch-black environments. You need to hunt for keys to open locked doors while taking on all sorts of evil enemies. Eventually, you find the end of a level and you'll move on. But there is a lot more to it here. This is the first Doom game that sees you interact with other humans. Here you'll be able to rescue people you come across, and they'll often help you by opening a locked door or showing you the way to a new item or something like that. Now, you don't have to rescue them, there's always alternate routes, but you'll often get ammo or sometimes a new weapon by helping them out. And actually what's quite funny is that almost always they will still be killed by a monster after helping you, which is pretty funny. They also give you objectives like telling you how to power on certain things to open up new areas and so on. And you actually have the commander in your ear as well as your radio buddy telling you your current objective. Thankfully, he's only there to give you small updates and doesn't comment on anything that you're doing all of the time. Most of the time you are on your own. There is also quite a lot of story here. You get a cool cutscene every time you meet a new enemy, which I really like. And also to progress the story and the obviously evil scientist and his BFG toting bodyguard. You also get PDAs and data disks that have story on that you can read or listen to. It's often worth checking these out as they also give you codes for locked doors and lockers which often hide useful items. Something the game is famous for is the fact that it's bloody dark, but that is by design. You get a flashlight that you'll be using almost constantly. In the original version, you could either hold a weapon or your flashlight. This upset a lot of people, but I was never really that bothered. In the updated version, like the BFG edition that I'm playing here, this is changed so you can have your light on while holding a weapon, which is nice. And speaking of weapons, you get a good selection. Most are the same as previous games, but with a new look and feel. There's the pistol, shotgun, chain gun, rocket launcher, plasma gun and BFG, oh and the chainsaw of course. Then there's a few new things like the machine gun and grenades. Famously here, the shotgun is pretty crappy, which is almost a crime in a Doom game. The spread of the shot is entirely random, which I guess is realistic, but it means that even up close, enemies that should only take 1 or 2 shots with it might even take 3 or 4. It's very annoying, and I found the machine gun was my go-to weapon rather than the shotgun. All the enemies here have had a new look as well, and I really love the new horror look of everything. The zombies are more like zombies, shambling at you. Imps are terrifying things with loads of eyes that crawl up the walls, ceilings and jump out of everywhere, throwing their trademark fireballs. The Mancubus look awesome with a big fat design, Revenants have a cool skeletal look, and the Browns of Hell and Hell Knights are more visceral, balding, skinless demons that look like they want to kill you and not think twice about ripping your arms off. Also, the Pinky Demons look really cool, like a big shaved dog with robo legs. There's also new enemies like spider things that are basically upside down skulls, there's babies with wings that you need to shoot in the face, and they're all introduced slowly throughout the game. In fact, that's probably one of my criticisms. The game does have a very slow pace, taking a few hours to really get going. It really does start off with a more survival horror feel with less ammo pickups and only a handful of enemies. But by the end of the game it is more action focused, but that's only really the last couple of hours. Still, I absolutely love this game, and I would love it if they did a new one in this style. It still looks amazing with some great lighting and designs on things, and it's another must-have in my books. Doom 3 Resurrection of Evil is an expansion pack for Doom 3, but depending on the version you have, it can be played without needing to own the original. As far as I know, it is available as standard with all current versions of Doom 3 on modern platforms, so it's easy to get hold of. This is set 2 years after the events of Doom 3, and you're part of a squad that is excavating a temple on Mars after you get a distress signal, and you'll never guess what happens. Yeah, demons appear and you need to shoot them in their face. It turns out that the evil scientist from Doom 3 is now a massive winged demon, and he needs to be stopped. This is a fun add-on that can be beaten in 3 or 4 hours. Gameplay wise, it is basically the same as Doom 3 in terms of exploring dark environments and shooting anything you see in the face, but there have been a few gameplay additions. There's a handful of cool new enemies and bosses for you to fight, which is always appreciated, though they are mostly just slightly altered versions of the monsters from the original Doom 3, like more powerful lost souls or imps, but that's alright. They have added in a few new ways to kill people though. You get the Soul Cube, which is actually from Doom 3, something you get late in the game, but here you have it from the start. It lets you slow down time, which comes in handy against most monsters, as well as being essential to solving puzzles in the game. It means you can get through doors by slowing how fast they close, for example, or lets you avoid walls that are coming down to crush things. Also, early in the game you get the Grabber, which isn't someone you find on a Friday night. Instead, it's kind of like Half-Life 2's gravity gun, but nowhere really near as useful. It is still handy though. You can use it to pick up objects around the levels and throw them at enemies, killing them. What's cool is that you can grab projectiles that they attack you with and launch them back as well. So basically, imps and cacodemons are essentially useless in this game because you just fire their attacks back at them. It's really good fun to use when you get used to, and it's handy if you're low on ammo, though it can be hard to see what you're doing while you're holding something, which is a bit annoying. They've also added the super shotgun here, which wasn't in Doom 3. It's very powerful and I found myself using it a fair amount. Overall, this is a good expansion pack. It's got a few hours of gameplay and it's just enough additions to make it worth playing through. I really enjoyed my time with it. We had to wait a whopping 12 years for the next proper Doom game, imaginatively titled Doom, though some people call it Doom 2016. But boy, was it worth the wait. Story-wise, Doom actually makes a point of not being too bogged down by it, but it is definitely there. Essentially, you're on Mars, where scientists are now trying to harness a power source from hell called Argent Energy. This goes the usual way, tits up, so the newly named Doomslayer is called into action after being excavated. Doom 2016 does an incredible job of matching old school gameplay with modern visuals and gameplay styles. Oh, and they upped the gore to a very good amount. You spend the game going between derelict Mars bases and Hell. Your mission on each level is basically to get to the end. You don't really have objectives other than to find ways to open the doors and passages the way you need to get to. But this is always fun and requires a lot of exploring and murder, which is absolutely where the game shines. There are a ton of enemies in this game, most of the ones from the original series return, though not all, and they've all had a great makeover. You get your zombies, imps, revenants, cacodemons, hell knights, barons of hell, mancubus, and so on, and they've got an almost cartoony style to them. This really helps give them personality though, and the animation here is just incredible. They move and look fantastic. It's all super smooth, and a lot of the time they are unpredictable, really keeping you on your toes. It's great to see the new designs and attacks they've given the monsters, with a real blend of the designs from Doom 1, 2 and 3. You also get a great arsenal of weapons here. Things are more futuristic, with a laser pistol with unlimited ammo, but it's pretty damn weak. You get the shotgun, which thankfully is back to being useful, and there's an assault rifle that I love, the rocket launcher, chain gun, a devastating Gauss cannon, plasma rifle, and what is probably the best BFG in the whole series. Interestingly, ammo counts seem to be much lower here, which at first almost put me off, but then you realise it's all part of the plan. The game really does a great job of letting you learn which weapons are best against which enemies, and you'll constantly be switching between them all. Also, something else that's new to the game are upgrades. Throughout the game you get add-ons for weapons, like letting the assault rifle fire mini rockets, or the shotgun firing a grenade. There's hidden levels along with challenges in the stages that unlock perks, like letting you get more ammo or performing glory kills from further away. And on that subject, let's mention the glory kills. When an enemy is weakened, they'll start to flash blue. Get close to them and they'll turn red, and you can perform a glory kill. These aren't just for fun though. Doing this actually makes them drop ammo and health, so it becomes a vital part of the gameplay. As well as this, you've got your chainsaw. Killing an enemy with the chainsaw makes them drop a ton of ammo for all your weapons. This looks amazing as well. So basically, if you're low on ammo, you want to fire up the chainsaw and start hacking, but it only has limited use, so use it wisely. The gameplay loop becomes immensely addictive and fun. You'll enter an area and dozens of demons will appear for you to deal with, and the game progresses and you get more perks and weapons, and you become a real killing machine. As many people have said before, this version of Doom is not about you being stuck in a room with monsters, it's about monsters being stuck in a room with you. Couple the battles with some really great level designs that look incredible, especially the hell stages, and there's really not much to complain about. There's collectibles and secrets all over the place, and you'll want to explore every inch of every map. This unlocks more content, including classic Doom levels that you can play through with the new weapons and enemies. It's these little touches that really make it a game you can come back to time and time again. I really can't say enough good stuff about this game. Having gone back to play it again now, I am very rusty, but it's slowly coming back to me, and I think this might be my favourite Doom game. It's an absolute must-own, so if you don't have it, get your copy today. Doom Eternal was released in 2020 and is an amazing follow-up to Doom 2016. Much like the original Doom 2, this one sees the action being brought to Earth as the Argent energy is misused and portals open up all over the place. The Doomslayer now has a base in space, which is fun to say, and is also floating around where he hangs out waiting for demons to appear so he can rip and tear. And I can't believe that's the first time I've said rip and tear in this video. Anyway, demons are here and they're messing everything up. The UAC are up to their old tricks, and 60% of the Earth's population has been wiped out, and the demon presence is corrupting the planet, with entire cities being taken over by horrific fleshy structures. You are an angry bastard though, so you're not going to stand for that. The main thing I love about the story here is that the demons are well aware of the Doomslayer now and are actually scared of him, often trying to get away from him just as much as attack. So yeah, Mr. Slayer jets from his base to Earth, and the game kicks off right in the middle of the action and doesn't let up for its entire 15 or so hour campaign. And the action here is just incredible, with pretty much everything being ramped up to 11. You have a lot of the same weapons returning from the old game, but they've been given a bit of an upgrade. The Super Shotgun, for example, now has an awesome add-on which you can get, which gives it a grappling hook, so you can actually Spider-Man yourself towards an enemy and blast them in the face at close range. It's amazing. Pretty much all of the enemies return here and they look amazing. This actually has a more cartoony style to it, but works really well, and again all the monsters look great with some incredible animation. This is especially noted in the new, even bloodier glory kills, where you see a demon really look terrified as you get up close and rip them to bits with your bare hands. I love it. There's a few new enemies as well. The Archvile makes their 3D debut, spawning in new enemies and generally being a dickhead, just like in the previous games. The Pain Elemental is here and spits out lost souls at you, and there's a new enemy called a Tyrant, which at first I thought was a cyber demon, because they basically are. They're just a bit smaller. They are awesome to fight though, and terrifying the first time you see one. Oh, and you've got to mention the Marauder, a dickhead with a sword and shield who basically teleports in and has a demon dog that he summons and the ability to block basically all of your attacks. They're a pain to kill, but it's all part of the challenge. There's a few new weapons like the crossbow thing that I can't remember the name for. It fires a devastating laser blast and is very fun to use. Once again, you'll want to explore the levels to find all the hidden suit and weapon upgrades to give you new add-ons and more powerful attacks, and things like environmental protection, with upgrades that make you immune to splash damage or fire and things like that. There's also challenges you can find where you can unlock even more perks, like in the first game, giving you speed boosts and things like that. When it comes to combat, you also have a few new things that are essential for your battles. You can dash in any direction, which really helps dodge attacks. You've got a shoulder-mounted grenade launcher that you can fire, which fires explosive or ice rounds. You've got a flamethrower on top of your other shoulder that sets enemies on fire. Doing this makes them drop armor. Your chainsaw is now mapped to a button, so you can use it instantly. Like before, you use this to get a ton of ammo from enemies, and glory kills give you health. So basically you're forced to use a mixture of all of your abilities to keep your health, armor and ammo all topped up. But don't worry, you can also find them in the levels, and you can even find 1-ups. These will instantly revive you if you die and are super handy in large battles. And the battles here are just so damn fun. Almost immediately you're fighting bigger enemies like Arachnotrons, which are another new enemy to the game. It lets you know right away that things are going to get hard. Once again, the level design is great and actually has a large amount of platforming in it. When I first saw this I was a little worried, but it does work well. You can double jump, climb and swing off poles and that sort of thing to get around, and you move nice and fast, so once you get into the rhythm you really are unstoppable. But it's not easy. Enemies do a hell of a lot of damage, and there's even special armoured versions of them that appear from time to time to make things even harder. This is one of those games that when I was playing it, I often couldn't believe that I was playing an actual game. It really looks like one of those fake trailers that you used to get, but nope, this is real. The whole game is just an action-packed adventure from start to finish. Now, I do think I prefer Doom 2016, but only slightly. And yes, this is absolutely a must-have. And geez, I haven't even mentioned the music, which is just awesome. I know I'm gushing about these games, but honestly they really are that good. If there's people out there that genuinely don't like them, well, then they're not the kind of people I want to know. I will briefly mention the Old Gods Part 1 and 2. These are add-ons for Doom Eternal that finish off that story. They don't really add anything new in terms of enemies or gameplay. There are new runes that give you passive abilities, but that's about it. But that doesn't matter. There is more than enough. I'm about halfway through the Old Gods Part 1 at the moment, which I bought after replaying these games for this video. I needed more Doom. It's set after you beat the final boss of Doom Eternal, but there's some tidying up to do, and it appears that you've pissed off some old gods with all your killing, so you better go kill them as well. Now each chapter should take about 5 or so hours to beat, but man, so far it's taken me about that to get halfway through. It is damn tough. The enemy count here has really been upped quite substantially, and the battles are absolutely epic. You really need all of your skills here if you want to survive, and getting into that gameplay loop of moving and using every item in your arsenal is essential. As it's Doom Eternal, it looks phenomenal, and I really like the locations here, which take you around factories, space bases, ancient ruins and even a sea-based oil rig. It's great, and while I haven't got to part 2 yet, I hear that it's even tougher and does include a new weapon, so I look forward to that. Now I know I've missed a whole lot out about Doom Eternal and these add-ons, as there is a ton you could say about it, but really all you need to know is that it's an absolute must-have game, and half the fun is finding out for yourself anyway. And we will end with a very brief look at Doom Legacy of Rust. This is a brand new chapter for the original Doom games that were released in 2024 as part of Doom and Doom 2 collection that was also released earlier this year, and it is an official part of the Doom timeline. You get 30 or so levels split over 2 chapters. The levels are huge and a real nod to the original games. The maps are exactly what you'd expect, having similar layouts and maze-like puzzles as the other games in this series. You'll be hunting keys and killing enemies. And speaking of killing enemies, there are 6 new ones here. I've only seen 3 so far though, 2 of which were basically reskins of Lost Souls, which is a bit of a shame, but they are tough. One of them spits plasma bullets at you, and the other one is just a red face in a cloud that basically kills you instantly if it touches you. The other one I saw was a large demon that looked like it was based on a Baron of Hell. They spawn in large numbers and are fun to fight. You even get 2 new weapons, the Incinerator, a flamethrower, and the Calamity Blade, which I haven't found yet. I'm only 3 or 4 levels in so far, but I am having a good time with the new levels, which are huge but have some really great stuff in them, like actually having to go through a portal to Hell and switching between normal world and Hell world. Of course, if you buy the new collection, you'll get this included, along with all of the other official expansions like Sigil, Doom 2 Master Levels, and No Rest for the Living. Basically, there's a hell of a lot of Doom out there for you, and that's before you start dabbling in mods.
Now, if you've followed this channel for a while, you'll know that I have more than a passing fondness for the Doom games. In fact, I have a hard time deciding if Doom or Super Metroid take the top spot for my favourite game of all time. This means that I've owned Doom on just about every console that I've owned, and it was available for. And that's what we're looking at here today, a bunch of Doom ports that came to our home consoles. Keep in mind that I'm only talking about official ports, well, apart from the last one, so there'll be no pregnancy tests or McDonald's drive-through screens here. It's just ports that came out on consoles. As always though, be sure to shout at me in the comments for any others that I should try in the future. Now how about I shut up and we take a look at some games. Here is Doom on the Super Nintendo. I believe this was the first time it came to a non-PC system. Now, I would assume that you know the story and basic gameplay of Doom, so we won't be talking about that. Well, okay, just a little. You're a marine and you're on a base on Mars that's been overrun with demons from hell, so you go through a bunch of maze-like levels collecting keys and weapons and taking down the hordes of monsters. It's awesome. Now, all things considered, the SNES version of Doom is actually quite impressive, but as you'd expect, it has had to have a few changes to let it run properly on the system. The first thing you notice are the graphics, which have had a significant downgrade. Floors and ceilings don't have any textures, though to be honest you don't really notice this after a while. The textures on the environment are considerably more pixelated here as well, but they don't look awful. You get 22 levels in total, only 5 have been cut. The ones that are here have had slight changes, but nothing major. The third episode has to be unlocked by completing the first 2 on the Hurt Me Plenty or higher difficulties, which I didn't realise until going back to play this. And yes, this is one that I did play back in the day on my actual SNES. One of my friends had it and lent it to me and I loved it, even though I had the PC version as well. All of the enemies and weapons are here as well, though again there are some slight changes. Firstly, enemies will only ever face you, and you'll never get to see their backs or sides. This means you can't sneak up on them like you can in other versions. Also, there's much less animation here, and it looks a bit sped up and odd. Some of the noises are different as well. I'm guessing that's down to memory. So a lot of enemies use the imp noises rather than having their own, but that's not really a problem. The weapons feel good to use, but annoyingly, when you get the shotgun, you can only kill 1 enemy at a time, rather than like the other versions where a well-placed shot can take down 2 or 3 enemies in one go. You'll notice that with the chain gun the sound goes strange every now and then, and what's pretty amusing is that if you use the rocket launcher or plasma gun, if you're running forward while shooting, you can actually run faster than your own bullets and shoot yourself with them. Something else that's missing here are there's no blood splats or marks on the wall when you shoot, so there's no real visual indication of when you hit or miss something. Control wise, it's actually pretty good. You use the D-pad to move and the shoulder buttons to strafe. Annoyingly, you can't turn and strafe at the same time, meaning you can't circle strafe, and it's mainly for dodging left and right. The shooting is responsive though, and the button layouts make sense. And you gotta mention the music, which actually sounds awesome here on the SNES. Overall, it's an impressive port for the system, and surprisingly far from the worst one that we'll see today. Doom came to the Sega 32X rather than the Mega Drive, and again, it's actually a pretty good representation of the game, all things considered. You do only get 17 levels here, which is basically just the first 2 episodes, nothing from the later ones, and no secret levels. This also means that the only way to get the BFG 9000 weapon is by using a cheat code, as it doesn't appear at all in the first 2 episodes. But other than that, this port isn't really that bad. Graphically, it looks pretty decent. It's got a higher resolution than the Super Nintendo, as you'd expect, and you get all the textures here, though like the SNES version, enemies will still always face you no matter what. This means you can't trick them into attacking one another. Enemies can damage and kill one another, but they won't actively fight like they do in the PC version. It does also look kinda weird the way that enemies constantly slide left and right thanks to the frames of animation that have been removed. Something I actually quite like from this version is that it's been made brighter than some of the other ports. This makes getting around a lot of the levels easier, which is nice. Interestingly, there have been a few small tweaks on some of the levels, mainly in areas where you're in pits that you can fall into, or places that will rise up, where these are often completely removed and now just a flat area. I wonder why this was, especially as the Super Nintendo was able to keep these parts in, not that it really makes a difference. There's no save or password feature here, which is a little odd. Instead, you can just choose to start from any of the levels right from the start menu, which I was kind of surprised at. You don't even have to unlock them first, they're just there. Though if you do want the proper ending, you'll need to play through them all in one go. If you die, you restart the level you were on without any weapons, which can make some levels nearly impossible without required ammo counts. I did also feel that this was actually a pretty tough version, as the enemy seems to be way more aggressive here. Monsters like the imps and cacodemons especially fire their projectiles at a crazy fast rate, and they can kill you in just a few seconds if you're not careful. And speaking of enemies, the Cyber Demon, Spectre and Spider Demon have all been removed, so basically they took out the bosses. That's a bit of a bold move. It does run smoothly though, and I have to give it that. The action takes place in a smaller window, but it runs smoothly and the controls are actually very responsive. Even with 3 buttons, the controller is easy and you know what you need to do. You've got a strafe button, so there's no circle strafing, making dodging and fast enemy attacks pretty tricky. Something they really messed up though is the music, which is by far the worst version of what is usually an awesome soundtrack, but that's something that's plagued a lot of Sega games at the time. I really wasn't a fan of most of the sound in Sega games at this time. The actual sound effects though are spot on. Overall, this isn't a bad port at all. It runs way better than I thought it was going to. It's just a shame that the music sucks and they had to cut out so much of the content. Still, I would have been happy with it back in the day if I had it for the system. Here is Doom for the Atari Jaguar, and this is actually the first time I've played a Jaguar game. Not a real one though, this is being emulated on my Steam Deck, but don't tell anyone. Honestly, I was expecting this to be total crap, but actually it's a pretty decent port. As with all the ports of this time though, some changes have been made thanks to the limitations. Firstly, there are no episodes. Instead, you just play through all the levels in one continuous go. Interestingly, even though a few levels have been cut out, you actually get 2 brand new maps for this port, though I didn't get to see them. And the levels look good. There's 24 of them here, and they all have half decent textures for a home port, and the lighting is pretty good here as well. I do think that the textures are reused a lot more here though, with some areas looking a bit different to how I remembered them, I'm pretty sure. The levels themselves have the same slight tweaks that were present in the other ports, mainly getting rid of areas that you could fall down or could be raised and lowered, but not the elevators. You don't get spectres here again. I'm guessing the Jaguar was just not great at transparencies. Instead, where they normally were, you now just get regular old pinky demons. And the other enemies all look good enough. You actually get to see more than just a front of them in this version, making it easier to have them fight each other if you want to, and you can sneak into a room without being seen if they're facing the wrong way. Enemies do seem to move a hell of a lot faster here, and they'll attack really quickly, which is annoying, especially anything that fires a projectile, as these move at the speed of light, so any levels that have lots of imps and cacodemons now are incredibly difficult. Don't worry about the Cyber Demon or Spider Demon though, as they aren't here at all. In terms of the actual game running, I have to say it is pretty smooth. The control is responsive, though I did have a slight issue playing the way that I am, as I don't have the crazy buttons to make most of the weapon changes. I'd need to do some remapping, and I don't really care enough to do that. Let's face it, I'll probably never play this version again. You do have a strafe button, but again, no ability to circle strafe. Also, the strafe button is also used to open doors, so if you're in a doorway trying to fight, you'll usually just keep opening and closing the door at the same time, which is very annoying. There's still no save or password, however now levels will remain unlocked once you've played them. This is cool, so you can come back to wherever you left off and you don't need to restart from the beginning every time, but you won't start with all your weapons. The biggest omission from this version though is definitely the music. There is none at all, and it's so noticeable. The game is really quiet and doesn't even have any ambient sounds to compensate. It's just the guns and groans. This really does affect the game and makes it feel incomplete. Which is a shame, as the gameplay is actually pretty solid and probably quite high up there in the rankings of these ports. If only they'd sorted out those speedy demons and their lightning fast projectiles. Here is Doom on the mighty 3DO, and this is by far the worst version of Doom that I've ever played, but also the best in one area. Now, I have seen videos in the past about this one's troubled development and crazy deadlines which explain why it's so bad, but it is still bad. As you'd expect by now, not all the levels here are present, and the ones that are here have been simplified in areas where things go up and down. But man, the whole thing just runs so badly, it's a real chore to play. The graphics are about on par with the other versions with the same pixelated textures, enemies and weapons don't look too bad, but the play window is tiny. Now you do get a few different options, mainly to make it smaller, so it runs a little better. But no matter which window size you use, it runs worse than any other version here, including the Super Nintendo one. It's crazy. There is a hell of a lot of slowdown, and the game already runs at about 3 frames an hour. Any wide open space that has an enemy or two in it just completely brings the game to its knees. This makes controlling things a real pain in the ass, as you can't be precise with anything that you do. But hey, a single person was given 10 weeks to port this across, so really what do you expect? And actually it's probably quite impressive with how much is here for just 10 weeks work. The only thing that isn't the worst here is the music, which is actually brilliant. All the tracks have been re-recorded and sound amazing, really getting you in the mood to kill demons. Apparently they also meant to include a whole load of full motion cutscenes, which would have been awesome, but thanks to the tight turnaround these never appeared, which is a real shame. But then again, maybe it's a blessing as the game still sucks. Don't play this one unless you have to have everything Doom. Doom for the PS1 is a version that I always used to play at my friend Rob's house, and is easily the best port from this era. Interestingly, it's actually got Doom and Doom 2 in here, and you can choose which one you want to play through. If you choose Doom, which is what we're focusing on here, then you don't need to worry about the chapters. Instead, you just play through every level sequentially. And unlike all the other ports, this one actually had some improvements made to it. Once again, some of the levels have been removed, and others have had changes to the geometry again, to make it a little simpler. But there's actually 8 brand new levels here that you won't find anywhere else, though some of these are part of Doom 2, not Doom 1. The textures have been given the usual console treatment, being more pixelated here than on the PC, but on the PlayStation version has added a lot of new lighting effects, noticeably a sort of neon effect with red, blue and yellow lights being found all over the place, often indicating when you're in an area that you might need to find a key of that colour, which is actually kind of helpful. The game is noticeably darker though, and I don't mean in tone, I mean it's just literally darker, and much harder to see what the hell is going on. I've actually boosted the brightness in this footage here to help be able to see what the hell is happening. It can make some of the maps much harder to get around, and I found myself using the map a lot more here, though that doesn't show enemies, so can also cause problems. And speaking of enemies, they're all present and correct, and actually there's even a new one, which is basically a more powerful spectre with a very dark shadow colour and take 5 or 6 shotgun blasts to take down, rather than the usual 2 or 3. A lot of enemy sound effects have changed. In fact, almost all of the sound effects have changed here. Weapons and explosions are meatier, and enemies make new groans and screams, which are all quite good, and I recognise them from Doom 64. I'm not entirely sure which one came first. The controls here are great and work well. The abundance of shoulder buttons on the PlayStation pad means you can circle strafe, shoot, change weapons, open doors, all at the same time if you need to, and it all feels natural. And it does run decently. I did notice that there was a fair bit of slowdown in some of the tight areas with 3 or more enemies though. There's no music, instead you get ambient noise, which again I'm pretty sure is the same as the Doom 64 stuff. I would have preferred the music, but the sounds here aren't too bad. Overall, as I said earlier, I think this is probably the best port from the 90s. The controls are good, it looks good, it runs well enough, and it's just generally a fun version to play. The Sega Saturn version of Doom is a port of the PlayStation 1 version, but not a very good one. As the Sega Saturn wasn't that great for 3D, they had to take out the funky lighting and keep the more traditional look of the PC version, which actually I don't mind really, as it's always going to be the best one. But you can really tell that the Sega Saturn is struggling here. The frame rate is pretty terrible. You still get a choice of playing through Doom or Doom 2 with the same missing levels and extra ones included, but sadly the Saturn just can't seem to handle it all that well. Even just walking around areas with no monsters, the frame rate drops all the time, and the jerky movement makes it harder to aim accurately. Also, thanks to the Saturn's problems with transparencies, you get a strange mesh effect for Spectre enemies, and also now areas that should have some shadows just now look like a weird mesh, and it's very out of place. The pixels have all been bumped up to 11 here compared to the PS1 port as well, which is a real shame. It makes it hard to tell what things are, and even means that some items and pickups don't appear until you're very close to them. The resolution of the Saturn also means that things look a little squashed and weird. You still get the new sound effects and music here, if you can call it music, but it seems to be repeated a lot more than on the PS1 version, but it's ambient sounds, so who really cares? Overall, this is just not a very good port of the game. It is still leagues ahead of the 3DO version, but I really think it could have been a lot better. I actually own this for my real Saturn, which is what you're seeing here, and I've got to say, I was hoping for a lot more. Sad times.
As is written in the scriptures of old, Doom got a port to the Game Boy Advance, as it must do for any and every electronical device on the planet. Now, I don't really mind this, as Doom is easily in my top 10 video games of all time, but how is it on the handheld? It's fine. Now, you all know Doom, or at least I hope you do. You're a space marine and you're taking on the forces of hell after they're unleashed on a Mars base. Oh, and they also killed your rabbit, so you need to get revenge for that. And yes, that's all true. You know the drill, you explore levels, find keys, kill bad guys, and get to the exit. That's all there is to it. And this is a fine port. Of course, it's not a patch on the PC version, but it is better than the SNES version. There have been a few changes. For starters, the levels have been simplified in a few areas, but it's nothing major. The levels are mostly the same, but there's geometry that's been dumbed down or removed completely in areas where it's not really needed. Also, the blood has been changed from red to green as it's Nintendo, and there seem to be fewer enemies in the game, though there's still more than enough. Other than that though, it's mostly all here. As far as I could tell, all the levels are present, which is nice, and they do actually look surprisingly good on the small screen. The same with the enemies. They are very pixely from a distance, but they don't look too bad close up, keeping most of their animations, but sadly they don't explode into chunks in this version. I'm not sure if that's because they'd be too gory, or if it just was they couldn't. The actual gameplay itself is pretty smooth though, for a Game Boy Advance first-person shooter anyway. It's less than 30 frames a second, but does control pretty well, and you move kinda quickly, and it's easy to aim. The sound and music here though are excellent, and almost all of the tracks from the original are present. If you do need some Doom on the go, this isn't your worst option, though it is probably available on your phone these days, but who knows. Anyway, if you do want some Doom on the go, give this one a try.
Let's jump forward a few generations now to the Xbox 360, which got a port of Doom that might even be my favourite. It was also released on the PS3. You could either get it digitally, or if you bought the Doom 3 BFG edition, both Doom 1 and 2 are included on there as well. This is just a straight up port of the PC version with no bells or whistles, which I guess is kind of a good and bad thing. Here everything is set out just like the PC version. You choose your difficulty and your episode and you get to killing monsters. Now, being on such a more powerful hardware, this is, as far as I can tell, and remember, I'm just looking at these from someone who likes playing them, I don't know about technical stuff. This is a perfect port of the PC version. You've got all the levels here, all the enemies, all the weapons, and all the fun. The game keeps the PC graphics but makes them nice and crisp in HD, though they haven't added anything to them. I think it might have been nice to maybe have an option to make some more upscaled graphics. In fact, I can't believe there is no official remake that's ever been done for the original games, remaking them now but with all new graphics. That seems to all be down to modders these days. Anyway, the game is still just as fantastic as ever, and really there isn't much to say about it, as it's an exact port of the PC version. Playing with the controller is easy, and the controls are super fast and responsive. You change weapons with the shoulder buttons to cycle through them, and using the twin sticks to circle strafe is super easy to do. The sound and music are the classic originals, but again it might have been nice to have the option to use some from other versions, especially with the music, but I guess licensing is a pain in the ass and they have to pay all sorts of people for it. But yeah, if you're still rocking an Xbox 360 or PS3, then do yourself a favour and get a copy of this if you can. It even has achievements in it, which actually brings me on to something that's annoying. Some of them are for online multiplayer and getting a certain number of kills, and as you can imagine, no one is playing this game anymore, so I can't get the last two achievements that I need. I hate online achievements. Doom also got a release on the PS4 generation, which includes the modern PS5s, etc. This is actually an anniversary edition of the game. You get the full Doom experience, and really there's not a whole lot more to say about it. It's a perfect conversion of the game on the PS4 and Xbox, whatever they're called these days, and Switch. The game looks awesome with its classic graphics, which look sharp, but again, nothing's been altered, which is a bit of a shame. You also get the same music and sound effects from the original, which isn't a bad thing of course, but some options to use other versions would have been nice, especially as it's the anniversary one. Actually, having said that, these newer versions have made slight changes to the health kits with different pictures on them, and the green cross instead of a red one. I wonder if this is a copyright thing. It's a minor change, but it's quite noticeable for some reason. The controls are still super fast and responses, though I have to say that I'm not sure I really like the weapon switching here. You still use the shoulder buttons, but instead of just going to the next weapon, instead you get a picture of the weapons that appear at the top of the screen, and you scroll to the one that you want, then wait a second, and it will switch. This means that swapping weapons isn't instant, and it can take valuable seconds to get the one that you want. Now I know this technically makes sense as you don't have to cycle all the way through the weapons, but by now for me, and really most players, I tend to know exactly how many button presses I would need to get from the shotgun to the plasma rifle, so I could do that without having to wait half a second or so for the game to know which one I was choosing. One of the best things about the Anniversary Edition though is that you get to use mods, which I think is the first time that this has happened on a console. The way it works is that you can go to a mod menu and there's a pretty decent selection of mods that you can download and activate whenever you want to. Now this does mean that you can't add your own, not on the console versions anyway, I don't know about the PC. But there are more than 20 mods totaling over 100 new levels, extra weapons and enemies. Some of the mods are just map packs, whereas others are full-on total conversions like Wrecker, changing Doom into a Viking setting, and there's even one set in the future. New mods do get added every now and then, but I do have to say I thought there'd be a hell of a lot more than there are here, and I'm surprised there aren't hundreds on there. Still, the selection they have are all of a high quality and tend to be ones that have won awards in the official Doom mod community, and they're all worth playing through if you're like me and you just love playing Doom. You also have the trophy and achievements here as well, most of which are the same as the ones on the Xbox 360. This means that you still have online play if you want to get all of them, which is a pain as I don't know anyone else that owns this game, so I can never find any games to join. You can play local multiplayer, including 4-player split-screen co-op, which is also awesome. But still, this is probably the best version of Doom, even though I just said that about the Xbox 360 one, but thanks to the addition of mods, you can't really go wrong. So if you don't own Doom by now, do yourself a favour and get it, it's super cheap. And now as a cheeky little bonus, here is Quest Doom VR for the Oculus Quest, shamelessly taken from the video I did a while back about Team Beef, who have done an amazing job of porting Doom 1, 2 and 3 to the Oculus Quest.
Quest Z Doom, which, as you likely guessed, is for all your Doom needs. Well, Doom and Doom 2 that is. This is an incredible program that lets you play both Doom and Doom 2 in full VR, and what's more is that it supports almost every mod you can throw at it, but more on that in a bit. The controls here are spot on, and you use the thumbsticks to move, and you aim and shoot as you'd expect. Everything is fully customizable, so you can make sure to have the control setup that works for you. You can even adjust your movement speed, field of view, and just about everything else you would ever need to. Playing Doom and Doom 2 in VR is great fun, even without any mods. The only thing that looks a bit strange are your weapons, which still use the same 2D sprites as the base game, so they cut off at the same places, but I guess that makes sense. However, there are a load of options for you to add 3D weapon models, and this is a must. Every weapon in the game has been given a 3D model that's fully animated and even includes reload animations where appropriate. You can even change the enemies to 3D models. This is cool for the base game, but they don't have a ton of animation. However, it does help to make things a little bit more immersive. I would say if you're playing just the base game, this is the way to do it, as the 3D models are a lot of fun. However, remember how I just said that the mods still work? Well, that includes the awesome Brutal Doom mod, which you already know from the footage being shown. The Brutal Doom mod is just incredible, and playing it in VR is honestly my favourite way to play Doom now. You can't have the 3D enemies in this mode, but that really doesn't matter, as the increased gore, location-specific damage and moody lighting coupled with the awesome metal soundtrack are sure to get you pumping. The game is so fast-paced and everything just runs so smoothly that you'll be blowing enemies to pieces and having the time of your life while you're doing it. On the Quest Z Doom launcher homepage, you can also download dozens of extra mods and map packs directly through the app itself. These include things like the TNT and Plutonia experiment add-ons, and a load of other fan-made ones that add hundreds of new maps, enemies, weapons, sounds, and more. You can even add your own mods that you've downloaded by copying them over in SideQuest, and they'll appear in the menus. And yes, it does mean you can play the Castlevania, Evil Dead, Mario, Sonic and Zelda mods in full VR. It really is incredible. And just when you thought it couldn't get any better, you can even add other games that use the engine here, like Heretic, which also has its own 3D models to use. You can even run Chex Quest games through this, if you want to murder some serial slime in VR. The amount of options here is just amazing, and there's no way I can go through them all. The menus are very easy to navigate, and you can turn your mods on and off as often as you want. The app even tells you when certain mods are incompatible with each other, so you know which ones are causing the game not to work. This really is one of my go-to games on the Quest, and I never get tired of playing new Doom maps in full VR. Even though I've sunk a ton of hours into this, I've already barely scratched the surface with the combinations of available mods, texture packs, weapons and more. This, for me, is the definitive way to play Doom. Amazingly, it's only really in the past year or so that I've started to dabble with the literally thousands of mods that are available for the game. Thanks to the scientists at NASA, even idiots like me who use a Mac can easily add mods to Doom, and I now have access to hundreds of new weapons, enemies, levels and even total conversions. And that's what we're looking at today. Some of the mods and total conversions for Doom and Doom 2 that I've played recently, which once again proves why Doom will continue to live on. In case you're wondering, I'm playing all these on my iMac using the free GZ Doom application, which I cannot recommend highly enough. It transforms Doom into something that honestly still plays better than most modern FPS games. Anyway, I hate these obligatory intros, so I'm going to shut up. How about you press that subscribe button and let's take a look at some mods. Let's start with what is a relatively simple mod called One Monster, which I have cunningly combined with the Brutal Doom mod, which if you're watching this you're probably already familiar with, and I'm deliberately not talking about it as there's a million videos about it already. Anyway, One Monster is exactly what it sounds like. You play a series of brand new maps and every level only ever has one monster type on it. They are sort of in order of enemy difficulty, but not always. You start off with your standard zombie men that have pistols and Uzis if you're playing Brutal Doom, and boy, there are a lot of enemies here, which is why combining it with the Brutal Doom mod is essential, as the amount of blood and increased difficulty make it just so much fun to blow these guys away. After this you move into a level populated by imps, and while that may not sound too tricky, keep in mind that these guys don't drop any ammo, so while you do find pickups in the levels, you do need to be a bit more careful with your ammo as you could easily run out. This adds an extra layer of urgency and tactics to the game. Also, it's here that I discovered that with the Brutal Doom mod, you can actually sneak up on enemies and melee them from behind to kill them in one go if you haven't been spotted. This comes in very handy. After this you have shotgun zombies, pinky demons and more imps. Arachnotrons even show up in their own level too. And it does get very difficult very quickly, with each level having a ton of enemies and limited resources. I recommend on levels that have enemies that drop ammo, sticking to the weapon that they drop it for and not using anything else. The levels are all medium to large in size and often have more puzzle elements to them, requiring you to shoot switches from a distance or find hidden paths that contain the key that you need. This is never the main focus though, and it is all down to the combat really. But the level design is usually good enough that you won't get stuck too often, knowing what you need to do, but not always knowing exactly what you need to do. Now, something here that applies to any of these mods that you can play on GZ Doom is that the controls, graphics and everything like that are just incredible. It runs amazingly smoothly and everything just looks great. There aren't any new assets in here, it all just uses things from the original games, but that doesn't matter and it does still feel fresh. This is a simple but highly challenging mod that is definitely recommended. Pirate Doom is a total conversion that gives everyone what they really want. Doom, but with a pirate theme, and it's great.
Once again, you get a dozen or so completely original levels, each of which are genuinely fun to play, and I didn't find a single level that I thought was boring. You start out stealing a pirate ship, then you go to a pirate town, a cove with hidden treasure, and even a spooky sunken ship filled with the ghosts of its unlucky crew, just to name a few. And honestly, each level is so much fun to play. They've taken clear inspiration from various other pirate media, like games and books and movies, but it uses it in such a great way, paying clear homage to things like Pirates of the Caribbean, Treasure Island, and even the awesome Monkey Island games, using music and even some cheeky sprites here and there, and it just works so well. Gameplay wise, this does actually add a few new things in. Firstly, all of the weapons are completely new, and of course they fit with the pirate theme, giving you muskets, a pistol, and of course cannons later on. Also, you always have a very powerful sword equipped, which you can slash using the right mouse button. This is an excellent melee weapon, reducing most enemies to a pile of guts in just 1 or 2 slashes. You definitely want to get used to using this where you can. If you're using a two-handed weapon like the rifle, then you'll use that to melee rather than your sword, which is a lot less powerful, but still recommended where you can, as ammo can be surprisingly scarce. As you will have noted, all of the enemies here have been given a pirate makeover, some more so than others, with demons, imps and zombie men all having new pirate hats, eye patches and raggedy trousers. But something that works so well is that imps now throw axes at you rather than fireballs, and a lot of enemies will shout pirate one-liners at you instead of just growling, which is just awesome. Something to really note here is the lighting, which is really good on the GZ Doom engine, and it gives every level a real personality. Also, you'll see a lot of new sprites around the levels, with all the items and weapons having new ones. Some have been pinched from other games, but I believe there's a few originals in here too. Also, around the levels themselves, you'll see loads of assets and textures that are all completely new as well. In fact, pretty much all of them are new, and it really does look fantastic. If you want a totally new Doom experience, this is probably the first one I would recommend checking out. Here is Barista. This is a fairly short mod, being just 1 level long, but it will still take a little while to get through, maybe an hour if it's your first time. There is a semblance of a story here, and you're actually based on Earth in one of the labs there, and of course everything goes to shit, so you've got to explore the base, refuel your ship, and get the hell out of Dodge. Here you get almost completely new sprites for all weapons and enemies, which is cool. There's only 2 or 3 guns to collect, but for a mod of this size, that's really all you need. You get a pistol that can later dual wield, as well as a shotgun, which you can also dual wield, which doesn't have the best animation, but it is satisfying to use. There's only a couple of enemy types here, about 3 or 4 really, but they're just colour swaps and not new enemies. You'll be fighting these strange things that look like a bird spider type thing. They'll chase you and shoot green globs of something at you that you'll want to avoid. There are different colour ones of these, some of which are faster but can't use projectiles, but of course they take more hits. These are basically just sprite swaps for the imps. While looking nothing like them, they do move and sound a bit like imps though. Then you have the Cacodemon enemies. These are just very dodgy reskins which do look kinda crappy, but don't let that fool you, as they are very dangerous because they can't actually be killed. Your weapons are too puny and the enemies pack a hell of a punch. Then there's these big blob things which appear in one part of the level, which are basically a reskin of a cyber demon, but they attack like an arachnotron. They're kind of funny looking, but a decent enemy. What I like about this mod is just how it's just 1 level, but it manages to include a lot of different elements, and they make it pad out in a realistic sort of way. There's parts where it's just you and enemies battling it out, then there's parts where you need to take a more stealthy approach, as the unkillable enemies are around every corner. Then there's toxic areas that you'll need a gas mask for. And what's cool is that in these areas, firing your weapon will just cause everything to explode, killing you, so you've got to run around and hide from enemies where you can. All the while, you've got to make sure you check every red terminal that you find on the walls, as these will give you details on your current objective, as well as hints on how to complete it. In fact, you have to read these messages in order to unlock some doors, so make sure you don't ignore them or you won't get anywhere. This is a really good introductory mod, showing off the use of new sprites and weapons, and its exploration based approach works very well for someone new to the scene. And why is it called Barista? Well, I don't really know, but you do eat coffee grounds to get your health back, so maybe that's why. Let's go a bit more crazy now with Urban Brawl, sometimes called Action Doom. This is an incredible total conversion that gives Doom a whole new look, like it's straight out of a cartoon or comic book. The story here is that you're trying to take down some evil mob types who have taken your girl and set fire to your apartment. It's kind of like a Double Dragon story. This is all told through some really great cutscenes that would be right at home in a Max Payne game, with a tongue-in-cheek voiceover that has some deliberately cheesy lines. In fact, it's not just these cutscenes, as you'll get a voiceover all through the game explaining who characters are that you're fighting and giving some exposition for everything you see around you. It really works well. As you can see, the game itself looks incredible, with an art style that you would honestly never know even started out as a Doom game. All the enemies are brand new, as are pretty much all the weapons and overall assets. The levels are all real world themed, seeing you go to cities, bars, sewer systems, discos, and even train rides. The amount of detail in them all is fantastic, and again, the level design itself is great with plenty of hidden areas. This mod also has a ton of new mechanics in it. Most of the combat is melee based, and you can punch and kick, as well as having some clear all attacks that drain your health, where you pound the ground, damaging all enemies. Every weapon in the game does break, and you can only carry what you have in your hands. Each weapon has its own durability and strength stats, and you'll want to pay attention to these, as it's very easy to get surrounded by the dozens of enemies that come at you at all times, and you've got nothing to defend yourself but your fists. The weapons include things like knives, bottles, pipes, wrenches, and various other things that you find laying around. You do get a few guns, but ammo is pretty scarce, so you'll want to save these for when you're really in trouble. I did enjoy using the fire extinguisher, which freezes enemies so you can shatter them into a million pieces. And speaking of enemies, there's not a ton of different ones, with most of them being generic street thugs, but they're all pretty tough and look great thanks to the excellent art style, though I do wish there was a bit more animation. You also get regular bosses that are much tougher. Often these have projectile attacks. Thankfully, as it's a PC game, you can save wherever you want, and I do recommend getting friendly with the quick save and load buttons here. This really is one of the most impressive conversions I've played, and it does feel like a completely different game that would have been great in its own right. The melee combat can be tricky thanks to hit detection and needing to be right up close to enemies, but this is a bit of a minor complaint in what is otherwise a really great mod. Decadence, A Tarnished World is quite a strange mod, but I like it. There is a story here about a cruel, evil tyrant warrior man that has taken over your land, so you need to find 6 parts of an ancient tablet to get the power you need to kill the bastard, so off you go to do that. But the knight has sent his army of killer rabbits and other various bits of wildlife to stop you. No idea why they choose woodland creatures, but it really gives the game a unique fantasy setting that is so fun to explore and doesn't feel like anything else. There's plenty of levels for you to go through here, and they're all pretty large and completely original, filled with brand new enemies, weapons, and the world itself looks like nothing you've seen in a Doom game before. But then again, most of these don't. It's also bright and colourful, with some really great fantasy vibes. It does look like it used to be a happy place that's been corrupted, and you'll explore forests, towns, caves, and of course evil bases, while getting the tablet and taking down the knight. The levels are all massive and filled with enemies and basic puzzles to solve. As you might expect, you'll need to find keys and switches to open up new areas, and your main goal is just to find the exit of the levels. All weapons and items here are new. You have a knife that's actually pretty good, but you'll mainly be relying on your 6-shooter pistol and a flat cannon kind of thing. Though a few levels in, you do get a really cool sword that does some great damage, but of course needs you to be up close. You even get various magic attacks, and these are really tough, but do have limited ammo. I really do find it hard to find anything to complain about with these mods, especially as they're free and often made by people as a hobby, and this one is no exception. It really does do everything right. It's got an awesome unique art style, good settings and enemies, and a great variety of weapons. It's also not as easy as it looks either. After a few levels, the game really puts up a hell of a fight, with ammo becoming more and more scarce, forcing you to rely more and more on your sword and knife. If you're a fan of fantasy, then this mod is a perfect way to scratch that itch. Next up is Demon Steel. Now this is a mod on its own which is just a gameplay mod that can actually be used with any map pack. So if you are playing it on its own, you'd play through just the regular Doom levels but with a vastly different gameplay style. Here though, I've combined it with one of my favourite map packs called Scythe 2, which is actually how the mod has recommended to me to be played, as they complement each other very well. So what does this add? Well, first of all you get to choose from two different characters, both of which are your standard teenagers anime wet dream, and they kind of play similarly. They've both got swords as their main weapons, but you can also find guns which are your secondary weapon and are always equipped. These are used with the right mouse button, but the real focus here is on the sword play, which is just awesome. Your sword is incredibly powerful and kills most enemies in just a few swipes, but as you already know, this means you have to be up close, which is dangerous. But this one really does feel that they've put the effort into making it feel good. It's a good distance away that you can be, and the enemies do get stunned quite a lot while you're slashing them. You've got a standard combo that you can do by clicking the attack button, but this is all you really need. When you kill an enemy with your sword, you also collect their souls, which build up a meter at the bottom of the screen. This allows you to unleash some massive special moves that do massive damage and are essential in the bigger battles. As mentioned, you get guns as your secondary weapons. These are your usual pistols, shotguns and even grenade launchers. They're actually all pretty damn powerful themselves, but you don't get a lot of ammo for them, and more importantly, you don't get any souls or health from killing enemies like you do if you use the sword. Another big thing here is that you can play the game in third person, if you want to. However, I did find this a lot clunkier and much harder, and just not that much fun to do so I stuck to the normal first person mode. Plus, when you're using your sword, you actually chop enemies into pieces, with limbs going flying all over the place, so you definitely want to be up close so you can see all the blood and guts. At least that's what I want to see. I should mention the map pack here, as it's not a part of Demon Steel as it is. It's a separate map pack that can be played just with the usual Doom gameplay, and it is great. It's filled with dozens of levels, all with a creepy gothic vibe, and they're packed with enemies and some really deadly traps. You'll even see a few new enemies and bosses thrown in here. I would recommend playing these two together though, as they really do complement each other really well. And of course you can add the Demon Steel gameplay to any map pack that you've got, but it won't work with other total conversions of course. Both of these, as you know, are highly recommended. If you want more horror for your Doom, then you'll want to check out Total Chaos, which is honestly a mind-blowing mod that you won't believe is running as a Doom total conversion. Here you play as the usual nameless person who has lost his memory, and your real objective is to survive and escape the horrific labs and abandoned buildings that you found yourself trapped in. Now, you really would have no idea this has anything to do with Doom, as everything is now using proper 3D polygons, including enemies and weapons. You've got a fully working inventory system, and of course a fantastic creepy black and white art style, complete with strange blurry effects that some people might hate, but I kinda like it. Though I did have to go into the options and turn it down, as it does make things hard to see. Anyway, you explore a huge interconnected world where you'll need to find all sorts of items and of course weapons to help you unlock doors and new areas, as well as defend yourself from the gross mutant monsters that are roaming around and want your body. Or blood, I forget which one. You find a walkie-talkie quite early on, which means that you'll be getting hassled by the classic all-seeing, all-hearing person that won't leave you alone. Thankfully, this is all text and you can skip it, it's not an actual talkie person. Finding and equipping items is all done through the inventory system, and it's a good idea to get used to this early on, as I did often forget that I had health, food and even other weapons that could have saved my ass on more than one occasion. And speaking of health and food, these are just some of the things that you'll have to look out for. You're constantly getting hungry, so you'll need to eat, otherwise you'll slow down and have less stamina. Also, the place is quite radioactive, so you need to avoid getting radiation poisoning, and if you take a particularly nasty hit, you'll need to stop the bleeding or you'll bleed out and die. With weapons, they all break, which I found out the hard way, and they even take damage when you use them to smash boxes which contain other items, or even if you just hit a wall by accident, so you do want to be careful and only swing when you need to. Enemies will take quite a lot of hits with most weapons, so having them ready is important, but often you'll kind of want to avoid the combat where possible. A common theme here are the puzzles, and Total Chaos is no different. There's a ton of puzzles that take a leaf out of games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill's book, needing you to find and combine items to use elsewhere. These can be very cryptic, with few hints being available. Also, the world itself can be tricky to navigate, and I did find myself getting lost quite a lot, as there is no map, and the VHS sort of effect on the levels makes it hard to see what's going on a lot of the time. And of course, I know it's horror, but everything here is often just too dark. There was one part where I walked into a corridor that was pitch black. I went round the corner and then was totally stuck because it was just pitch black and I couldn't find my way out. It took me nearly 5 minutes to walk about 20 steps. And this might just be me, but I did have a few performance issues with this one, with the game stuttering every 30 seconds or so. I'm not sure if it was just loading assets, or if it's because of my computer that's not very good, or maybe it's a combination of the two. However, it was never enough to make me want to stop playing. I haven't actually managed to finish this one yet, but you can bet your ass that I will be going back to do so. Highly recommended if you want to see just how far the Doom engine can be pushed, and if you're a fan of genuinely creepy exploration and survival. If you prefer 8-bit horror, then here is Lichen Thorn. This is a great total conversion that's clearly inspired by the 8-bit Castlevania games, and this is essentially a Castlevania game in the Doom engine. And yes, I know there is a Castlevania mod already, but I'm saving that for another video. I don't like showing the same game twice. Deal with it! So yeah, the story here is that an evil vampire sorcerer bloke is causing all sorts of trouble, so you better go and axe him in the face till he is re-dead. Oh, also, you're a werewolf vampire hunter, and I can't tell if it's cleavage that your character has or just manly wolf pecs. But who cares, all that matters is that you're a badass and this mod is awesome. The game looks gorgeous with a great 8-bit art style to it. The levels also look good with no lighting or shading, but it works really well, with the bright vibrant colours really sticking out. All the levels are completely new and themed as you'd expect, so you'll be fighting in forests and castles with lots of stuff to explore, but it never gets old. There's a ton of new enemies here too, from wolves and bats to skeletons, werewolves, vampires and more. None of them appear to be reskins from the original Doom, and they all seem to be made for the game. The enemies do mix things up by trying to get up close to you and ripping your face off, or throwing various sharp objects or magic spells at you. There is a boss on every level too, though sadly these all basically play the same, throwing a spell at you in a regular pattern that's pretty easy to figure out. Your main attack here is a knife, which is actually pretty damn good, but it does need you to get up close of course. But you also get a knife which you can throw. It's about just as powerful as the axe, but does have limited ammo, which you collect by smashing candles and various other things, like Castlevania. Personally, I save the knife for the bosses, as it really does make light work of most of them, killing them in just a few hits. The real challenge comes from the fact that most of the time the bosses are in a very confined area, not giving you much room to dodge and avoid their attacks. Also, the bosses never actually move, they just stay in one place waiting to be mercilessly killed. I can never actually decide if it's challenging or if it's just kinda cheap. None of the levels here are particularly large, in fact I would say that they're the perfect length, as you never get bored or frustrated with them. While this is a little bit of an easier mod, it is one of the standout ones that are definitely worth trying. And if you want your horror somewhere in between the last two mods, then you'll want to play My House, which was recommended to me by my brother a week or so ago and was actually the inspiration for making this video. Now, the problem with this mod is that, like my brother said to me, it's one that you want to go into knowing as little as possible about, and I really don't want to actually tell you anything about it or even show too much, so I'm afraid there won't be much detail here. This is a single level mod that can take you anywhere from about 3 minutes to 2 hours to complete, depending on how you play. It uses weapons from the normal Doom game for the most part, and most of the textures too. But all you have is a single house to explore, where nothing is quite what it seems. See, and really that's all I want to tell you about the mod. It is full of amazing surprises, twists and turns, and every time you play it, the experience will be slightly different. It is extremely challenging and has a number of different endings, and it's really not easy to see most of them, so you do need to do some real exploring and puzzle solving. If you have the means to play this, then it really is a must play, and honestly it's some of the most fun in a mod I've had in quite a while, especially for the fact that it's just one level. If you are going to play this, I do recommend not looking anything up about it, so you can experience it all for yourself firsthand. It's not the kind of thing you want to go into after having seen it already. And if you can't play it yourself, I would actually say watch a playthrough on YouTube, but try to find one that either has no commentary or is from someone that isn't one of those fucking overacting ADHD twats that ruin everything with their fake over-the-top reactions to things, because that also ruins the experience. But if you have a PC or Mac, then this is a completely free mod and there really is no excuse not to experience it yourself. And finally for today, here is a mod called Trenchfoot, and oh boy, this is another awesome one. This is another very large, though only single level mod, set in a sort of alternate timeline World War situation where you're a soldier caught in the middle of a war between humans and demons. You are on the front lines with a handful of fellow soldiers, and you need to fight your way through your trenches that have been invaded by enemy demons as well as corrupted soldiers that used to be your allies, so you can make it to the front line for your last stand. And if that wasn't epic enough setup for you, then I don't know what is. This mod uses assets and animations from games like Strife, Quake 2, and of course Doom, but it has quite a lot of its own unique enemy designs and reskins in here as well, and it all just looks incredible. They've done a really amazing job with the atmosphere here, with the trenches being dark, dingy places with nowhere to hide and narrow, winding corridors. Enemies are literally hiding around almost every corner, waiting to jump out at you and rip your face off. The lighting is moody, and the sounds of distant battles and planes flying overhead are really great. The only thing that's a little bit odd is that you can hear the rain most of the time, but there's never any rain effects. Oh well, it's a small gripe, and maybe it's not meant to be rain. I don't know. The demons do make some of the best blood-curdling monster screams that I've heard in a long while, and the corrupted soldiers all have their voices from grunts in Quake 2, but it works well here. In terms of weapons, you've got an all-new arsenal, starting with a pistol, then you get a shotgun, which is called a trench gun, and later a machine gun. These are the only weapons that I found, but they still feel great to use and pack a hell of a punch. Thankfully, most enemies drop ammo, so you never really have to resort to your fists. The enemies themselves are plentiful and all over the place. Also, they dish out a ton of damage, so this isn't a mod where you want to go in guns blazing. You'll want to take your time and slowly sneak around where possible so you can get the first few shots in. There's quite a few grunts. There's a pistol one, a shotgun one, and a machine gun one. These are the most common enemies here, but there's also axe-wielding grunts which take loads more damage and can easily kill you in 2 or 3 hits if they get close to you. If you're ever stuck in a room with 3 or 4 of these guys, then you're pretty much screwed. There's also some flying things which are weak, but they're kinda hard to hit, and some big bruiser types that I think are shrunken down reskinned cyberdemons that have a laser weapon. These guys are a pain in the ass, but in a good way if you know what I mean. There's not many of them in the mod, but when you do come across them, you definitely know that you have to be careful. Once you've explored the tunnels and made it to the front line, you take part in a massive battle with hundreds of enemies charging the trenches from all angles. You meet more of your men here, but they're kinda useless, which is a shame, being killed off quite easily. They do attempt to kill the enemies with you, just not very well. Most of the time they just wandered in front of me while I was fighting, so I'd end up killing them myself by accident. Thankfully there's no penalty for doing that. It can also be hard to tell them apart, as they are the same as the corrupted enemies, but the bad guys here have green eyes and the good guys have orange eyes. I did try to keep them alive for as long as I could, but after a while I did stop bothering and just looked out for myself. And funnily enough, this was the time when I didn't die, which I actually did a lot while I was playing this mod, as it's not easy and you want to save often. It's a real shame that this was only one level, and I hope more are coming, as this was one of my favourites that I played in this video. It looks amazing, plays great, and has such an amazing atmosphere that when I finished the level, I actually was really disappointed that there wasn't more. Fingers crossed for the future, eh? So there you go, 10 must-play Doom mods that everyone can try. All of these can be found on ModDB website for free, or just through a quick Google search. Which one is your favourite? And what are some more must-play Doom mods? I love Doom and I'm always happy to try out some new incredible content that people are still making for it to this day. Now, all that's left for me to say is thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Let's start with a bang, or should I say a boomstick, with Army of Darkness Doom. Yes indeed, this is a mod that transforms Doom into a surprisingly faithful adaptation of the awesome third movie in the Evil Dead franchise. You of course play as Ash, and you start from the second movie in the demon-filled cabin, before being sucked into a portal back in time to a land where the evil Deadites are terrorising a medieval town. Being the good S-Mart employee that you are, you set out with your chainsaw and boomstick, along with a load of other new weapons in order to shoot everyone in the face and save the day. The mod features a ton of brand new maps that are all based around parts of the movie, from the siege at Arthur's castle to the battle at the bottom of the well. Now, while there has been a fair bit of liberty taken with these levels, all of them do make sense if you're familiar with the movie, and you can really tell it's been made by people that are massive fans. Most of the enemies here are taken from games like Heretic and Hexen, but they really work well and fit the tone of the movie and, of course, mod. There's also ghosts and skeletons that I don't recognise, so they could have been made specifically for it, but don't quote me on that. Something noticeable is that the enemies are all pretty damn tough, and they take quite a few hits to take down, even early on. This makes the mod very challenging, but of course you do have your chainsaw arm and unlimited ammo for it. You also get explosive crossbows, flaming torches, and something that I'm not entirely sure what it is. It kind of looks like a pillow launcher that kills everything. Feel free to tell me what that actually is. Also, the weapons have been mixed up. You do get a few standard sprites from Doom, but they always work differently. For example, the shotgun is actually a machine gun for some reason, and the double-barreled shotgun has slightly different, faster reload animation. As it's Evil Dead, you also have the one-liners in there too, and this mod does not skimp on the sound clips. You'll hear Ash make a quip every time he picks up an item or weapon, as well as every time you kill an enemy or take damage. But amazingly, this never seems to get old. Even though you hear the same clips over and over, it's always great to hear Ash say groovy. Also, the enemies all have their own clips too, including what is my favourite quote from the movie, which is when the skeleton says, "I'll cut your gizzard out." I was really surprised by how big this mod is, with all new levels that are all pretty huge, and they can easily take about 30 minutes on your first try. They're also incredibly challenging, with enemies being able to kill you in just a few hits, so save often. This mod is a must play for any Army of Darkness fan. Next is Wrecker. I'm not sure if that's how you actually say it, but you get the idea. This is a total conversion set in Viking times, where you play as a Viking who is ridding the land of some pesky monsters and then presumably is off to rape and pillage before dinner. In terms of gameplay, this doesn't really add anything new and plays like a standard Doom game, but that's a good thing. Again though, you do get a ton of completely original levels, which all range from medium to large in size, and what I really like about this one is that everything here is actually really bright and colourful, and it really suits the aesthetic of the game. As far as I can tell, the textures, weapons and enemies here are all completely original. I don't remember seeing anything that was from the another game. In terms of weapons, you have a bow and arrow, which is your main one, then you get a slow but pretty powerful primitive shotgun, and later you get some more magic weapons that shoot out blasts of energy. The weapons are all really fun to use, and although they do basically have the standard archetype of shotgun, machine gun, plasma, etc., they feel decent and are powerful. I really like the enemy designs here, which are all kind of gross monsters, ranging from imp-looking creatures to hideous grey man things with spikes for arms. You get flying eyeballs and things like that too. New enemies are introduced regularly, and I always love entering a room in games like this and meeting a new monster, not having any idea what it's about to do or what weapon is best to use against it, and finding it out the hard way by dying, usually quite often, but it never got frustrating. I will say that some of the level design here is a bit crappy though. and it's mainly because it's still a Doom style game where the levels are mostly large mazes where you'll need to find keys and switches to open locked doors and get to the exit of the level. It's quite easy to get lost. There's times where I spend way longer than I would have liked running around in circles trying to figure out where I hadn't been, and yeah, you do have a map for the most part, but it's not always easy to read. But really, that's not necessarily a criticism of this mod specifically, and it's more a case of me having a shit memory and being crap at mazes. I hate mazes. But overall, this is a fantastic mod, and I highly recommend it. In fact, this is even available to use on the console versions of Doom and Doom 2 if you have the newest version on the PlayStation 4 and up, so no excuses not to try it. Here is one that was probably the most recommended to me, and I'm glad it was. This is Ashes 2063, and boy is this a damn impressive mod. Set in a Mad Max style post-apocalyptic future, you play as a wastelander trying to survive and get to the bottom of the mysterious woman who you hear on a radio that you find in the wasteland. It's got a genuinely engrossing story, and what's cool is that the mod has a ton of additions to the usual formula to make it really more of an action RPG, though there's no leveling up or anything like that. As you can see, the mod looks just incredible, with a mixture of build engine level design and Doom style enemies. You'll be exploring barren wastelands overrun with radiation, as well as crumbling buildings where you'll be fighting off waves of evil punks, scavengers, mutants and cannibals. The enemies here are all great, and this really could have been a Mad Max mod, with all the clear inspiration it has from those movies as well as other 80s films. Of course, there's a load of enemies, you'll need a load of weapons, and you do get a decent amount, though you will have to be careful as ammo isn't as plentiful as you might like it to be. It is a wasteland after all, and while you're never usually too short on ammo for your pistols, shotgun and machine guns, you will want to keep a close eye on what you do have and make sure you switch between weapons regularly so you have some left for each gun, as you never know when you might need it. What's cool is that as you explore you'll find scrap, and at certain points of the game you'll be in towns where you can use this as currency to buy weapons, health and ammo. This is a really cool mechanic and it helps make the world believable, or as believable as a pixelated world can be. Also, you can talk to the townsfolk to get side missions that will get you extra rewards, though sometimes you risk losing everything if you don't complete the objectives in a certain way. The game also has an awesome soundtrack that really helps to keep you in the mood for killing mutants, which is handy, as again, this is not an easy ride. Supplies are limited, but there's plenty of enemies ready to eat your face, so you want to conserve ammo where you can. To do this, to help, you do have a quick knife attack that you can use when you're holding certain weapons. This is pretty powerful, so if you're up close, don't be afraid to slice some necks. After each level, you get a bit of exposition, which is cool, setting up your next objective. And as you're exploring, you'll also find areas that are filled with radiation. You want to avoid these, just like in real life. Absorb too much, and it's curtains for you. You'll need to be healed if you take too much radiation damage, and thankfully the dodgy dealers in the towns often have stim packs you can use to reduce your radiation poisoning. You can tell if you're in trouble by the clicking sound of the radiation detector that I know has a proper name, but I just can't think of it right now. This is a mod that is really hard to put down, and it will take you about 5 hours to play through on your first try, so you definitely get your money's worth, especially considering it's free. This is absolutely a must play, and dare I say it, might even be the best mod out there for Doom. Thanks again for everyone for your recommendations. As with all good things, Ashes got a sequel called Ashes Afterglow. Well, I say a sequel, I guess it's really more of an expansion pack. Here you do get a new story that follows on from the first game, seeing you play as the same wasteland explorer through a ton of new levels that follow the same theme of post-apocalyptic America as before. So you'll be exploring more towns, malls, arcades and barren wastelands. The gameplay is largely the same, in fact it's pretty much exactly the same, but that means you're getting more of a very good thing and is not a bad thing. You have the same weapons and enemies, though there are some new bosses in here, but the gameplay itself doesn't seem to have been tweaked. I did find that levels here were a lot larger and had more to do in them. Finding secrets in the levels was incredibly satisfying and most of the time felt natural for a worldly explorer like me who likes to leave no stone unturned. As you're exploring, you'll still find scrap that can be used to buy items, etc., and you'll meet a load of new dodgy people that you're never sure if you can really trust or not. While this does have a few standout parts to it, like the awesome fight in an abandoned laser tag arena, it doesn't really have anything else for me to say about it, other than if you like the original, which I'd be surprised if you didn't, then you'll definitely also like this one. It's another must play and a superb follow up to the first one. Here's to Ashes 3, eh? I've got a double whammy for you now, as I've combined the High Noon Drifter mod that was recommended by Grandmaster Gav86 and combined it with the Strange Eons map pack that was recommended from the forum that I downloaded the mod from. And boy, what a combination this is. The High Noon Drifter mod is essentially a weapon pack that kits you out like a cowboy. You get a 6-shooter pistol as your starting weapon, and you'll find the usual shotgun, machine gun, and even a laser gun. Instead of a rocket launcher here, you have grenades, but they're great. All the weapons feel really good to use, and they're not just sprite swaps. They each have their own feel, with the shotgun and grenades being personal favourites. As well as weapons, there's a few other things you can do. Pressing the right mouse button uses your whip attack at close range. This is really powerful and fast, and is a great way to take out enemies up close. In fact, I recommend using it as much as you can, not because ammo is particularly scarce, just because it's loads of fun. Also, you have a slide move that you can use to dodge enemies. You do it by moving forward and pressing the run button, so shift in my case. I'll be honest and say I never really bothered using the slide, but that's mostly because I forgot it was there. But when I did, I would always realise that it's a great way to avoid enemies, and really should have been using it a lot more. Now onto the Strange Eons map pack. This is probably one of my favourite map packs that I've played, being spread over 5 chapters totaling a whopping 45 levels. Each chapter is loosely based on the works from spooky wordsmith H.P. Lovecraft. So one minute you're in a desolate floating town, then you find yourself in an Egyptian pyramid, then an icy tundra, and even a futuristic looking space base packed with all sorts of unseemly things. All the enemies here are unique, most, if not all, being palette swaps of the usual enemies, but they've had such a huge overhaul it's often hard to know what they used to be. You'll see strange men with guns, skeletons, flying abominations, and even a manticore-looking demon that used to be a Baron of Hell or Hell Knight. It all looks fantastic, and each chapter has its own unique enemies thrown in among the usual cannon fodder. The levels themselves are all really well designed too. They're all kind of short, though I found this to be a good thing with the number available, and it really kept me wanting to see what was coming up. After a few levels, I totally forgot that I'd combined 2 mods here, as these two really do work well together. Technically, you can play these maps with any weapon pack that you want, or just the original guns if you want to, but honestly I can't imagine playing these any other way. Likewise, you can use the High Noon Drifter mod as a standalone one and play through the base game of Doom with these new weapons and slide ability. It is kind of fun, but there was something about these maps combined with the weapons that worked so well. Again, I recommend playing both of these mods, preferably together if you can. If you want a totally new Doom experience, then you might want to check out Inquisitor 3. This turns Doom into a proper action RPG. There is a pretty in-depth story here about a kingdom with a cool king whose daughter dies, and monsters all start appearing and everything just goes to shit. So you step up to help save the day. Now the intro here did go on for a bit longer than I would have liked, but it was kind of worth the wait, as the gameplay here is damn fun. You start off choosing your class and assigning skill points, and you can upgrade your strength, mana or dexterity. The first 2 are self-explanatory, but the third is basically determines how fast you move and how high you can jump. And believe me, you don't want to ignore that one. As tempting as it is to make yourself just super tough, jumping is incredibly handy for getting around the levels and finding hidden areas packed with items and weapons. Anyway, this is an incredibly impressive mod with some amazing fantasy locations for you to explore. It is pretty much an open world where you're free to explore every area and return to any of them at any point. As you play, you'll meet a load of new characters that you can talk to. They will do the usual RPG thing of giving you vague clues where hidden items are or where you need to go next. Some will give you jobs, which are actually just side missions, and others just spout nonsense.
You'll want to complete as many of these side jobs as you can, as they give you XP, and yes, you actually do level up here, and you can use the points to further upgrade your health, power, mana, dexterity and all that business. And I don't know what it is, but there's always something so satisfying about leveling up in a game like this. Killing enemies also gives you XP, though not a lot, so you either have to grind for ages to level up, or you'll want to complete as many of those side jobs as possible. The graphics here are great, with an awesome fantasy style. The cutscenes, while a bit long for my liking, are impressive, and all the enemies and characters look amazing. I think a lot of them are taken from other games and given a bit of an overhaul, like the dogs from Wolfenstein and zombies and evil flying things from Blood, but it works really well, and using your swords, knives and magic spells is great fun. As you play, you will learn a bunch of spells that are a mix of attacks as well as things like casting light around you for dark areas. This is a nice touch, though switching between them can be a bit clunky in the middle of a battle, and also having the cool medieval weapons to use is good fun. It's really impressive just to see how well this has been made, with the quests being surprisingly in-depth, requiring you to complete multiple objectives as well as talk to a number of people in the correct sequence. It can mean it takes a while for the game to get going as you go back and forth between the same few locations to start, but once you do get going it's very addictive and actually reminds me of a very watered down Elder Scrolls kind of game. Though remember, it may not remind you of that, and that's okay. Now I'll be honest, I did find there were quite a few performance issues here, but that's probably because I have a crappy computer. There was a fair bit of slowdown in some of the really large locations, but it was never enough to stop me from playing. If you like action RPGs, definitely give this one a go. And if you do like RPGs, then you might also want to check out Doom RPG Rebalanced. This plays kinda similar, but not. Now, I could be wrong here, and I usually am, but I think this is loosely based on the Doom RPG mobile game from years ago that you can no longer get, which is a shame. Anyway, here you are a space marine on the Mars base, which is now laid out very much like one of those old school dungeon crawler games with very tight, cramped environments and corridors that are filled with enemies, items, traps and puzzles. You already know the story, it's Doom, but in RPG form. There's demons, kill them. The game starts off deliberately slow in just about every sense. You move incredibly slowly and you only have 30 health points. As you explore the base, you'll meet characters who you can talk to that will give you hints and clues to the whereabouts of items and secrets, and sometimes they'll even give you secret codes that are used to unlock things. There's also computer terminals that you'll want to interact with, as they also give you this information, and you never know when a puzzle might appear that you need that info for, so be prepared to do some reading. You'll also meet lots of enemies. These are mostly the usual Doom enemies, with a few Wolfenstein ones thrown in here and there. The enemies have been given brand new names and descriptions, and even some new colour schemes. Often this is the classic video game trope of different colours meaning different toughness. Killing enemies gives you XP, and you level up as you play. This automatically increases just about everything about you. You get more health, you can move faster, and you're even more accurate with your weapons the more you level up. I really like this mechanic, and it does a great job of making you noticeably better in combat while navigating areas, though it would have been nice to be able to choose where your points go. You do get a couple of new weapons here, like the axe, which also doubles as a tool that you can use to smash down certain doors and barriers, and you get a fire extinguisher that doesn't hurt enemies, but you'll never guess what, it puts out fires. You'll also find money which is dropped by enemies and sometimes found in boxes. You can use this at various parts of the game to buy weapons, ammo and health, and it's worth doing this, as you store health kits, so you can use them as and when you like. This is a very handy mechanic that saved my ass quite a lot, as the game is pretty tough, especially early on when you don't have much health and you can't shoot the side of a barn or whatever that phrase is. And something to point out here is that the combat is not turn-based, it's all done in real time. Now, I will say that the version of Doom RPG that I have is an incomplete one, and I'm not entirely sure if it's still being worked on or if I just got the wrong version. But either way, I was playing for about an hour or so and didn't come across any sort of ending, so there is a lot of gameplay in there for you, even though this isn't the proper finished version. And I do really like the levelling up system in this game, it's really cool. I don't know why I keep saying this, as it's the whole point of the video, but this is another mod that you have to check out. Siren is a really cool mod that, as far as I could see, only currently has a demo, so is presumably still being worked on, though I didn't look that hard, so it might have a full release somewhere other than the first result on Google. But even though what I was playing was just a demo, I had an absolute blast with it. It's set in a futuristic base run by the UAC, which of course has become overrun by all sorts of abominations, including strange flying smoke monster that can't be killed, which I think is what the Siren name is referring to. Your mission is, of course, to escape the base with your life, and if you manage to take down evil monsters, even better. This mod is impressive in just about every way. The graphics all seem to be unique textures with all new weapons and enemies that look fantastic. The pistols, shotguns and machine guns that you get here are all really good to use, and some of them even have secondary fire modes that do more damage, have faster firing rates. You can also look down the sights of some of the weapons for more accurate shots. And this is very handy, as headshots do count here, and ammo can be hard to find, so you want to blow everyone's brains out where possible. Shooting enemies is just so good here, especially in the head, and the enemies themselves all look awesome. The zombies have a real Resident Evil vibe to them, being a cross between the walkers there and the lickers. Not much trouble from a distance, but deadly up close. You also get the equivalent to imps as well as soldiers that have guns. All of these enemies are very deadly, and you definitely don't want to go in guns blazing against them, or they will absolutely rip you apart. Finding health and ammo isn't all that common here either. Mostly it can be found in lockers throughout the base, so don't expect to find any laying around, but you can occasionally find some ammo on the dead enemies. Most of the base here is covered in darkness and shadows. Thankfully you do have a torch, and you'll be relying on this a lot, and it gives the game a really cool atmosphere. The sound and ambient music also do a great job of this, a lot of it being taken from Doom 3 and I think a couple of other games. You'll need to do a lot of exploring as the base is huge, and you'll need to find keys that give you clearance to new areas where you'll find the better weapons and more deadly enemies, and hopefully a way to escape. I actually found this one really hard to put down, and even after an hour or so I hadn't managed to finish this demo, even though it is just supposed to be a short one. The game even has interactive dialogue options at certain points where you'll talk to people via computers. Now I presume that making certain choices will affect the levels, but I didn't get to a point where it seemed to make a difference. But I'm assuming it happens later on. This is another really tough mod as well, with enemies being quite bullet spongy, while dishing out a lot of damage to you. But the combat is always fast and frantic, and more importantly, bloody. I loved it. This is another excellent mod, and I'm excited to check out the final version when it's available. But in the meantime, this demo is big enough to worth trying out, and I'd be surprised if it didn't make you as keen as me to see the final product. Day of the Toys is a great total conversion set in an apocalyptic future where evil toys have run rampant and taken over your city, and potentially the world. You're not having any of this, so you grab your weapons that are straight out of the Alien Trilogy game and a few other games, and you set out across a bunch of huge brand new levels taking down the twatty toys. This mod is incredibly fun, giving you a load of new weapons and unique enemies to take down. You get a pistol, rifle, shotgun, molotovs, rocket launchers and more to kill the perilous playthings, and all the weapons are great to use. And you're gonna need them, as the toys aren't playing around. There are hundreds of enemies on all the levels, and there's a good mix of enemies that need to be up close to attack you, as well as plenty that throw or shoot shit at you from a distance. You really need to be careful here and stick close to cover, or you'll die a lot, like I did. Even the first level here is very tough, but it's one of those mods that keeps me coming back again and again. The enemies themselves all look great. You've got stuffed rabbits with guns, music boxes that fire screaming skulls at you, baby dolls that swarm and beat you to death, chattering teeth that are a real pain in the ass and will bite down on you with no problems, those monkey cymbal player toy things, female mannequins and even giant stuffed bears, just to name a few. Now it's actually quite funny when you're doing this, and when people see you shooting babies to death, it's kind of fun to explain to them it's just a toy. They all look great, and it's actually quite menacing considering they are just toys. Here, to get your health back, you drink beer, because beer is cool. And to be fair, there is plenty of it all over the place, but enemies do massive damage to you, and you can only take a few hits. The levels here are huge, and they're all set in urban areas, so you'll be exploring shopping centres, towns and the such. Each level can easily take around 30 minutes to complete on your first try, so make sure you save often. There's also loads of secrets in the levels, where you'll find the usual power-ups and of course some of the more powerful weapons more early on. As always, your main objective is to collect the keys and make it to the exit before you fight some bosses, though I haven't actually managed to get to the boss yet, but this is a mod that I will definitely be coming back to and playing right the way through to the end. You know this already, but I highly recommend this mod, so definitely check it out. And finally for today, here is Unloved, which is not a mod based on my life, but in fact an awesome, genuinely creepy horror mod that sees you waking up in a strange house where you're trapped in a room. When you find your way out, you realise that you're in a Saw-style set of horrific dungeons where people are being tortured and bloody demons are all over the place. Typical. What's cool though is that every few levels you're back in the original house, but it's opened up just a little bit more, and you've got to solve some simple puzzles and find items to open up more of the house, which acts as sort of a hub world. Does it all have a deeper meaning? I wonder. The mod uses mostly the standard weapons, enemies and textures from the normal Doom games, but there's a few new designs like the Chainsaw Men and some new Pinky Demon designs, and there's these axe things you can find too. These are cool when you find them, and in fact the game has a real focus on the chainsaw here, and you'll be using it a lot more than you'd think. The level design is where the game really shines though. There's hanging bodies and people being tortured all over the place, and the game starts off looking like a scene from Saw or Texas Chainsaw Massacre and ending up with you being in the bowels of hell. It really is great, especially for a horror fan like me, and it has a real H.P. Lovecraft vibe to it, which is some of my favourite horror. You've got to watch out though, as the levels are filled with traps in hidden areas where dozens of enemies are lurking to jump out on you. So, as any Doom fan knows, you've got to be really on your toes when you see an important item nearby, as that usually means something horrible is about to happen. What I also really liked is that the levels aren't too big here, and I never really got lost. Also, you can revisit past levels by entering the portals from the main house at any point. I never really found that I needed to do this, but it makes the game feel like its own open world and not just a series of levels. If you're after a spooky mod, then this is definitely one to play. The atmosphere is just great. There are some probably unintentional jump scares here, and even a bit of psychological horror where you're not sure if you're seeing things and what's actually real. There's times where you'll hear monsters, but they're not really there. It's great. And again, as with all these mods, it's not easy, so make sure you save often, but definitely check it out. We are going to start with Contra Doom. This is a mod that works on either of the Doom games, as well as any map pack, ideally ones that don't have their own weapons. So, you can play this with the base game in order to change the experience up. Here, I'm using it alongside the Space 2096 level pack. Essentially what this mod does is change all the weapons and give the gameplay a more Contra feel. The weapons are the ones from the actual Contra games. So you start with your usual blaster, and then you can pick up a laser, machine gun, missile, homing missile and spread shot. These are all represented with the Falcon icon thing that you get in the actual Contra games. The weapons all look great and have the correct sound effects and sprites for the bullets they fire, which is really cool. None of the enemies are changed here, they're still just the regular ones from Doom, but the human enemies now fire Contra weapons, so you can see their bullets coming at you, which really is a godsend, as the game introduces the Contra difficulty here, and also, and more importantly, it means that you can now only take one hit before you die. That's right, you only get one hit, 3 lives, and no continues. It's pretty hardcore, however, you can still quick save. But it is also really fun to play. It does take a while to get used to, as it's Doom, and taking a bit of damage is normally to be expected. Enemies also take one hit for the most part as well, except some of the bigger boss style enemies like the Barons of Hell. They've also changed some of the movement, so you do move quicker and jump a lot higher, which would have been more help in a map pack different to the one I'm using, as this is all pretty much narrow corridors, but it's still a pretty fun map pack. The music is also from the Contra games and actually suits the Doom really well. And really that's all there is to say about this mod. It is mainly just a weapon pack with some cool gameplay tweaks, and it does work really well. And even though the enemies don't change, it does make the gameplay very different, and it's definitely warrants a playthrough. I'm sure there's also some really cool map packs out there that would really suit the gameplay down to a T as well. But yeah, this is definitely one to check out.
A similar kind of mod is Halo Doom Evolved, which of course is a mod that changes Doom to be a lot more like the Halo games. Now, I have played through the first 4 Halo games, but I'm not the biggest fan of the series. I think they're pretty overrated if you ask me, which you didn't. But anyway, that doesn't mean this isn't a good mod though. In fact, I actually think I like it a lot more than most of the Halo games in most ways. So this is mainly a weapon pack, changing all of your weapons to ones from the Halo games, and I was really surprised at how many different ones there were, and there was quite a few that I didn't recognise, but I know Halo fans will definitely recognise them. You have that sword thing, the needler, the rocket launcher, the machine gun thingy that you always have, and the awesome pistol, just to name a few of them, and they've all been brought across into the game really well. They all look amazing and feel so good to use against the undead Mars demons. The animations on the guns are also excellent, with full reload animations and all the correct sound effects. I didn't find a single weapon that I didn't enjoy using. There have been some Halo style gameplay changes here too. Firstly, you can choose from every version of Halo, each of them having their own unique weapon loadouts and modifiers. Then there's 3 classes of Spartan as well as the usual Doom guy. Each class has slightly different abilities in terms of stats like speed, shield, cooldown and things like that. And then of course when you're actually playing, the shield functions like it does in the Halo games, so you won't take health damage until your shield runs out. So when it does, go take cover for a few seconds and let it reload. I thought this would make the gameplay really easy, but it really doesn't. You can also only carry 2 weapons at a time now, so grab your favourite loadout. Ammo is more scarce here though, so you will be forced to switch weapons quite often. Enemies also use the same weapons as you, so you shouldn't really have any trouble finding a new one. There's also some really nice little touches, like the whole skull system. Here, before you start, you have a choice between a bunch of skull perks. You can only choose one, and they are pretty much all cosmetic and just for fun or for extra challenge, like getting confetti shoot everywhere you get a headshot, or things like your shield constantly decreasing, or your radar, which you now have, not working. Then there's the little things, like the fact that when you use a key on a door, Cortana pops up and opens the door for you, and all the barrels here are all Halo themed and do some massive devastating damage. It really is impressive, and it really fits the Doom engine well. Even if you're not a massive fan of Halo, like me, this is an awesome mod that is well worth playing, and it would be another one that would go really well with some space themed map packs. Definitely give it a go. Hocus Pocus Doom is based on the awesome Apogee platform game, where you are an apprentice wizard exploring some pretty large levels, finding treasure, zapping monsters, and more importantly, collecting a certain number of crystals required to exit the level that you're on. The Doom mod here is exactly that, and it does an incredible job of capturing the feel, look, and gameplay of the 2D side-scroller. You have 4 complete episodes to play through, the same as the proper game, and each one has a ton of large complex levels that you need to explore thoroughly in order to find the crystals and move on to the next level. You only have one weapon, sort of, which is your magic lightning blast. You start off being able to only fire one at a time and then it recharges after a second or so. But throughout the levels you'll find lightning bolt icons which build up the meter in the bottom right, showing you how many more you can fire in succession before you need to wait for them to recharge. This of course makes taking out many enemies much easier, but it does reset after every level, so you start from 1 again. You can also find a spread shot that has limited ammo but fires bolts out at an angle, letting you attack multiple enemies. And there's also a crazy rapid fire power up that shoots a constant stream and devastates enemies. This only lasts a few seconds though, so pick it up when you know you've got stuff to kill. And speaking of stuff to kill, the enemies here are all right out of the original, and they look fantastic. The amount of effort that's gone in on here to put enemies and their health bars is fantastic, which I've said twice now. They all have their own attacks and animations too, and most surprisingly, a lot of them are pretty tough. This is by no means an easy mod. Littered around the levels are a ton of traps as well. There's lava pits, spikes, firewalls, and all sorts of other platforming hazards here to make your life a misery. And the levels are surprisingly varied too. They've done a great job of making each castle unique with its own style and enemies. You'll need to find keys and hidden items and switches to open secret passages that are essential to beating a level. It really is quite impressive. The graphics are excellent with textures and sprites right out of the original. The only thing that can be a bit grating is the sound, as your attacks that you use has quite an annoying sound blaster sound, and it's quite shrill, and it's actually kind of annoying, and you'll be constantly firing. But overall, this is a damn impressive mod that has a ton of new content, a good challenge, and it's just a hell of a lot of fun to play through. Doom Raider is of course a mod based on the Tomb Raider games. Here, Doom Guy finds himself in the jungles and temples filled with all sorts of nasty beasties, traps and narrow passageways. The mod has a few gameplay changes, though nothing too major. The main thing really being that, much like Lara Boobies, you dual-wield pistols, though unlike the Tomb Raider games, your ones here don't have unlimited ammo, which is a shame as this is a really hard mod. The levels are massive and packed with enemies that spawn in all over the place. There's also a bigger emphasis on exploration here, forcing you to find switches that open new areas of the level, and there's deadly traps everywhere that can kill you instantly. But the level design is really good, and you have to look out for spike pits, walls that will crush you, fireballs and floors that crumble beneath your feet. There is a lot of trial and error here, so make sure you save often. The weapons you get are all based on the one in Tomb Raider games, but are familiar from other games. So you get your twin pistols, a shotgun, twin Uzis which are at the Shadow Warriors, and so on. There is a decent selection, and you'll need them all against the hundreds of enemies. For the most part, they are just your usual Doom enemies, though there are a couple from Hexen and the Heretics game thrown in too. I was surprised I didn't see any wolves or dinosaurs, but to be fair I haven't quite finished it yet, so they might pop up later on. The levels here are huge, though there's only a couple, and I actually played the first one for nearly an hour and still haven't managed to get through it. But there are some really cool things in here, like scripted events where you reach certain areas, and there's mini in-game cutscenes which will happen that look really cool. And even just the lighting effects they use to make the mod feel unique does give it a Tomb Raider vibe, with big dark caverns being lit up, and it looks pretty cool. I was kind of surprised they kept you playing as the Doom Guy rather than replacing the sprite at the bottom of the screen with Lara Croft, but that doesn't really matter. But if you are after a very challenging atmospheric mod that will challenge your exploration, shooting and platforming skills, this one is well worth your time. Doom's Sonic World is of course a mod that transforms the dark, dingy setting of Mars into a bright, bouncy world based on the Sonic games. This mod is essentially a map pack that's, I think, still in development, so there should be more to come, though it does have a few gameplay elements that give it the Sonic feel. There's only a handful of levels at the moment, based on Green Hill Zone, Industrial Zone, and the first few levels from Sonic Adventure. Now, the mod does a really good job of getting the feel of these worlds into the Doom engine, and it works surprisingly well. In terms of weapons, there's no new ones in here, just the usual ones, though there is a Chemeros Emerald powered shotgun that's really powerful and shoots at twice the speed of the regular one. Once you get this, you'll be using it pretty much the whole time. The enemies are all just the normal ones from Doom 2, as in Doom not Doom 2, although they're in here as well. Anyway, you know what I mean. I was expecting to see some reskins to make them more sprites from Sonic, but that wasn't the case, but hey, it's not the end of the world. The levels themselves, though, are actually really well done and are very accurate remakes of Sonic locations. They're packed with rings to collect, as well as weapons, of course. Now, I'll be honest, I didn't really know what the rings were doing here, as there is no HUD. Now, my guess is that they are health or armour, though I never really knew how much of either I had, as you just couldn't see. Hidden in each of the levels are red star rings. These don't do too much other than act as a way to make you explore the level to look for them, as they are pretty well hidden around. Though I did actually enjoy doing this, and you've got a handy counter in the bottom of the screen that lets you know how many are left, which is kinda nice. Also, in the levels you'll find springboards like the ones in Sonic games that will send you flying into the air. You'll need to use these to get to new areas where you'll find switches to open things up. And what's nice is that you often get a little cutscene that shows you what's changed and where on the level, so you're not left to wander around aimlessly for too long. In the Industrial Zone level, most of the enemies are taken from Duke Nukem 3D, which is cool, and it actually suits the level way better as they look more tech focused. This is the first mod that I've played with Duke 3D enemies, and it was pretty cool to see them here, and I do know there's a few more out there. What's also impressive is that the levels based on Sonic Adventure are incredibly faithful recreations of the levels, complete with loop-de-loops and everything. These are a lot of fun to play, and I really didn't think they would work as well as they do. It's a shame that the enemies weren't made to look like the ones from the Sonic games, but maybe that will happen somewhere down the line. However, this is still a really fun mod with some cool levels to explore that will probably take you longer than you'd think to get through. Another one that's well worth a look. Here's one that I really didn't expect to see, Splatterhouse 3D, based on the spooky series from the 16-bit era that I love and I play every Halloween. You play as Rick, and who'd have thought it, your girlfriend has been kidnapped, so you have to go rescue her. Luckily, you've got a spirit mask that turns you from a wimpy punk kid into a huge hulking monster brute with a fetish for blood. Your GF has been nabbed by an evil scientist who lives in a creepy mansion, so you have to explore there and the areas around it and fight hordes of grim creatures that he's created until you get her back. And boy, this is a good mod. It's got 3 chapters, each of which are based on one of the Splatterhouse games. It ignores the 3D reboot. Each chapter has loads of large, really tough levels packed with hideous monsters and even tougher bosses for you to get through. You've got all new weapons here, each of which are recognisable from the Splatterhouse games. You've got Rick's bulky arms for a start, which are really good at punching enemies in the face and do some pretty hefty damage. Then there's a baseball bat that's even more powerful, a shotgun, a chainsaw and some magic type attacks, and you also get explosive vials that you can throw at enemies. You have to be careful though, as most weapons that use ammo don't get a lot of it, and it is hard to find. The main focus of the mod here really is your melee combat, so you'll be getting up close and personal with most of the enemies, all of which are right out of the games. And they all look amazing, and have been faithfully recreated here, including the bosses. Enemies all have their own attacks and weaknesses, and you'll soon learn the best ways to take them down. Some, like the grey zombie men, can only be killed with explosives. They can be stunned with other weapons, but will stay down for a little bit and then get back up. And what's cool is that you actually get an audio cue when they get back up, no matter how far away you are, so you always know when to be on the lookout for them again. The levels here are all pretty large, and this is another tough mod. I always play them on the ultra-violent difficulty or equivalent, and I have to say I really had some trouble getting through this one. Especially as I always forget to save, and I do often try to beat levels in one go. But this is no easy feat here, as the amount of enemies is pretty overwhelming at times, and the reliance on melee combat doesn't help, but that's kind of the point. Something else I really love here is the overall atmosphere. It's got the spooky music, creepy setting, and all the enemies are gross. I love how well it all works, and the over-the-top gore that goes with it just tops it all off, especially when you go to Berserk mode. Also, how faithfully they've been able to recreate the games is great, with the same boss fights and pretty accurate level designs that I did actually recognise from time to time. This is clearly a labour of love, and I would say it's probably one of my favourite mods so far. One of the most popular Doom mods based on another video game, and for good reason, is Simon's Destiny, which turns Doom into a Castlevania game, and holy crap, this is good. You play as Simon Belmont on this total conversion that features all new levels, enemies and weapons, as well as new mechanics that match the Castlevania gameplay. It is essentially a remake of the first Castlevania game in 3D, with you making your way through the castle, fighting off more enemies that you can shake a whip at, before eventually fighting a tough boss at the end of every level and taking down Dracula. Your main weapon here is your Vampire Killer, a whip that's pretty damn powerful and has a good range. You can upgrade it as you go by finding the correct power-up, usually hidden in a candlestick or other destructible objects. This gives you a longer range and more power. You'll also find sub-weapons which are used by pressing the right mouse button. These are all the same as in the original game, so you get knives, axes, a watch that stops time, and holy water. These are all very useful, and you'll need hearts, which you'll also find in breakable objects, to use as ammo. The enemies are all the ones from the Castlevania games, so you got your bats, your zombies, skeletons, demons, Medusa heads, wolves, armoured knights and more, and that's not even including the bosses. They're all pretty dangerous as well, and you can only take a few hits in this game. My instinct is always to run in like a madman swinging my whip, but that's actually a bad way to play this mod. You need to be slower and more methodical, especially as enemies are often combined with some tricky platforming, and it can be easy to fall to your death, or be attacked from a distance while you are concentrating on jumping between moving platforms. Graphically, the mod looks fantastic and does a really good job of looking like a licensed game. It's all based on the 16-bit Castlevania games, and it just works so well. The sprite work and animation is great, and the level design and look of them is a perfect match to the original games. Also, if you are familiar with the original, you'll recognise just about everything here, and it's really hard to put down. In fact, it's just really hard in general, which is what you'd expect from a Castlevania game. It's not just the amount of enemies, but also the scarceness of healing items, which caused a lot of problems for me. It is rare to find health here, and it's often pretty well hidden, so you want to make sure you explore every inch of the levels, whip anything that looks suspicious, and most importantly, save often. But yeah, this is a phenomenal mod that is one of the best Castlevania experiences you can have, even compared to the official games if you ask me. It's a hell of a feat, and one that everyone should play. Let's stick with the spooky 16-bit theme for Zombies Ate My Neighbors, another damn impressive mod that is still being worked on but has a ton of content already. This is an incredibly faithful remake of the classic SNES and Mega Drive game into the Doom engine, recreating all of the levels from the original in full 3D. The story here is that zombies are eating your neighbours, so you have to rescue them from being eaten. To do this, you can choose from either character, which do play the same, but it's nice to have the option, and then you explore the level that you're on, and you just touch any of the people you want to rescue, who are then teleported out of the level for some reason. But hey, it's cool. When you've rescued everyone, a magic door opens that takes you to the next level, and repeat the process. But of course there are enemies all over the place, and there's usually an unlimited amount of them as zombies keep spawning in no matter what, so you have to be careful as they will also be hunting the humans and will kill any they get their decaying hands on. But don't worry, as you get a pretty decent arsenal of weapons to use against them. Your main weapon is a water gun Uzi, which is great against normal zombies but can be quite ineffective against some of the larger enemies. You also get soda bombs, a weed whacker, a rocket launcher, fire extinguisher, holy cross, and even a few power-ups, including one that turns you into a massive Hyde-style werewolf thing that lets you tear through enemies in no time. The weapons all have their uses, and the more powerful ones do tend to be a bit more stingy with ammo, but that's to be expected. It's just so damn impressive that they've managed to include all of the weapons, enemies and power-ups in here, and they all work in the same way, even down to things like the decoy clown that you can throw for enemies to attack so they'll ignore you for a few seconds. All the sprites seem to be from the original game, and they look excellent in the Doom engine. The enemies and neighbours in particular looking great and having all the same animations as they do in the real game as well. And the fact that the levels are actual proper recreations means that anyone familiar with that game will actually know exactly what they're doing, and it does help if you know for some of it, as there's certain walls and areas that can be destroyed with explosives to reveal new passages or secret paths that you often need to go through to find the hostages. You do also have a radar that lets you know when you're close to a human, but it never shows you how to get to them directly. You'll need to collect keys as well. These unlock doors or sometimes item chests, which of course contain weapons, health, and sometimes survivors that are hiding out in them. As mentioned, the graphics here are just fantastic, and it really does look like you've just been thrown into the proper game, but in a first-person view. The gameplay is really fun, but difficult, just like the original, and even though I haven't beaten this incomplete version yet, I really can't wait to see the finished one. But you can bet that I'll be going back to play more of this very soon, and yeah, it's another must-play mod, even if you haven't played the original games. Another very popular mod is The Legend of Doom, which is a complete remake of the original Legend of Zelda game for the NES in the Doom engine, and again it works really bloody well. So you are Doom Link, or would you be called Link Guy? Anyway, Ganon is causing all sorts of kerfuffle in Hyrule, so you've got to get the pieces of the Triforce so you can give him a good kicking. Now, I'm sure you don't need to be told this, but you've got a huge open world to explore. You start with just a sword, and you'll need to explore every nook and cranny to find items, weapons, and dungeons. The dungeons are where you get most of the important items, as well as you'll need to find simple puzzles, defeat bosses, and of course get the Triforce. And this mod has faithfully recreated the entire map and gameplay down to a T. This may surprise you, but I've never really played the original Zelda game. The first one I had was A Link to the Past on the SNES. We grew up with a NES, but never owned either of the Zelda games on it, so I'm not particularly familiar. This did mean that I had a bit of a hard time with this one, as there's no hand holding and I had no idea where any of the dungeons or items were found. Though this is sort of the point, and you are meant to explore to find things through natural progression. Having said that though, there wasn't a map with the original NES game, which definitely would have helped. Weapons wise, you get your sword, which also fires a projectile when you're at full health. You get bombs that you can drop to hurt enemies, and also to blow up certain walls and find secrets. Then you've got a bow and arrow, which is very handy. And later on you get a wand thing that fires projectiles. Any consumables like health potions are also used like weapons, so you just select it as you would a weapon and press the fire button to use. It's all very easy to do. The graphics here are great. The weapons all seem to be original sprites, but I could be wrong, and thinking about it, they might actually be reskins of things from the Witch Haven games. But the levels, items and enemies are taken directly from the Zelda game and look fantastic up close in 3D. They've got the same 8-bit style and animation, and somehow it still looks incredibly charming, and I love it. I do wish that they made the bosses a bit bigger though, as they can be a bit underwhelming. The music and sound are also right out of the original, of course, and that means they are great. This is another awesome mod that is really damn impressive. I can't believe they made the entire game in the Doom engine. It can be very tough, as you only can take a few hits, but the gameplay is basically exactly like the proper game, even being able to parry projectiles with your shield. This is definitely a must-play for Zelda fans and anyone that likes a massive open-world adventure, though I would recommend new players have a guide to help them. Of course, you can just use the standard one for the NES game, as it really is the same game and will work just as well. Here is Doom 2 The Golden Souls, a cool mod based on Super Mario World. And this is a pretty large mod that's actually a sequel to a game called The Golden Souls, which is a different mod that I spent about an hour recording footage for before I realised I forgot to actually press record. So it's not going to be seen here because it annoyed me. Anyway, this is a really cool mod where you explore some large levels all with a Mario flavour. You're still Doom Guy and you start off in an overworld map where you can choose your level from the ones that you've unlocked, as well as visiting NPCs that have little jobs for you, and even a shop where you can buy health, ammo and other handy bits and bobs. Most of the enemies here are just your normal Doom ones, but there are a couple of new ones in here as well, like the piranha plants, which I don't recognise, but I'm assuming they're from another game that I don't know about, but I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments below. The enemies do all work the same as they do in regular Doom. In later levels, there are actually a few new ones that pop up that have more of a Mario theme, like Shy Guy style cultist people that make Shy Guy noises and fire bullet bill things at you. The weapons here are all different though. Now, I did expect them to be more Mario themed, but really they're just more inspired by Mario rather than being based on it. Now, there are a couple of Mario style weapons with a star launcher thing and a horn thing that shoots the magical notes. These are decent weapons, but it does take a while before you get them. So before that, you've got the usual array, like a pistol, shotgun, machine gun, and so on. They do all use different sprites and animations from normal Doom games though, which is nice, and I especially like how you throw away the shotgun shells. It looks really cool. It's the levels here that are the main star though, and they are great. They're all pretty large and totally original. They're packed with enemies and you'll need to find keys and switches, including POW blocks and those exclamation mark blocks from Mario games to open up new areas, as they are also Mario themed. They tend to range from bright colourful grasslands to the dark underground stages, and of course you get castle stages too. They've all got the proper Mario music playing throughout as well, and there's a fair few sound effects thrown in. In terms of gameplay, not a lot has changed other than you can collect coins. These are used in a shop that I mentioned earlier where you can refill your health and ammo, and you also have a decent jump, complete with Mario noises. You'll need to use this quite a lot, as there's a lot of platforming to be done, and a lot of dangerous bottomless pits. This is another game that looks like it should be fun and games, but it's actually pretty damn tricky, so again, save often. You do also get some cool power-ups like the Fire Flower that works just like it does in the main game, where you shoot fireballs out of your hands at an arch. These are really powerful. I'm sure there's probably more nods and Easter eggs all over the place as well that I haven't got to yet. This is one that has been recommended to me a lot since I've started doing a series of Doom mod videos, and I can really see why. It's damn addictive and it does a really good job of introducing new things at a good pace to keep you coming back to see what you can find next. If you're into Doom mods, you've probably already played this, but if you haven't, you really should. If you want more Mario in your Doom, then you definitely want to play Super Mario Doom. This can be played either as just a weapon and enemy change, so you can play any map pack with a Mario loadout, or you can play it with the custom maps, which is really the way to go. Now, this is a proper Mario mod. All of the enemies and weapons have been replaced with Mario flavours. You've got a NES Zapper, Super Nintendo Super Scope, Piranha Plant Gun, Bullet Bill Launcher and magic wands like the ones that Kamek uses. These are all really great to use and are reskins of the original weapons, but with a few power and speed tweaks, so they do feel unique. The enemies have all been replaced with ones from the Mario games. Strangely, I haven't seen any Goombas yet, but there's Koopas, Thwomps, Shy Guys, Kameks, Drybones, Boos, and more for you to take down. You even get those weird eyeballs from Mario 64 that you have to run around in circles. But they don't go down without a fight. The enemies here are really tough, and this is a damn hard mod. You collect coins and mushrooms for health and armour, but it doesn't take long for you to snuff it. Of course, the game also has a lot of relevant Mario sound effects, so taking damage and dying means you'll hear Mario scream a lot. Something I really love here about the sprites, which are all amazing, in case you hadn't noticed, is that it's all pretty gory. The Koopas and Shy Guys die in pools of blood, and you can blow holes through the middle of Thwomps. Mario isn't taking any prisoners here. The levels are all Mario themed of course, and do a great job of feeling like they're really in the Mushroom Kingdom. You have the same power blocks and items that you need in the platform games to get doors open and new pathways to unlock. You need to do a lot of exploring and it never gets old. It does get hard though. The levels really do ramp up in difficulty and it's easy to be overwhelmed by enemies quite quickly, especially as some of the levels are quite maze-like too. You'll be doing a lot of backtracking and if you're not careful, you'll be ambushed by a new wave of enemies that have spawned in somewhere. This is yet another awesome mod that looks great, sounds great, plays really well, and Mario fans will have a blast playing this one. And finally for this video, here is Bloom, an absolute match made in heaven. Some geniuses decided to combine two of the best retro FPS games into one thing. It's a mashup of Doom 2 and Blood, and holy shit, I cannot believe how good this mod is. I think I would go as far as to say this is the best mod I've ever played, and it's going to take something pretty special to change my mind. Essentially this game takes enemies and levels from Doom 2 and Blood and somehow mashes them together so the levels have elements from both at the same time, and it's just fucking incredible to see. You'll be exploring the first stage of Doom 2 only to go round a corner where the world is all corrupted and strange and you suddenly realise you're in a level from Blood. Now the story here is that there's been some sort of rift and the two worlds have collided and are merging into one another to create a super deadly world, and it's incredible. What's more is that every enemy in the game is also a mashup of enemies from Doom and Blood, so you have crossbreeds of zombies and zombie men from Doom and Blood, demons from Doom and the evil dog things from Blood mashed together, cacodemons from Doom and the gargoyles from Blood mashed together. I really cannot rave about how creative this is. But even more impressive is just how well it works, and I haven't even mentioned the fact that you get to play as either Doom Guy or Jacob from Blood, each of which plays like their respective character in their own game, including having their fully owned weapon sets. It just gives the game such good replay value. The only thing that I wish was different is that you could change character between levels. That would have been the icing on the cake. But even as it is, this is amazing. The levels look incredible and the amount of detail everywhere is insane. And I mean that in the actual sense, not the clickbait sense. I don't think I'll ever get over how good this game looks. Now, there were times when I experienced some slowdown and jerkiness, but it wasn't that often and never enough to ruin my experience, and also probably because my computer's quite shit. As you might expect, this mod is hard as balls as well. You definitely need to save often here, and even the first level is a hell of a challenge, but it doesn't take long before you get used to needing quick reflexes and taking cover in some of the most epic battles I've seen in a Doom game. I really don't have a bad thing to say about this mod. It's hardcore, bloody, and incredibly creative. It's a fun ride that has a ton of levels to play through, two characters with their own unique playstyles and weapons, and above all, it's just damn fun to play. This is a must for anyone.
First up, here is Aliens Doom, a total conversion that shockingly changes everything to be from the iconic movie series. You get to choose from 3 characters, each of which have slightly different stats and weapons, which is a really nice touch. The levels are all the same though, no matter which character you choose, and there's 11 of them, which loosely follow the plot of the second film. You start out in a deserted space station where you just have to explore and kit yourself out with weapons, before heading further into its base where you'll be attacked by hordes of deadly aliens, facehuggers, and eventually an alien queen. All the levels themselves are fairly large and atmospheric, and in a lot of cases just plain dark. Thankfully you do have a flashlight, which I didn't realise until way later than I should have done. The game does a good job of having ambient sound, and that really helps to build the tension, and the aliens themselves can pop out of nowhere to surprise you. You do, however, also have the iconic motion tracker from the films. This is constantly clicking and beeping, and it will start making more noise when something's nearby. This is really cool, and you still don't know if you're going to be attacked from above, below, or just straight ahead. Thankfully, killing aliens is a hell of a lot of fun, and you get a great set of weapons to do it here as well. You've got your usual pistol and shotgun, but you also get a smart gun which only fires when aimed at an enemy, pulse rifles complete with the awesome sound it makes from the films, and a flamethrower and grenades. In one of the later levels you even get to use the power loader, which is awesome, if a little janky. Getting around the levels is tricky and can be confusing at times. I'll be honest, I'm not entirely sure if this was running correctly, as there were parts of the scenery that were floating in mid-air or that just wouldn't let me past them. I came across a lot of clipping issues, as well as the flaming candle things from the Doom games, which always seem to be in the way. I feel like these sprites were meant to have changed to something else.
But even with these small issues, I was able to get around eventually, though sometimes I did have to use the no clipping cheat, and I was able to progress through the stages. The graphics here are decent enough, though not the best. However, this is apparently one of, if not the first ever, total conversion that was made for Doom, in which case it's still pretty damn impressive. The aliens look decent enough and have some cool animations on them. Some parts of the levels are made to look like the alien hives, and these are really cool, but where I also saw most of the clipping issues. Aliens explode in a satisfying way though, and it was a bit of a shame, or possibly a blessing, that their acid blood didn't hurt you as it sprayed everywhere. This is a really fun conversion though, and definitely one that Alien fans will want to check out. Next up is Angelic Aviary, a mod that changes all the monsters in the game that was recommended to me by Dana Odkin. Sorry if I've said that wrong. This is quite a simple mod that changes the enemies you fight from horrific monsters from hell to cute cherub anime angels from heaven. Every enemy has its own version, and most of them actually fly here, which can cause a few problems, as well as a few of them having their own styles of attack. You have your standard flying angels. These fire magic attacks at you and will fly around all over the place. And there's strange little doll looking angels that always come in pairs who hold a shotgun between them. You can just kill one of them, making it harder for the other one to attack you, which is pretty cool. Then there's the bigger flying angels. These fire ice shots at you, which can actually freeze you, which is cool. And annoying, of course. If you have other enemies near you though, you can use this to your advantage and put another enemy between you and the ice shots, and they'll get frozen instead of you. Demons and spectres are replaced by angels clad in black. You can only see their halo while they're invisible, so they can be hard to spot, but when they attack they will become visible. But like the original enemies, they do have to be all up in your face to do this. What's cool is that the angels are actually pretty deadly and do a fair bit of damage, but they also drop health when they die, making it a good trade-off. I like this aspect, and it keeps things fair. I'm playing this mod using the TNT map pack, and I do think that this is a mod that you're better off using with levels that aren't the regular Doom ones. The angels themselves all look pretty good. They don't have a ton of animation, but it's alright. They are quite tricky to fight, especially in large groups. And no, this isn't a naughty mod, so there's no dodgy hentai angel action here. They do make a lot of noise though, with the standard anime girl high-pitched squeals that you'd expect from things like this. Amusingly though, the creator is well aware, and in the options they do let you customize each angel's voice sample separately, so you can turn whichever ones on and off that you want. If you're bored of killing demons and want some different enemies that also have their own attacks and ways of doing things, then this isn't a bad one to check out. Here's one I probably should have talked about a long time ago. It's Brutal Doom. This is probably the most famous mod for Doom nowadays, well, apart from H-Doom, but I'm not talking about that one. And really, it's the best way to play it in my opinion. Brutal Doom works with all of the original Doom games, as well as a ton of other mods, and adds a ton of new animations, weapons and gameplay tweaks that really turns even the original Doom into a totally new experience. I don't really know where to start with this one because there's so much to it. So I'll begin with the weapons. All of the original ones are here, but they've been given a big overhaul. The pistol now shoots a lot faster, the shotgun is way more powerful and has an amazing reload animation, the same with the double-barreled shotgun, which reduces most enemies to a pile of goo when used. The chain gun is crazy fun to use here, and the rocket launcher as well, which you now have to be careful of using with your back to the wall as it has a blowback. The plasma rifle sets people on fire, and the BFG just obliterates everything in sight. On top of this, you can now find Uzis, assault rifles, auto shotgun, grenade launcher, homing rocket launchers that Revenants use, and even the arm cannons from the Mancubus enemies. All of these are just so much fun to use and do a hell of a lot more damage. Enemies here have also changed quite a lot. They have a mixture of the weapons that I've just mentioned, so some will be using pistols, some are using Uzis, shotguns, chain guns. The enemies themselves also deal out a hell of a lot more damage and have some horrific noises now that are really creepy to hear. They sound like proper demonic possessed people, and it's awesome. There's a hell of a lot of new animations for enemies as well, making them move a lot smoother, and they even have scared animations, new attacks, and most impressively, location damage. So if you shoot an enemy in the head, then their head will explode. You can shoot their arms and legs off, which might not even kill them. They'll literally crawl on the floor and still attack you. Amazingly, this applies to pretty much all enemies, so even demons, imps, hell knights and the rest of the roster have new amazing ways to die that make the game so much fun to experiment with. When you get Berserk mode, you can also do finishing moves, and you get a little cutscene of you ripping the enemies apart. It's just so damn impressive. And as you may have already noticed, the gore has been turned up to 11. Enemies explode like crazy, and blood is splattered all over the walls. Using rocket launchers or the BFG will soon turn white walls into red ones, and it never gets old. To help with the atmosphere, the lighting's been updated too, with proper muzzle flash and dark corridors being given moody lighting so enemies can more easily jump out at you. There's even a few tweaks to some of the levels, making them a little bit longer, and if you get the metal soundtrack mod to go along with it, then you just have the most awesome time with this one. As mentioned, you can use this with a lot of other mods as well, but I would only really recommend using it with map packs and not mods that have their own enemies and weapons, as they'll often cancel each other out or just not work at all. Now really, I've barely scratched the surface on what you can do with this mod, but a lot of the appeal for me was finding out all the crazy stuff you can do in it. For example, you can even sneak up on enemies and break their necks for a silent kill, and even find other marines in the levels that you can rescue who will fight alongside you. There's just so many little touches here which are great. Really, all you need to know is that this is an essential mod that totally transforms Doom into a new experience that everyone should try. Honestly, I think it plays a lot better than loads of modern FPS games. Here's a really cool mod called Circus 666, sometimes known as Happy Time Circus. This is one huge level that will take you a while to get through. You are still Doom Guy, and you're dropped off at an abandoned road, which as you explore gets creepier as you come across abandoned buildings with ominous writing all over them, as well as having been smashed to bits by someone or something. As you carry on exploring, you'll eventually come across a huge circus, which is awesome, because circuses are great and fun for all the family. But you'd never believe it, this one isn't friendly at all, and it's filled with all sorts of possessed rides and attractions. This mod keeps all the weapons from the original Doom games, but changes up all the enemies, and you'll be fighting evil balloons, decapitated heads, clowns, and the most famous killer clown of all, Pennywise himself. As mentioned, you have just one level here, but it's massive, with over 1,000 enemies, but not a lot in the way of weapons or ammo. I was playing on the harder difficulty, and man, it really is hard. You need to explore every inch of the circus to find buttons and keys that open up new areas. Most of the areas come in the style of various fairground attractions, and this works really well. What's cool is that a lot of them have their own creepy carnival music that starts playing when you enter them. Then you'll be ambushed by literally hundreds of enemies. Now, most of the enemies are just balloons that slowly float towards you, and when they get close enough, they bite your face off. But there's so many of them that you'll quickly go through ammo. And what's cool is that there's hundreds of regular balloons, so you never really know what you're about to be attacked by and what's just a normal balloon. In the right conditions, you can just make out the faint evil faces of the bad balloons, but a lot of the time the lights are going crazy, so it's hard to see. But what's nice is that a lot of the regular balloons have hidden items in them, so if you shoot them down, you might get some more ammo or health, but you never know really when, and it's a bit of a gamble. The map can be quite confusing, but that's kind of the point here. You'll go around in circles hunting down keys, and there's even some pretty good jump scares thrown in here too, with Pennywise especially jumping out when you least expect it. The mod uses its own sound and music, which is used really well and helps add the creepy vibes, and this would be a good one to combine with some different weapon mods, I reckon. I was playing this level for over an hour and still hadn't managed to beat it, mainly because I spent a lot of my time dying as it's bloody hard, but I did want to keep playing as it is a lot of fun, and I was surprised at how engrossing and atmospheric it was. This is definitely one I'll be going back to, and if you want a cool, very challenging level to try, I recommend you do too. Here is Going Down, a large map pack that sees Doom Guy entering a tower block that's filled with demons. You start at the top of the tower and have to make your way down from the top to the very bottom, seeing the block get more and more hellish as you go. This is another mod that is basically just a map pack, so it doesn't include any new weapons or enemies. I did play this later on with the Brutal Doom mod also applied, and it was even more fun. But for the sake of this video, I'm playing all the mods as they come, and it's up to you to experiment with other combinations. The objective on each level is to find a key that opens an elevator that takes you onto the next floor. Simple. But the levels themselves are predictably convoluted and packed with hundreds of enemies, and it's a hell of a lot of fun. You learn within the first few levels that this isn't going to be an easy ride. Enemies spawn in all over the place, and it doesn't take long for their heavy hitters like Barons of Hell or Arachnotrons to show up. Thankfully, the game is pretty generous with weapons and ammo. There is a big focus on close combat here as well, so you want to get used to the shotgun, chain gun, and even the chainsaw comes in quite handy here, where you want to take out enemies in narrow corridors while using as little ammo as possible. As you know, there'll be a big bastard around the corner any minute. All the levels are based on actual apartment block sort of things, so you start out on the roof and go through apartments, office floors, administration blocks, basements, as well as what lurks beneath them. They're all relatively small in size, as they are just one floor, but that doesn't mean that they're easy. Often you'll need to do a ton of exploring to find the various keys and buttons that you need to open up new areas, and the sheer number of enemies means that you're often backed into a corner fighting for your life. It would have been cool to see some new textures or something in here, but that's really my only gripe with the mod, is that it's just a map pack featuring assets from Doom 2. But really that's a very small issue, and most of the time I didn't have time to complain as I was busy trying not to get my face ripped off. Again, this is a great map pack that was recommended to me, and I would do the same. It's hard as balls and has some really cool moments in there, and it's a decent challenge. Here is a pretty popular one. It's called Head On, and it's a really awesome total conversion that was so popular it can actually even be bought as its own thing on Steam or Good Old Games. Head On sees you take control of Zan, an Amazonian orc who finds herself waking up in some mines with no real memory of what's going on, other than she needs to get out and kill pretty much anything she sees along the way. You start in the caves and eventually make your way into an old town that used to be occupied by your friends, but all that's left are their dead bodies. So you fight your way through, find the enemy base, and you want to chop the head off of their boss. The gameplay is of course very similar to your traditional DOS shooters, with the main focus being exploring large maze-like areas, hunting down keys and switches that open doors to let you progress. However, there's actually a few more elements to this one. For example, you might have to find pickaxes to smash walls, chemicals to combine in an alchemy lab to create potions, and so on. They're not exactly RPG elements, and are often little more than fetch quests or item finding missions, but it does add to the experience. The game is also kind of one large open world, with each level being interconnected, which is cool, and it's nice to see how it all progresses. The levels themselves are pretty damn huge as well, and can easily take 20 minutes to an hour on your first try. As you can see, all the assets are pretty much original. There's all new weapons and enemies everywhere, and it's pretty impressive, especially as I think it was all created by just one person. You fight evil worm things, cultists, warlocks, witches, demon hounds, and other fantasy-style monsters. These are all fun to fight, though my main complaint is that they all take a while to introduce some of the more interesting enemies. But to do the killing, you do have some cool weapons. You find an axe early on that's very powerful and effective. Weapons also have secondary functions too, and you can choose to throw the axe if you want, which again is powerful, but you run the risk of losing it. You get a nail gun thing, which is your go-to weapon, a scatter shot thing, which is kind of like a shotgun, that's good up close but pretty useless otherwise, a bow that fires explosive arrows, and some magic weapons as well. For the most part, these weapons are decent, and some need to reload as well, but they feel good enough to use. Like most mods, this isn't easy. There's a ton of enemies on each level, and they do a good amount of damage, and actually navigating the levels can be a real pain at times, as a lot of the items you need are really well hidden, often in hidden areas. I would admit that I spent a lot more time wandering around aimlessly than I would have liked. This can get tedious when you've killed everything and you're running in circles, only to find a tiny key that you've missed hidden amongst a shelf of other things that aren't even collectible. They really should have made the keys and things stand out a bit more, though I guess that's kind of the point. But overall, this is a really fun mod with some really cool characters and a decent story. There's even a sequel which has even more levels and a few improvements. I would definitely recommend picking these games up on Steam or GOG. They're well worth your time, especially if you're into Doom. Though I have a feeling that some people are going to tell me that this isn't really a mod and it's its own thing created using the GZ Doom engine. But that's okay, I still count that, I just wanted an excuse to talk about it. Oh, and again, for those wondering, yes, the main character is a thick orc with excellent proportions, but this isn't a dirty mod, so there's none of that business. Next up is Doom Psychophobia. This is a really cool total conversion that features new characters, weapons, enemies, sounds, music, and a whole load of new textures. There's a lot here. There isn't much of a story that I saw, but you get 3 episodes here, all with a pretty different theme. All of them see you start the game in a cell where you've clearly been captured. The first thing you do on any of the episodes is escape, and then you have to fight for your life as you try to escape either a crazy military base, a hellish world, or a medieval land, depending on which episode you're playing. But whichever one you choose, you're going to have a tough time, because this mod is fucking brutal. At least it is on the hard difficulty that I played it on. Maybe I should have dropped it down. The characters you play as are Vigilante, who I don't recognise, Jacob, or Caleb if you want to get his name right this time, from Blood, the Doom guy of course, and then Train and Voodoo, who I think are characters from Quake 3, but don't quote me on that. I tried them all out, but they didn't really play any differently as far as I could tell, apart from some voice clips. And again, I'm not entirely convinced that this mod was running properly for me, as the face at the bottom of the screen was always Doom Guy no matter who I chose. But that didn't stop me having a blast with this one. Almost immediately you notice that the weapon models all look great, and are sort of 3D. In fact, I'm not smart enough to know if they're actual 3D models or just 3D models made into 2D ones, if that makes sense. Either way, they look awesome and are literally dozens of new weapons for you to use here. There's loads of pistols, shotguns, rocket launchers, machine guns and laser weapons, and you're going to need them because the enemies here are really tough and relentless, and there's a shitload of them everywhere. Enemies also use the same weapons that you do, and it seems to be quite randomised, as every time I started a new game, enemies had different weapons in different locations, so you'll quickly meet people with machine guns and rocket launchers while you're doing your best to defend yourself with a wimpy pistol. For the most part, the enemy sprites are original ones, but with changes made to them in the terms of aggression, accuracy, and they've all been given a bit of a makeover as well, with some of them now sporting funky bald heads or Guile-style crew cuts. In the other episodes you get demons and imps that look much more evil, as well as enemies from Heretic and Hexen, and they're all very good at making your life a misery. The actual level design here is pretty good as well. They're all very large with plenty to do in them as you track down the usual keys and switches so you can open new doors. There's some really good use of lighting here as well, with bases and caves that you can find getting pretty creepy at times, especially combined with the fact that you know that you can die very quickly. It makes the whole thing pretty tense to play. There's a lot to like here, and this is of course another one that I would highly recommend checking out. We're going to finish off with a few mods that swap around the enemies, so I recommend also adding a map pack of your choice to go along with them. And first of all we have Stylish Hell. This is a monster randomizer that replaces all the enemies with demon girls in sexy outfits, sometimes no outfit at all. However, don't get too excited as demons don't have nips, so this is totally safe for work. There's really not a huge amount to say about this one, as it's just an enemy swap, but yeah, they are all sexy demons, and they are slightly tougher than usual enemies, dealing out a bit more damage and taking more hits as well. Each enemy has its own sexy skin, and there's some that do different things, like the green enemies, which when killed split into smaller versions that are just as dangerous. The enemies here all tend to move a lot faster as well, and can be harder to hit, as well as the projectiles that they throw at you. These are also much quicker, so if you're in a confined space, it can be very difficult. In fact, I really did notice that I died a lot more than usual on the maps that I'm familiar with, because of the increased speed and hit points of the enemies. It does a good job of giving things a bit more of a challenge. Surprisingly, this mod also removed pretty much all blood, though I didn't really notice that while I was playing it, and it certainly doesn't make anything worse. And honestly, that's really all there is to say about this one. It is a very simple mod, but it's a cool one to check out, and as mentioned, it is worth combining with other map, weapon or gameplay mods to give it that bit of extra fun. Here is LA Taylor Girl, or is it La Taylor Girl? I'm not entirely sure. This one doesn't actually change the enemies up, and instead changes the weapons, and also has a few cool gameplay changes. You've got 3 big-boobed women characters to choose from here, each of which have their own unique weapons. There's Dinah, Siri and Nari, a human, demon and robot. They each control the same but have access to slightly different weapons that still follow the usual Doom game formula, but do work quite differently, with crazy shooting patterns for things like the shotgun and machine guns. The mod doesn't change the enemies at all, but is one that's always recommended to be played alongside the aforementioned Stylish Hell. Something that's unique here is that there's a massive focus on clothing. Littered around the levels, instead of some weapons or armour, are clothes sets. These range from things like nurse outfits to ninjas or just plain clothes.
What's cool is that depending on the clothes that you're wearing, you get different stats. So if you're a ninja, you've got more speed and enemies take longer to react to you. Other outfits make certain other weapons stronger or give you more health and so on. You can only wear one outfit at a time, of course, but you can choose to change into any that you come across. What's nice is that when you do change, you get text on screen telling you what your outfit does, so if you prefer the other one, you can just change back into it. You've got a little graphic of your character in the bottom corner, which I'm sure you've noticed by now, that shows you what your outfit looks like. And in GZ Doom, you also get into a third person mode and you can check it out from every angle if you so wish, but I don't know why you'd want to do that. As you get attacked, as well as losing health, you actually lose your clothing, and health and armor shards are replaced here with sewing kits, which let you repair your clothes. But eventually, if you don't repair them, you'll be completely naked. But no, I'm afraid you don't get to see any nippage. There's even a few modes that you can choose from in the options that limit the clothes you can wear, or to make it even harder, there's a mode where you can't wear clothes at all, so you don't get any of the perks. Again, this mod can be used with the regular Doom WODs, or any other map pack and enemy pack, so it's a good one to combine with some of your favourites if you want a totally new experience. And finally for today, here is Zacko, also known as Nude Doom. This is another enemy swap mod that changes out all the enemies for sexy big booed women. And yes, if you're lucky, this one will let you see some nips. Now, as it's just an enemy mod, all the weapons and levels remain the same, so I've actually combined this one with a really cool and difficult map pack called Sunlust. Anyway, let's start with the enemies. As you'd expect, each enemy is replaced here with some really high quality pre-rendered elf women with big guns. Take that any way you want, both are replicable. All of them have the same attacks as the regular enemies, and it's just the sprites that have changed. So the zombie men are now sexy soldier women. Imps look like elven sorceresses, which is hard to say. Revenants are larger women with rocket launchers on their shoulders. Pain elementals are women in spaceship things that fire little robots which replace the lost souls. And my personal favourite is probably the Baron of Hell, who is now a woman that kind of reminds me of Lara Croft. Oh, and for Arachnotrons, these are now women in tanks, and that's pretty cool. They all behave and attack just like they do in the regular games, but with cool new skins. The animation on them isn't really anything to shout home about, it's kind of jerky, but they do all have sexy poses, and their death animations and poses are actually quite funny at times, with one of the main attractions I suppose being as they die, their various bits and bobs point into the air in suggestive ways, and depending on how you kill them and with what weapon, they may even have a wardrobe malfunction. Some of the enemies even experience this when they're in the middle of attacking, so keep an eye out. Other than the sexy reskin though, they are all the same as regular enemies, which I've said a few times now, so let's just take a look at the map pack. Sunlust is a massive 32 level map pack that's one of the hardest ones that I've played, and that's saying something because most of these map packs are hard and meant to be a challenge for players that can breeze through the original games with their eyes closed. All the levels here are packed to the brim with enemies and aren't particularly generous with weapons or ammo, though they do give you enough. However, you do have to pick your battles, as you'll be fighting Mancubus, Barons of Hells and Revenants almost immediately, while you've barely got yourself a shotgun. I'll be honest, I did have to resort to cheating on some of the later levels. In fact, I had to resort to cheating on some of the earlier levels just to see the later levels, and in fact, I've only made it to level 6 so far. The levels themselves aren't overly complex, but they do have the usual maze-like structure and key hunting that you'd expect. But it's the abundance of enemies and some tricky platforming sections that really give you the challenge. I kind of like this, as my least favourite part of Doom maps is getting lost and running around in circles hunting for keys or switches to open doors. Though that's not to say it doesn't happen here, because it does. The maps here are all fairly large as well, but they're not too hard to navigate. They don't seem to use any original textures, but they've done a good job of mixing things up, and the levels do change up in design and style every now and then, keeping things fresh. Overall, I would definitely recommend this map pack, and I actually thought that the Zacko mod was a really good fit for this one, and I'd say it's worth combining these two together for a very good time. We are starting with Brutal Wolfenstein, which runs using the Doom 2 WOD. As you can guess, this is a total conversion that changes Doom 2 into Wolfenstein 3D, but with the Brutal version that includes a drastically increased difficulty, improved graphics and over-the-top gore. There's new game mechanics, new weapons, new animations, new enemy behaviour and more, and there is a whole lot here.
Impressively, the mod includes every chapter and level and add-on for the original Wolfenstein and Spear of Destiny. This means you're getting over 50 levels all faithfully ported over. If you don't know, you are BJ Blazkowicz, a soldier captured by Nazis, and the game sees you starting out in a prison cell where you've managed to overpower a guard and steal his knife, and then you make it your mission to escape while killing everyone you meet along the way, including the one and only Hitler himself. Oh, and it turns out that Hitler has been dabbling in some very nasty practices, which means there's more than just soldiers waiting for you in the bases. Now this conversion is really just well done. I play all these on the GZ Doom launcher and it plays really great for me. I know a lot of people don't really like that launcher, and if you know a better one that works on Mac, tell me so I can check it out. As far as I can tell, the levels have remained the same, though I will admit I'm not as familiar with Wolfenstein as I am the Doom games, but the levels and secrets I remembered were all present and correct. And thinking about it now, there do actually seem to be a few changes to the layouts that give them more size and height. But the change in graphics and improved weapons and mechanics really make this feel like a fresh game. Levels are all very maze-like, requiring you to find the lift at the end of it, which involves hunting for keys in narrow tunnels. Nazis are everywhere, but you get a huge selection of weapons to use against them: pistols, rifles, machine guns, shotguns, laser rifles, grenades. It's all very impressive, and most of the bullet-based weapons can be dual-wielded as well. Some of the weapons are taken from Brutal Doom, and some seem to be all new for this mod, matching the era and aesthetics. Enemies explode in a torrent of blood with the more powerful weapons and have location damage, meaning you can blow their limbs off, and be careful as they are a lot more accurate here and they don't go down without a fight. In fact, I found this really difficult. Not that it wasn't that difficult before, but I feel that it is even more so, and it works so well. The later episodes especially are really tough, and the enemies look great, and some of the gunfights are just epic here. You've probably played Brutal Doom if you're watching this, and if you haven't tried this one out, then I highly recommend you do so. It is so much fun going into some of the most intense and brutal gunfights around. GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64 is one of the most popular first-person games for retro fans, so it's no surprise that it got a mod for Doom by some very clever people. Yep, the GoldenEye mod is a recreation of the entire game within Doom, complete with all the levels, enemies and weapons, and it is done incredibly well, even though they have had to make some cheeky changes to make it work within the engine. Let's start with the levels. They are all here and they look great. The team have done a fantastic job of keeping them as faithful to the N64 originals as possible, and really they have done it very well, with everything being instantly recognisable. There have been a few changes here and there, like having to use teleporters at certain points to take you into buildings or new parts of the level that can't be accessed. Some of the levels, like the snow-based ones, are much flatter now and a bit harder to recognise what's going on, but you can see why it's been done, and it is still an impressive feat how they were cleverly interconnected everything. The biggest omission though are the objectives. Of course, GoldenEye on the N64 is packed with them, requiring you to do escort missions, plant bugs, blow things up, hack computers and rescue women with crap AI. Pretty much all of that is gone now. Instead, here, certain areas of levels are locked off, and you'll now find the key or button that opens that area in the place where you would normally have completed an objective. I think this is a good way to get around it, and probably the most sensible way they could have done it. Graphically, it uses Doom textures for the levels, and most of them work surprisingly well. There were times where some seemed a bit of a strange choice, like the pink doors in the facility level, though I do have a feeling it might be that some of the textures weren't running as they should have been for me, so it is entirely possible that this will look different for you. The enemies are mostly from Wolfenstein and Rise of the Triad as far as I can tell, and they have been changed to match the outfits worn by the soldiers in the game, which is really cool. Every weapon from GoldenEye is here, including the slap, throwing knives, laser watch, mines, the lot, and they all work exactly as they did in the original, which is great, and they look good with the same animations as the original. I'm not smart enough to know how they got them into Doom, but it does look really cool, and they have the same sound effects as well. You also have a choice of different characters here. You can play as Bond, Trevelyan, Xena Onatov, and everyone's favourite Bond character, Solid Snake. The only real difference that I could see were the weapons that you started with, though they might have slightly different speed or health, but I couldn't really tell. As you'd expect, the gameplay is still great, being as it's running on the Doom engine, so you know exactly what you're getting there. This is a really impressive mod, and it was fun to see how they'd gone about putting it all together. Be aware that you actually need two different mods for this one. There's one that just gives you the weapon set, which means that you can just use GoldenEye weapons in regular Doom if you want to, but then you need to get the separate GoldenEye level pack. And this also comes with an optional weapon pack that lets you use the world is not enough video game weapons. There is just a lot to use here, and it's all good fun, and it's worth playing around with. If you're old like me, you probably remember Jazz Jackrabbit quite fondly. It was a cool side-scrolling action game where you played as a green rabbit with a gun who shot turtles in the face. Now, if Jazz had gone the Duke Nukem route and made his way to 3D, this mod is probably quite close to what we would have gotten. And thanks to Pythoner for telling me about this mod in the comments of my last Doom games based on video games. See, I do listen. It's a hard as nails mod where Jazz must stop the evil Devon and his turtle and other animal based army from taking over space. You do this with a bunch of weapons through a dozen or so completely original levels that are much harder than you'd expect. This mod changes all of the enemies to various turtles, bees, dragon things and more, and they all look great with some basic animation that actually really suits the mod. Most of the enemies shoot projectiles at you, and are annoyingly good at doing it as well, making this a really tough mod even early on. I actually had to drop the difficulty down a bit from the usual one I have it on so I could actually get somewhere. I guess I could have used cheats too, oh well. Littered throughout the large levels are new ammo types for you to use. You've got a standard pea shooter, though this is incredibly weak and almost useless after the first couple of levels. It takes about 10 shots to kill just a basic enemy, and as they move quite fast it is hard to kill them from a distance. There are a few better ones you get though. There's a shotgun which is much more powerful and has a better spread, a disc-like shot that does good damage but is slow, a rocket shot, a homing shot and a flamethrower. Oh, and there's a useless bouncing ball thing that I hate, though it is kind of powerful. All of these do have very limited ammo though, so you really have to choose when and what to use. Your pea shooter does have unlimited ammo, so you will always have something to fall back on. You'll find carrots that give you health, and a rapid fire icon that makes whatever weapon you're using much faster for a short time. I do recommend going back to the pea shooter when you get this item so you don't have to blast through all your ammo for the other weapons. The levels here are pretty large and they all look really good, and just the sort of thing you'd see in a Jazz Jackrabbit game. You go through enemy bases and weird strange planets and it's all very cartoony and bright and colourful. As normal, you've got to fight through a ton of enemies, finding keys and items to get you to the exit of the stage. And there's even things to collect for points along the way as well. And if you're into that sort of thing, some of them will even take you to a bonus level, but these are very well hidden and I didn't actually find any. They've also included music and sound effects from the original games, which just add to it of course. Overall, this is a really cool mod that's way harder than you'd expect, and I do recommend giving it a go. Thanks for the recommendation. Here's another damn impressive mod, turning Doom into Resident Evil. Resident Evil, codename Hunk, from Doomero, completely changes the game, including all the assets, controls, mechanics and everything, so you're playing a survival horror. Now please keep in mind that this is a demo version, so it's not complete, only giving a taster of what's to come and may be very different when it's finished. Also keep in mind that I absolutely sucked at playing this, so couldn't get very far at all. It starts with a very impressive intro, providing some context as to why Hunk is stuck where he is, and it's the usual. The T-Virus and its zombie creations are all going on a rampage, so Hunk, being the badass he is, goes to stop it. The amount of effort that's gone into this one is really incredible. It's just a shame that I absolutely suck and could barely get anywhere. It plays like a proper Resident Evil game with you as Hunk in a third-person perspective over the shoulder. You have to move slowly around some pretty claustrophobic levels that are packed with zombies to kill, collect items and solve puzzles. The environments here are all really impressive. They're large and familiar to other Resident Evil games. You go through some streets and buildings and you get the basic door opening animation to boot. Items have to be collected, though I didn't ever run out of inventory space that I could tell. As you'd expect, there's a fair few enemies. In fact, in the first half an hour or so that I played the game, I fought zombies, dogs, lickers, hunters, and even saw a tyrant, and that is a lot for a game that gives you very limited ammo and health. But what I can tell you is that it's bloody impressive, and that all of these things are here, and they look fantastic, and act just like they do in the actual Resident Evil games. I had a pistol and machine gun, and you have to do the usual aiming and shooting. You can't move and shoot here, and it makes the combat incredibly tough. Reloading all has to be done manually as well. I did find that the mod had a bit of a strange mix of wanting to be atmospheric, but also action focused. There's a ton of enemies here, and nowhere near enough ammo pickups to be able to beat them all. This actually made it quite annoying for me to play. I did try quite a lot, and I tried a mix of running from battles as well as doing the whole couple of shots to stun them and running past them, and I tried to just shoot them all in the head, but every time it ended the same for me. I do understand that you need to get used to playing it and learn the strategies though, and it is really cool to see that they've managed to get it to actually work. I just wish there was an easy mode for losers like me. As you can see, the graphics here are excellent, with some great animation and even some 3D models for enemies. You get a lot of cutscenes here, which are unskippable, and I have to say do have some terrible voice acting, which I guess is faithful to Resident Evil games, but I shouldn't really slag it off, as it's way better than anything that I could ever do, and the actual story seems fleshed out with loads of recognisable characters as well as new ones. As I wasn't able to get very far into this, I can't really tell you too much more. The controls might take a while to get used to, and in fact I might actually go back to this and see if I can use a controller rather than mouse and keyboard. That might make it a bit easier for me. But it's definitely a technically impressive mod that actually does work well and plays like a solid port. It kind of makes me think of when they used to put games like this on really old phones, but I don't mean that in a bad way. Check it out if you like Resident Evil. Sticking with survival horror, here is Silent Hill Mobile TC, which I think stands for Total Conversion. A conversion of the Silent Hill mobile game into Doom, because why not? Rather than being a third-person game though, this is actually a point-and-click adventure game. It's got a few stories in, and you start out as Ben, who has the compulsion to go back to the old orphanage that he grew up in. He's not sure why. He goes there to find that it's completely empty and creepy, and decides to have a look around. It doesn't take long for all sorts of strange things to happen, like finding other people trapped in the building and monsters popping up all over the place that want you dead. As it's a point-and-click adventure, most of everything is controlled by clicking things with your mouse. To move, you point to doors and corridors, and the cursor will change to an arrow indicating that you can move. And you'll want to point at just about everything where possible to see what you can interact with, look at, pick up or push, and you should try doing everything you can in case something helpful happens. The main objective is to find items to combine or use elsewhere to let you get further into the game and eventually escape. You find weapons, as there are enemies here as well, and you'll need to fight them off at times, but I didn't actually come across any enemies. In fact, I wasn't really able to get very far into the game at all, as it either glitched on me, isn't quite finished, or I was just totally missing something. I got to a part where there's a key in a pan, and you've got to light the stove to melt the crap in the pan to get the key free. I did all this, but the game wouldn't let me pick up the key. I had to resort to looking up a guide, and I had completed all the steps that were shown in the guide of lighting the fire, closing the door, then using the tongs to get the key out, but it just wouldn't let me do it. This was a real shame, as I am actually a fan of games like this and would have liked to have carried on playing. The graphics are okay, they're all in sepia and are meant to be on a mobile phone, so having it on my larger monitor did actually make things very pixelated, and it was often hard to see what actually things were, or what was an item and what was just a bit of a background. This is why I just tried interacting with everything. It would have been nice if they added more colour, so it wasn't just your inventory that had some. The actual gameplay itself is fine, other than not working. After all, it is just clicking things with the mouse, so works well. It's a deliberately slow-paced game, like most of these ones, but by the time I was stuck, I didn't really have the patience to start again. I think I would still recommend giving this a try though. If you're a fan of Silent Hill, it does have a cool atmosphere, and I do actually think I will go back and try again at some point, just to see if it was me being an idiot or not. But I have a ton more games to play, so for now, the creepy orphanage will have to wait. Now, here's one that might be cheating slightly. This is Chakan the Forever Man from Mike McD, who kindly made me aware of this, and it's also the creator of one of my favourite mods for Doom, the Splatterhouse one. The reason I say I might be cheating here is that this is actually one for Hexen, not Doom, but you can still play it through the GZ Doom loader if you have the Hexen WODs, which is why I'm including it. Chakan the Forever Man for the Mega Drive or Genesis is a game that I thought I liked, but when I went back to play it recently, I realised it's a load of crap. But that didn't stop me from trying this mod, and I'm happy to say that this is infinitely better than the Mega Drive version. You are Chakan, who is indeed a forever man, meaning he can't die, even though he does a lot. He just comes back to life after. You are tasked with killing demons, and you're something of a zombie yourself, not getting the actual sweet release of death until you get rid of all the evil monsters from a bunch of realms. The game starts with quite an annoying unskippable cutscene if I'm honest, with some exposition about how Chakan is feeling sorry for himself, sorry Mike, the lightning was cool though, I'm just one of those people who hates unskippable cutscenes. Then you're thrown into a hub world where you can choose from any of the available levels that you want, and this is sort of a Metroidvania / Mega Man thing. Every level has its unique enemies and obstacles, and for the most part you can get through every level no matter what you have, but you'll need to go back and forth between the different levels with new weapons and abilities, as some of them are far more powerful against other certain enemies, and some obstacles can only be destroyed or gotten past with certain abilities. I really like this. It did take me longer than it should have done to figure this out though, and for the first few levels I was actually not having much fun at all. This is mainly because some of the levels are really hard with your basic equipment. Enemies all over the place will kick the crap out of you, but then I realised that it was actually me that was the problem and not the game, and when I started playing it kind of properly, I really found this one hard to stop playing. Each level has its own unique enemies, and they look really cool with massive demons, imps, spiders and creepy flying blob things all over the place that really want you dead. You do have to make sure you keep moving and save often. I will say that something else that kind of annoyed me is that text pops up on the screen at certain points, usually at the start of levels, telling you some story bits. Now this is fine and all, but not when it's right in the middle of the screen and dozens of enemies are coming at my face. Should have rephrased that. You do have swords to defend yourself, and these do a decent job. The range is decent and they are quite strong. You also have a block move that doesn't stop you taking damage, but it will make you take less. As you play you get more weapons which also have secondary attacks like a hammer and a scythe that are powerful melee ones, but have shorter ranges, though they do fire magic attacks including poison, and these are really great against some of the larger enemies. The levels don't seem too big at first until you get more and more weapons and can get further into them, and you realise that they're actually much larger than you'd think. I really like this in games and it made me keep playing. The sound and music here are great and they're right out of the original, which is always good. I haven't finished this yet, and I actually think I might need to restart it on a lower difficulty, as it is really easy to die. I was getting my ass kicked a lot here, which kind of matches up with the original game. There are enemies here that will kill you in seconds if you're not careful. You can find items like health potions, but still, the flying monk people are some of the most annoying enemies I've found in a game like this. Don't bother with the fire level if you don't have any projectiles. But this is still a really cool mod that does a great job of bringing Shakan to 3D, and actually giving him a good game to be in. It's a hell of a challenge, but that's kind of the point. Definitely give this a go if you can. And Mike, if you're watching, if you could do Toe Jam and Earl next, that would be great. Thank you! Metroid Doom by Spram is yet another really cool total conversion which was recommended to me by a few people, including the creator himself. It is a really great mod that puts you in the sexy spacesuit of bounty hunter Samus Aran on her mission to either kill or protect the life-sucking Metroids, depending on what mood she's in. This awesome conversion takes most of its inspiration from Super Metroid and couples it with the weapons and look of the Metroid Prime games, and it's really well done. As with all Metroid games, you start out being able to run around and have a simple blaster. Your job is to explore every inch of the planet that you're on, where you'll find new weapons and suit upgrades that will let you access new areas and defeat enemies easier. And it's a really impressive thing to see how much of the old Super Metroid game is present and correct here, and there's also bits of the Game Boy Advance ones for good measure. You'll find missiles that are powerful and needed to open certain doors, which you have to shoot to open. You only get a limited supply though, so you'll want to explore even more to find missile upgrades that give you more missiles to use. There's also different weapons upgrades letting you have the wave beam etc, which are more powerful than your usual shots. Enemies are all over the place and will respawn regularly, but that's not a bad thing as they'll drop ammo and health for you to collect. Also, you wouldn't want to be wandering around here with nothing to kill now, would you? All the enemies here are out of the various Metroid games and they look excellent. They've really been brought along well. They really suit the 3D style and have some really cool animation matching the SNES and Game Boy games, which is probably my favourite all-time game by the way, the Super Metroid one I mean. The music has also been pulled across and is still one of the best soundtracks around. It really adds to the atmosphere and is always good to listen to. The map is pretty big and does a good job of including a variety of areas, from overgrown green caverns to sandy tundras, alien bases and fiery lava worlds, and each area has unique enemies in it, which is great, so you won't find the lava monsters hanging around in the foresty area. It just makes sense. Progress in the mod can be tricky, but by design. You have to really explore to find the items you need, and the first hour or so can be slow going while you still figure out where you haven't been. And be on the lookout for anything suspicious. It might be a button you need to press or something you need to shoot to get out of your way. There were times where I thought that something was just scenery, but turned out to be a button I had to press to open a door to a passageway. You don't really get any of the cool abilities from the other games, like a grappling hook or morph ball, but to be fair, I don't really know how they would have worked here, and you don't tend to notice as there's really no problems exploring the environment without them, seeing as it wasn't built around them. I've seen elsewhere that once you know where to go and what to do, you can beat this in a couple of hours, but realistically, if you're playing it blind, it'd probably take a lot longer than that. But as a big Metroid fan, I can definitely say that this is worth it, and you should really try it out, even if it is your first Metroid experience. And now for something completely different. Here is Sonic Robo Blast 2, and this might be another one that's cheating as it's available as its own downloadable game, which is how I'm playing it here. But it was recommended to me on every single other mod video that I've done, so I had to include it. This is a crazy impressive total conversion that turns Doom into a proper 3D Sonic game that's actually better than basically any other 3D Sonic game that I've played. It's the usual Sonic story though, so you have to stop Eggman from being a prick. You can choose to play as either Sonic, Tails or Knuckles, or you can have Sonic with Tails following you, like in Sonic 2 on the Mega Drive. Each of the characters has their abilities that you'd expect, so Sonic can run fast, jump, spin dash, and Tails can do this as well, and also fly for a short time, which comes in very handy in some levels. And if you're playing as Knuckles, you can do his floating thing and also climb most walls. In fact, with the size of the levels, Sonic is probably the hardest one to complete a lot of them with, as you can skip large sections with the other characters. But as you can see, it's all so well done, with some incredible graphics, great animation and cool level design. The levels are just what you'd expect in a Sonic game, starting with a Green Hill Zone alike, and then you go into factory levels, casinos, etc. They really do feel like 3D versions of worlds we've already seen, and I mean that in a good way. Being in 3D though, they are huge and can be hard to navigate. I did find there were times where I had no idea where the hell I needed to go, or if I was in a place I'd already been, but after a few minutes I tended to figure it out. The levels are packed with enemies and they all look right out of the Sonic games, with similar attacks as well, and at the end of each world you'll fight Robotnik himself. There are the usual Sonic things in levels, like rings that give you an extra hit if you have some, or an extra life if you get 100. There's also a bubble shield, fire shield, electric shield and running shoes that make you run even faster. And what's nice is that here Sonic is actually fast. You move a hell of a pace and it all runs very smoothly. The graphics are of course fantastic and I really can't praise them enough. I would have loved a Sonic game like this on the Saturn or Dreamcast. The only thing I have to really complain about are the controls. I did use a PlayStation 4 controller to play this on my Mac and it did work perfectly, but it was still very twitchy thanks to the high speeds, making it really hard to be precise in collecting items and jumping on enemies. It was much harder than it needed to be. Also, there is a lot of precise platforming you need to do and I did find this tough to pull off at times. But really it is a perfectly manageable game and it's still a hugely impressive achievement. You have full control over the camera as well, which helps and actually works well. You can tell that this was made with a lot of love and is absolutely a must play for any Sonic fan out there. The fact that you can download this separately for PC or Mac completely free is amazing, and even me, someone who's not a particular fan of Sonic, should get some fun out of it. I do intend on going back and finish it in fact. So yeah, definitely one to try. And if that wasn't enough, you can also try Sonic Robo Blast 2 Kart. You guessed it, this is a kart racer based on the Sonic Robo Blast 2 game. And it is good, though I think it is mainly made for online play as I couldn't find any options to play against a computer opponents or do any cups or anything like that. Which might be me being blind, but oh well, it was fun enough. You can choose to play as either Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, Eggman or Metal Sonic, so not a huge roster, but it is enough. Then you can choose from a surprisingly large selection of tracks, each of which is based on a level or world from the Sonic Robo Blast 2 game. All the levels look great and have decent layouts. I actually didn't find any tracks here that were standout bad, which is nice. You have some that are more open than others, and some that are full of tight corners. There's also quite a few shortcuts thrown in, which is always good in a racing game. Again, I was using the control pad, which made this a really easy game to play. I could only do time trials or solo races without going online. The time trials do give you the option to have ghosts which show the best times and laps, so technically you are racing against people, but only the fastest time, so there's no way I was going to be beating any of those anytime soon. There's power-ups, but on my modes all that I could try were the boosts. But these are all good and easy to use, and you can power slide like in any good racing kart game, and the physics here are decent and they're easy to pull off with just a little practice. I did actually try going online, but I couldn't find anyone else playing the game, so I wasn't able to see if it was any good. I'm assuming that I would have lost anyway. The sound and music here are very good, featuring tracks from other video games, and what's nice is that it tells you what game they're from, and they actually all work really well here. And that's really all I can tell you. This is actually a really cool little racing game. I just wish there were some single player options that I could find, so I had more reason to come back and play it. I'm not an online kind of guy, but this would be good fun with some friends, and you can actually even play up to 4 players split screen on just one computer, which I would do if I had some friends. Overall though, this is a very well made game and well worth checking out, especially if you can play with mates or and arrange an online game. And if you do, let me know, because I'll play with you. And finally for today, here is Super Doom, which is a mod that changes the gameplay to be like the awesome VR game, which I know isn't just in VR, Super Hot. For those that don't know, Super Hot is an incredibly stylish game with a really cool mechanic. Basically, nothing moves unless you're also moving. So if you stand still, everything freezes. This is a requirement, as you and enemies only take one shot to kill, and if you die it's back to the start of the level, and it works so damn well here in Doom. You start with just fists and a single enemy, but you'll soon pick up a pistol, shotgun and machine gun. All bullets can be seen, so when an enemy shoots, you want to freeze so you can work out your next move and how to dodge the bullets. As soon as you move, that bullet will start moving at quite a fast pace, and you need to do your best Neo impression to get around it and shoot back. You will have to be careful, as weapons have very limited ammo though, and they can't be reloaded. Once you run out of ammo, you've just got to find another gun or just drop the one that you have. There aren't many levels here, but they do get progressively harder, with the final level seeing you take on a cyber demon in a battle that took me way longer than it probably should have done. He is one hard bastard, but he is beatable. When you're good, you could probably beat the whole thing in about 15 minutes, but it's just so much fun to play, and it's one of those mods that can give to a friend to see how they get on with it. The graphics have been updated to match Super Hot, so it's all black and white except for the enemies and bullets, which are red. The style works really well and it's a lot of fun to play. There isn't really much else I need to say about this one, as it is a fairly basic mod, and I don't mean technically, I just mean it's a case of standing still and working out your moves and killing everyone on the levels to move on to the next one while dodging their shots like a badass. But I had a hell of a lot of fun going through this one, and I really would highly recommend that you all give it a go. Let's start with Doom Backrooms, or maybe just Backrooms, or Backdooms, whatever you want to call it. This is a simple one-level mod for Doom 2 based on the backroom craze that I don't really know anything about. As far as I can tell, it's one of those internet things where they put some creepy monsters in a maze-like office-looking area, and I've seen it on the Steam store and other versions available on the Oculus Quest. And that's what this mod is, sort of, I'm guessing. Basically, it's a huge maze filled with confusing corridors, dead ends and hidden walls that you need to navigate through. The idea is to find 3 buttons hidden in the level. Pressing them will open up new areas, but you're not told where, so you've got to keep running around like a madman. Eventually, when they've all been pressed, the exit will open and the level is done. Of course, as it's a backrooms thing, there's going to be some creepy ass monsters wandering around that will jump out and make you shit yourself. Except no, there aren't. There's only one monster in the level, and it turns out it's that Commander Keen sprite that is in one of the secret levels from the original Doom 2 game. That was a bit of a letdown. I was expecting something to pop out and scare me. But no, so really this mod just boils down to wandering around a massive empty maze full of beige walls until you find the exit. Not the most exciting thing. It only takes about 5 minutes to play through. It doesn't really have any new assets, textures or anything like that. But, you know, it's alright. I guess it does what it sets out to do, and it could be that I'm being dumb and I meant to mix this with another mod that adds some scary monsters, but as it is, it's just a little boring and pointless, and not one that I'd recommend. Time for one that I'm surprised it took me so long to check out. This is Duke Nukem Doom, which, as you'd expect, lets you play as Duke Nukem in the Doom world, bringing weapons, enemies, one-liners and babes from the awesome Duke Nukem 3D. Now, the version I got didn't include any levels, so I have to give a shout out to the amazing compendium map pack that I found online that gives you easy access to dozens of huge varied campaigns featuring hundreds of levels across just about every theme you can think of. Link is in the description below, because I love you all. Here I'm playing the Final Countdown map pack, as it seemed the most Duke-like from the selection, being set in real-world locations in a big city. It's a cool map pack, but it's bloody hard and the levels are very maze-like, which I guess all Doom levels are really. Anyway, the Duke Nukem mod does exactly what you'd expect it to. You've got Duke's mighty boot, his pistol, shotgun, ripper cannon, RPG, pipe bombs, devastator. You know what, I already said it has all the weapons, so you know what I mean by that. But yeah, they all work perfectly here, and they do things like they would do in the proper Duke Nukem 3D game. There's even a few new weapons that I didn't recognise, which could be new to this game, or they might just be from Duke Nukem 3D expansion packs that I haven't played, like the electric gun, which is really powerful and causes enemies to explode. In fact, this might be from Duke Nukem 64. You can also dual wield the pistols now, which is cool, and there's even a double barrel shotgun which is very powerful, and might be the one from Blood, but don't quote me on that. All the enemies here are replaced with ones from Duke's outing as well, but they seem to be more dangerous here, taking a fair bit more punishment and dishing it out just as well. As with the weapons, there's also some new ones in here as well. Again, these might just be from the other games or expansion packs that I don't know. Some of the new enemies are just colour variants on the usual ones, but of course, like in classic video game ways, it means they're more powerful, faster and harder to kill. Other new ones are kind of robot-like enemies that really pack a punch, and that sort of thing. They do all fit in, and the gameplay is almost your classic Duke. I say almost, as while a lot of the time I would forget I was playing this in Doom, other times it was kind of noticeable. Usually it's when you have to shoot an enemy that's high up, as Doom auto-locks onto certain things, usually on the same plane as you. I wouldn't be able to shoot an enemy that was above me because the game was prioritising the plant pot in front of me, even if you're aiming up, and for some reason it would just aim at the plant pot. Also, when you're using the jetpack, I couldn't find a way to change my height. I'd basically just fly straight to the top of the environment with no way to come down, other than just turning off the jetpack. The only other real noticeable thing is with the pipe bombs. The physics and hitboxes while using them are definitely not as good as they are in the real game, but that's alright as there's plenty of other weapons to choose from. Thankfully the gore is intact, and actually I think there's more of it here. The enemies even have new death animations, I believe. But probably my biggest gripe with this one is just how much the screen shakes and wobbles when you shoot. It's very distracting, especially when using weapons like the ripper cannon. It makes it hard to see what the hell's going on. But overall, this is a really great mod. You can play through the regular games with it if you want to, but I'd recommend using some random map packs to really mix things up. How about this then? A mod that turns Doom 2 into the NES version of Friday the 13th. This is a cool total conversion thing where, as the Doom guy, you've got to explore Camp Crystal Lake and its surrounding areas to stop Jason from killing all the camp councillors, and it's much easier said than done. This mod has done a fantastic job of recreating the entire NES game in the Doom engine, and it actually looks really cool in 3D. You'll explore the cabins, forests, caves, and the lake, and even some hidden areas where you'll have to try and stop Jason on his killing spree. The trouble with it is that it's basically a perfect port of the NES game, where you often have no idea what the hell you're meant to be doing or where you need to go. Basically, it's a race against the clock, and you've got to get all around the cabins in the world where you've got to light the fires in them. Jason's afraid of fire, so won't go in the houses that have a lit one. Then you've got to collect a bunch of weapons, including your pistol, a knife, machete, axe, crossbow, even a shotgun, and you'll need these to take down Jason if you see him. As you explore, you'll need to find the camp councillors and get them out of the cabins and into the ones with the fire in them, but Jason is also wandering around all over the place killing them off. And what's cool is that you actually see the corpses of any councillors around the map where they've been killed. On top of this, there's actually Jason copycats that will appear randomly that you'll need to fight. These fights are kind of rare, but tough, so when they happen they're pretty intense. Jason and the copycats throw axes at you and take a hell of a lot of firepower to put down. As you explore, you'll also find keys that are used to open new areas that contain probably the best weapons and even a few other surprises. Gameplay wise, that is the real bulk of it. You need to explore every route available on the map, as they don't always take you where you'd expect them to, and a lot of memorization is needed to remember where you've been and which paths to take to the woods, the caves or the cabins. What's nice is that you find paper scraps that give you small hints as to where to go and what to do. They aren't a massive help, but still infinitely more help than what you get in the actual NES game. I've never actually managed to save a single councillor in my 3 or 4 tries. I doubt I ever will. In this or the NES game, that is. But it's still somehow kind of fun to go around and try and figure out what the hell you need to do. In fact, think about it, I've never actually seen a councillor that hasn't been murdered. My bad. The sprites here are really cool and look just like the NES game, with some of those sprites actually being used here. More importantly, the music is great, using samples from the films, and it did actually make me jump at one point, with a scream that came out of nowhere when someone was killed. I'm not sure if I'll ever really go back to this one, but it is still one that I would definitely recommend checking out. Now here's a random one. Someone has converted the SNES cult game Hong Kong 97 into Doom. For those of you that don't know, Hong Kong 97 is a really odd unlicensed SNES game where you are Bruce Lee's cousin Chin and you've got to take down a Chinese dictator. It's a shooter in the style of Space Invaders where you're at the bottom of the screen and have to shoot everything above you. It's kind of famous for being terrible, but also because it features digitized sprites of actual dead bodies, as well as Saddam Hussein and the disembodied head of Deng Xiaoping, a long-dead dictator. So yeah, makes sense to put this in Doom. The story and gameplay here are largely the same as the SNES game. Well, actually, I say that, I've never played the SNES one. I've only seen that AVGN video on it. But the gameplay here sees you as Doom Guy and you're at the bottom of the screen. You can only move left and right and shoot. You've only got your pistol and that's it. There's ammo boxes that respawn every level, so you're unlikely ever to run out. Then there's a single image that is repeated in the background like a bad 90s wallpaper that spins around you as enemies spawn in. You just get the zombie men and imps, and you've got to kill as many as you can and survive until the boss turns up. Enemies only take one hit, and the zombie men shoot plasma shots at you, not bullets, giving you something of a chance to dodge them as you can only move left and right, but it doesn't help too much. Oh, and when you do kill them, a great JPEG of an explosion appears, and the corpse is a JPEG of a dead body. But this is also what happens in the SNES game, so it's accurate. The boss is just a massive version of Doom Guy's face that's at the bottom of the screen. It appears after a minute or so, and is basically a reskinned cyber demon that fires rockets at you that pretty much kill you instantly. It is possible to beat him and to move on to the next level, where the whole thing just repeats seemingly forever. It's actually incredibly difficult, and I ended up resorting to cheats so I could see what changes, and it seems like nothing really. I played for about 20 minutes, and I'm not entirely sure how I managed that long, and other than the background changing to a new picture, the gameplay remains exactly the same. The SNES version does actually have an ending and a bunch of levels, so it is entirely possible that this mod is the same and does have an ending, but I'll be honest, I just didn't want to play it enough to find out. Now, it's hard to say that this is a bad mod, as actually it appears to mirror the source material perfectly, which technically makes it a really good mod. It's just that the source material is awful, and so is playing this. Except the music. The music is incredible. Hotline UAC is a great conversion that brings in the gameplay from the awesome Hotline Miami games to Doom, and it works incredibly well, but holy shit is it hard. Hotline Miami is all about super fast gameplay, quick reflexes, and surprisingly tactical planning. This is a gameplay conversion mod that, as far as I know, doesn't have any of its own levels, so just use it with whatever map pack you prefer. But how does it work? Well, you choose from a few characters, though as far as I could tell there wasn't much difference at all. Then you play through the game as normal, except now, all enemies, and you, die in just one shot. Well, that's not entirely true, as some weapons stun but don't kill. Human enemies have been replaced with sprites that mimic the ones from the Hotline Miami games, but other monsters all appear to be untouched, though they do move a hell of a lot faster. A lot of new weapons have been added here, in fact they're all brand new. There's new pistols, shotguns, baseball bats, bricks, knives, swords, and even bottles you can throw at people. There's just so much. Pressing the left mouse button attacks as you'd expect with your weapon, but pressing the right mouse button lets you throw whatever weapon you're holding. Throwing becomes very important, as weapons are randomized every time. You rarely find ammo for guns, and swapping weapons is a big part of the gameplay here, but be careful as you actually have to press the action button to pick up and swap weapons out. So if you're out of ammo, you can't just run over a new weapon to grab it. This is where throwing comes into play, as you can throw your empty gun at enemies to knock them over and they'll drop their weapon in the process. You can only carry one weapon at a time, but thankfully enemies don't ever pick up weapons, only drop them, and you can still punch people if you don't have a weapon. There's also health pickups and armour, which can help you take one extra hit every now and then, but really you'll be dying almost instantly all the time, so I largely ignored these for the most part, as you still need to press the button to pick them up, and I didn't like not being focused on the enemies.
Overall though, this is a really fun mod that definitely caters to Doom veterans. It's really damn tough, but that's the whole point. It's also incredibly addictive, as you learn to remember the enemy placement, and sneaking around taking out enemies silently with knives is great fun, until you're spotted and it turns into a frantic fight for survival, usually one that I don't survive. But yeah, definitely check this one out. Next up is a mod that I didn't expect to work. It's Mortal Kombat Doom. This is a mod that lets you choose from 9 Mortal Kombat characters, including Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Cyrax, Smoke and Raiden. Essentially it's just a weapons mod where the game stays the same and all that changes are the weapons you use depending on the character you choose. That was fun to say. So once again I have combined it with the Compendium map pack to play different characters in different campaigns. And man, this mod is so well done. Each of the 9 characters has attacks based on their special moves from the Mortal Kombat games. So Sub-Zero can freeze enemies, use his ice axes and swords and so on. Scorpion's got his get over here move, flame swords and even his finisher where he pulls off his hood to reveal his skull and shoots fire. Smoke has various smoke attacks, Rain has water attacks and Raiden shoots lightning and so on. I really was impressed with how well it all worked as well. The weapons aren't all available from the start and you've got to collect them the same way you would guns in the regular game, but I recommend doing what I did and immediately using the IDFA cheat to get all the weapons. All characters can use their fists to attack as well, and these are still powerful and actually very useful. They all have their proper grunts, screams and noises from the games as well, and it's just a really good fit to have these characters in the Doom universe. What's cool is that they've really changed up the physics in the game as well to match the attacks. So Scorpion's get over here move does actually drag enemies towards you, where you can then press the right mouse button to swing your sword and finish them off. There's quite a few little touches like this for you to figure out, which is good fun. The robot characters have their electro net things, and you can actually trap enemies in the nets to make them defenseless. This is just really cool. There is a very good mix of melee and ranged weapons here. A lot of the time the melee weapons are actually more powerful, but of course you get to get up close to attack with them. Some of the characters do seem to have a bit better moves than others, but none are particularly bad, and I was surprised at how fully implemented the weapons and attacks were. They all worked as you'd expect them to and didn't glitch out or anything. The only thing that was a bit of a shame is that a couple of the characters share an attack or two, but really that's a small gripe considering each character has about 10 weapons each, so there's dozens of new ones here to try, and as I said, they work really well in Doom. So yeah, if you're into Mortal Kombat, definitely check this one out, or if you're like me and you don't really like the Mortal Kombat games, this is still a fun one to check out as it works really well in Doom. Play it with your favourite map packs to see if you can finish them. Sorry. Plants vs Demons is another weapon-only mod, so yep, I'm back using the Compendium map pack here. This mod, as you probably guessed, replaces all the weapons in the game with plants from the funky Plants vs Zombies game series, so you can finally try to take down a cyber demon using only vegetation. The pistol is replaced with a pea shooter, which is surprisingly decent, shooting peas that do some decent damage. The shotgun is replaced with the pineapple launcher thing that flings seeds. It's quite powerful but doesn't have very good range. The super shotgun is a more powerful version that's like a watermelon flinging thing, which is the same but much more powerful but fires much slower. The chain gun is replaced with a rapid fire pea shooter that is probably my favourite weapon. It's powerful and fires in short bursts. The rocket launcher is now a corn on the cob shooter. It's very slow to fire, taking a second or two after you've pressed the button, but it is powerful, though I didn't tend to use it that much. The plasma gun is replaced with a purple mushroom that fires bubbles. This is a really good weapon to use as it's fast and powerful. The BFG is replaced with an evil mushroom that's basically a nuclear bomb. It's a really cool weapon that kills most enemies in just one hit and definitely clears out a room. All the weapons are actually very fun to use, and they work like they would do in the Plants vs Zombies game. The graphics on them are really good as well. They're all 3D models which look and animate very well. Now the only Plants vs Zombies game that I've actually played is the original one, which I played through on the Xbox 360. I've never played any of the bigger 3D versions, so these might have been taken directly from one of those, I've got no idea. Either way though, I really like the way they look and play. And really that's all there is to the mod. It's just a simple weapon swap. It can be tough, as these don't always fire like you'd expect, but it's still fun to play through with them, having the added challenge. Next up is Sonic Locked and Loaded, and man, people love to make Sonic mods, don't they? Obviously this one is based on the Sonic the Hedgehog games, and you know what, I really like it. You can choose to play as either Sonic, Classic Sonic, Amy or Shadow through a bunch of really large original levels that combine a whole lot of shooting with a whole lot of platforming. There really is quite a lot here. Each character plays quite differently, which I was pretty surprised at. Sonic can run, double jump and do a homing attack. In fact, you know what, they can all do that. When you aim at an enemy or an item box, you get an indicator on the screen. From here you press the melee button, which you assign yourself, and you dive in for a really powerful melee attack. This is really fun to do, and you can combine it with your regular attacks for massive damage. As you'd expect, rings give you health back, and if you take a hit, you'll lose a chunk of health and drop all the rings, so you do have a quick chance to collect them back up again. There's also blue rings. These give you energy, which is actually your ammo. There's loads of new weapons here, and they all use the same ammo type, it's just some use more ammo than others. You've got the regular pistol, and there's a double-barreled shotgun, a crossbow, plasma gun, railgun, rocket launcher, and more. You've even got Sonic's sword from Sonic and the Black Knight, and Amy uses her hammer, and so on. If you're playing as Classic Sonic, you actually can't use weapons at all. Instead, you have to spin dash into enemies to kill them by pressing the right mouse button to charge it up. Amy's hammer is very powerful, and she has a few different laser-based weapons, and Shadow, being the gun-toting rebel he is, has a load of massive assault rifles and such. But each character still has that lock-on attack, which should be combined with various shots or even other melee attacks for some devastating combos. It's so satisfying to launch yourself into a group of enemies and take out most of them without taking any damage yourself. Being a Sonic game, it's also really fast, and the new levels really lend themselves well to the new gameplay style. There's orbs all over the place that you have to melee attack to activate. This opens doors or moves the scene around and things like that, to let you progress. You can also do wall jumps and slides, which you'll need to do to get around. There's a fair bit of parkour needed here, and being able to wall jump saved my ass on multiple occasions from falling down bottomless pits. Luckily, it's really easy to do and very fun. The levels also look really good, with Sonic textures, and they're loosely based on worlds from Sonic. There aren't a whole load of them, but what's nice is that you get a hub world where you can access the levels, though you do have to complete certain ones for others to open, and there's even levels that only certain characters can get to with their movesets. It's all been designed very well. It's definitely not easy though. I always play on Hurt Me Plenty, and I was getting my ass kicked a fair bit, mainly due to the enemies also having a speed and power increase in the mod. It makes fighting Cyberdemons and even Arachnotrons really tough. But it's a really fun mod that looks good, got loads of new game mechanics, and is highly recommended. Next is Star Wars Doom, which is a really old mod being released way back in 1994 if you can believe it. This one might be a bit tenuous to say that it's based on another game, but it uses assets from the Dark Forces game, so I've included it here. As you can guess, it's a mod that changes Doom into a loose retelling of the first movie. You sort of play as every character from the film from the sounds of it, as depending on what you do, you hear various sound clips from the film, like if you try to open a locked door, you'll hear Han Solo say you can't go that way, but if you get a weapon, you'll hear either Yoda or Obi-Wan say something. So basically let's just say it's an homage to Star Wars and you're not playing as a specific character. All the levels are brand new, and each one is based on a location from the film. None of them are named, so I kind of have to guess, but the first one seems to be the prisons where you're trying to rescue Leia, then later on I found the trash compactor where you discover an incredible smell, and so on. But the levels are all kinda samey, and they're very large and can be incredibly confusing to get around, with teleporters that take you to all sorts of random places, but with enough exploring you will eventually find your way out. As you can see, all the enemies and weapons have been given the Star Wars treatment. There's stormtroopers, droids, the red wearing people things that look tough, and imps have been given a slight makeover, and I now think they're meant to be evil Wookiees, as they make Wookiee sounds. I even bumped into Darth Vader at a few random points, and I blew his ass to hell. The weapons are a mixture of ones from Dark Forces and some others that I didn't recognise. They might be original for this, or maybe they're from other FPS games that I'm just not familiar with. Let me know in the comments below. Everything here is just a reskin of the usual weapons, so they don't actually act any differently to the normal Doom guns, but they just have that look of the Star Wars style, and there's no extra functionality, but that's not really a bad thing. The sprites all look decent enough, and the enemies I believe are mostly taken from the Dark Forces game. The only thing that looks kinda crappy is the lightsaber that replaces the chainsaw, and it sees you just sort of point it in front of you and walk into people. You don't swing it or anything like that. I played this mod for just over an hour, and I do have to say I did have fun playing it, but the confusing level design did start to drag, and I was only on the third level after all that time. Each of the levels looks very similar, but they've done a good job of giving it a Star Wars feel, and at times you really could tell what part of the films you were meant to be playing. If you like Star Wars, then this is worth a look out of curiosity, but I have been told since that there's a better Star Wars mod by someone called Zin that I should try. So I'll be doing that at some point. Maybe I should do a Doom mods based on movies. What do you reckon? And finally for today, here is Treasure Tech, a mod that was recommended to me and basically the reason I made another mods based on video games video. This is a really cool mod that was loosely based on the Wario World series of games. Here, Doom Guy finds out that a load of treasure has been discovered in the world of Doom, so sets out to collect it Wario style. This mod only has one original level, which is a training level, but it keeps saying that there are more on the way, so until they arrive you've got to either play the training level, or once you've done that you can just play it alongside any of your usual map packs. Anyway, here you will find treasure all over the place that you want to collect, because you're a greedy bastard. Sadly, there's also a ton of monsters all over the place, but that's alright, as you're Doom Guy. All the weapons have been replaced with brand new ones that are very cartoony. You can only carry a couple at a time, and you still have the usual pistols, shotguns, machine guns, rocket launchers, and so on, but they all work very differently with new firing speeds, firing modes, power, and even secondary functions. There's homing attacks that will stick at enemies and explode, friendly bees that will chase enemies and sting them to death, and more. The weapons here are also really creative, though I've got to say that some of them just feel awful to use thanks to really slow fire rates and reload speeds, but that all adds to the challenge and there's plenty of weapons to choose from, so you usually have the ones that you like in your loadout. But on top of this, you've got a bunch of other abilities and moves that you can do that really are fun to use. Firstly, you can jump really high to reach secret areas and ledges that contain sexy treasure. You also have a charge attack where you can shoulder barge enemies. This is pretty powerful and is actually really good for clearing out groups of enemies. When I got used to it, I ended up using it a hell of a lot. You do have to be careful though, as you can still be attacked while charging people. If you're using your fists, which are a lot more powerful now by the way, you can smash certain blocks to find treasure or switches, and you can even pick up enemies to throw them at each other, which is really fun to do, but again, getting in close can mean you take a few hits. You even have a ground pound attack, where you can jump in the air and smash your fists into the floor to break certain floor blocks or to hurt enemies. To be fair, this is quite hard to use, so I didn't really bother a lot of the time. In the training level, and I'm assuming upcoming levels made for the mod, once you've collected the big treasures, to open the exit you press a frog lever, and of course the timer appears and you've got to escape before it runs out. This is good fun, and loads of enemies spawn in, which can make it tricky, but it's also a good excuse to use up any remaining ammo in your weapons. The levels all look great as well, with some excellent textures, and I really like the lighting here. You even get a cool intro sequence to set the mood. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on this mod for the new levels when they're released, and I do recommend giving it a check out in the meantime. Let's start with Batman Rogue City, a really cool mod that pits you as Batman, and you have to take down dozens of his rogue gallery. You've got the usuals like Joker, Penguin, Mr. Freeze and Bane, as well as the lesser known ones like Killer Moth, Calendar Man and Professor Pig, which is a really nice touch. The story is a normal Batman one really. Bane has attacked the city, and as such a load of criminals are on the loose from Arkham Asylum, and it's up to Batman to get them all back in their jail cells. This mod takes you through more than 10 pretty large and tough levels, with levels following the usual Doom formula of having to navigate maze-like stages, collecting keys or finding switches that open new areas to explore. But it does it really damn well. You'll fight through docks where Bane's henchmen are being helped out by Firefly, then you're in some sewers where Killer Croc is hiding, and you'll find Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy and the Mad Hatter still lurking around Arkham Asylum. Then you'll need to get to Penguin's bar to take him down. There really is a lot here. And while not every enemy has their own dedicated level, where they do show up kind of makes sense, and you never really know when you're going to bump into one of them. It's not all bosses though, as there are plenty of other henchmen to fight, each of which is related to whichever bosses you're going to find on that level, which is really fun. You'll need to find and defeat all the bosses on the level to move on, as they tend to have the item you need to open a door. Batman has a decent arsenal of weapons. You've got your fists and feet of course, which are pretty powerful, but you'll need to be up close, which is very dangerous, as most enemies have guns and will kill you fairly quickly. Then there's a lot of bat weapons to use. You've got bat bowlers, which are decent but have a short range, batarangs, which will likely be your main weapon. These can be thrown on their own or in threes as a spread attack. You've got a taser and a few other bat gadgets that replace the plasma BFG, but I haven't found them yet. Being Batman, you're also pretty agile. You've got customizable controls here, and you'll want to go into the options so you can assign your double jump, wall jump, and they are both essential in getting around the large levels. You also have your back grapple, which I actually used mostly instead of wall jumping, to be honest. It's great and can attach to any surface, letting you get around levels with ease. You can even sneak up on enemies and take them out silently, but I was crap at that, so just went in batarangs blazing. You'll find hostages in every level, and rescuing them will give you health back, and you can also find various food and health kits in the levels as well. I do really love the graphics here. They've done a great job taking enemies from other games like Strike or Wolfenstein, but giving them a Batman flavour. The bosses especially look fantastic and have their own attacks. Mr. Freeze will actually freeze you, for example, and being set on fire by enemies causes chip damage. There's a lot more here than just a reskin of stuff. Clearly a lot of effort went into it. And it's not easy. In fact, it's pretty damn hard. The level design is tricky, and some of them did have me wandering around for ages being completely lost, but that is a normal thing for me as I'm not very smart. And often it was because I forgot to look up and use the grappling hook to get on top of buildings or something like that. And the enemies pack a punch too. I played on the Dark Knight difficulty, and it took me a good few tries just to get past the first level, because I suck. But I had to keep playing, and while I haven't finished it yet, I will be doing so, as there's even Batmobile levels in here. Just coming across all the villains in the game is always a thrill and well worth your time, especially if you're a fan of the Bat. Community is Falling 3 is a massive mod that essentially keeps the Doom gameplay but introduces new weapons, enemies, levels, and a very odd story. Now, I believe the story and mod here are all based on true events, and this mod is either designed to take the piss out of those events, or this person really has some anger issues towards them. It's kind of hard to tell which one is true. In a nutshell, there was a leak of a bunch of stuff within the modding community, and various people within the Z-Doom and Doom World communities started blaming each other for the leaks and problems, and things basically escalated there in a way that only these sort of things, that nerdy people can escalate things. Now, according to the readme that comes with the mod, this is a joke one, but you know the old saying of a lot of truth is said in jest, it kind of makes me think of that. Anyway, loser nerds that take things too seriously aside, this is actually a pretty enjoyable mod, and I did like a lot of what I saw. You spend your time in a few locations, and it's kind of like The Matrix, where you're a character in the Z-Doom community cyberspace, and you have to go around talking to other people in the space, and eventually you'll be given a mission by one of them, and it can sometimes be hard to find who you need to speak to. But to be fair, the areas aren't massive, and you can usually find them with a bit of exploring. You'll want to talk to almost everyone though, as you can sometimes be given items, keys, or even money by some of them. And you even have shops here. Most items here are held in your inventory and not used immediately, so you can buy and save health kits for whenever you need them later on. When you're sent on a mission, you enter the Doom World servers. Here, almost everyone you meet is an enemy that needs a killing. And you get a bunch of new weapons and enemies here, a lot of which are ripped out of everyone's favourite FPS game, PO'd. You even get the cleaver and frying pan to smack enemies in the face with, and you get a bunch of laser pistols, rockets, machine guns and so on, each replacing their respective gun in regular Doom. I actually like the weapon selection here. Enemies are a mixture of slightly tweaked regular ones from Doom, as well as newly drawn ones that are meant to represent the whingy bitches from the servers. These are very Microsoft Paint in terms of look, and it is kind of funny. You also get the butts and lips from PO'd to take down. There are lots of levels here, and I am only 3 or 4 levels in so far, so there's probably more enemies that I'll come across along the way, and I imagine there'll probably be quite a fun final boss. I do plan on going back to see what happens. I really like that the levels are all set out quite nicely. You'll need to hunt for keys to get anywhere, of course, and it's classic Doom in that sense. And what I do like is that when you're in the servers, you have to make choices on what to say to people. Sometimes it doesn't matter what you choose, but other times saying the wrong thing will get you attacked or mean you won't get an item or something like that. So I do recommend saving often when you're chatting with people. So yeah, I do think that this mod is well worth taking a look at. It's got some really edgy writing, and yes, that was sarcastic, and whether or not it's meant to be tongue-in-cheek isn't really important. I don't care about online politics, but I still find some of this quite amusing, and I really did enjoy playing it. I do recommend turning down the obnoxiously loud music though, that was a bit of a killer. But yeah, check it out. Next up is a far more simple mod. It is Doom Guy's Bad Dream. It couldn't be more basic, but that is absolutely by design. As far as I can tell, this is a simple one-level mod where Doom Guy is having a bad dream, and he's trapped in a bunch of interconnected corridors that have no exit. As soon as you start the level, you see a creepy looking character with a creepypasta face. He just stares into the distance, but if he sees you, he'll disappear, only to reappear in your face, killing you with a blood-curdling scream. You are armed with a pistol that has 6 shots, but even if you shoot the evil bastard with all 6 shots, it still doesn't die. So basically this mod, as far as I can tell, is just one that lets you see how long you can last for. The evil creature will disappear and reappear every now and then, but will always be just a few steps behind you, so you're going to want to keep moving if you want to be okay. If you take a wrong turn though, you're done for. I did do some experimenting with the cheats here just to see what happened and if there was another level I could get to, but I couldn't seem to get to one. I tried the no clipping cheat to see if there are any hidden rooms, but I couldn't find any. I tried the all weapons and keys cheat, and there were no more weapons or keys, just this one pistol, though you did get a ton of ammo, and I must have shot the bad guy about 100 times and it still didn't die, so I'm assuming it never will. Also, you can shoot the monster while it's invisible, and you'll see some blood splats. This is a good way of knowing whereabouts it is, and if you're about to have your face eaten. And finally, I did even try God mode, but that doesn't work here. You will still die, no matter what. And honestly, that's all there is to the mod. You just run around a small environment for as long as you can, trying to avoid the monster man. It is kinda pointless, but it's also kinda fun. It'd be good to time yourself against your friends when you're having a game night to see who can last the longest, and whoever loses has to eat that soggy biscuit. Something a bit more crazy now, here is HackX, I think that's how you say it. This is a massive mod set in the future, where you are a hacker battling a rogue AI that has itself a bunch of crazy followers, as well as a robot army that are being a bunch of bastards, so you've got to travel across the world to kill them in the face. There's a whopping 21 levels here, as well as all new enemies and weapons. And the levels here are massive, with plenty of secrets in them, often taking around 30 minutes to beat. At least they did for me, but I'm stupid, don't forget. You'll be exploring corporate buildings which are packed with verticality, often needing you to go up and down to various floors in order to find the keys and puzzles you need. There's also plenty of buttons to open secret passages or other doors that are really well hidden and often tiny. This is usually where my issues came about, because it's very easy to miss a button or switch, and there's times where even when you do find one, whatever it activates is on a timer, so you've then got to try and figure out what the hell it actually did. At least that's how it went for me. But that's not to say it's bad, it's just a bit more complex than I'm used to, and I wasn't expecting levels with so much depth to them. It's never a case of just getting to the end. You don't get objectives or anything like that, so it is a case of getting to the end, but it's never just that simple. I mentioned earlier that you go to various countries, though this isn't ever really that obvious, as most of the levels are indoors, though there is still a decent variety there. All the weapons here are new. You've got a pistol, shotgun, Uzi, rocket launcher and so on, so basically the same types of weapons, but they've been given a futuristic makeover, and I especially like the shotgun, which appears to be a reskin of the Revenant gun from the Brutal Doom mod, though it might be from something else that I haven't played. The same can be said about the other weapons. I didn't recognise any of them, and I think they're all new for this mod, but do tell me otherwise if that's not the case. The same goes for enemies. There's a few obvious reskins, like the fat blob men that are reskins of the Mancubus, but as well as those you get ogre-looking grunts, killer robots, flying killer robots, cave-dwelling mutants, and more. I really like the enemies, although I have to say they don't always seem like they're from the same games. The robot enemies look like they're made for this mod, and the more organic ones really gave me Witch Haven vibes, but that's okay, Witch Haven is definitely a guilty pleasure of mine. There aren't any new mechanics introduced here, it's just a lot of running around and finding stuff and killing. You can't even jump, which was annoying at times because I wanted to jump a lot, but it's a Doom mod so I shouldn't really expect jumping, should I? But yeah, this one is really cool. It's taking me ages to get through thanks to the huge complex levels. They can be frustrating at times with a lot of running around aimlessly, coupled with some instant death trap parts, which you can drown in, which are never fun, but other than that, I do definitely recommend giving it a go. Doom Hellfire is a weapon and HUD mod giving you access to a bunch of new weapons, some of which are cool and fun to use, and others that are just a little bit crap. As it's just a weapon mod, I have coupled it with the frankly essential Compendium map pack that has dozens of huge maps in one easy place. So yeah, this is a simple enough mod. You get a cool HUD upgrade where in the bottom corner you have a bar representing your health and armour.
In the other corner you have your ammo count, which isn't a number but instead a bunch of bullet pictures that slowly diminishes as you shoot stuff in their face. Then in the top left you have the stats that you usually have at the end of the level, with how many kills, items and secrets you found on that level. I really like having these things in an easily visible thing on the screen at all times. But the main things here are the weapons, and there's quite a few, 20 in fact, some of which even have a secondary attack mode. You've got a knife, which is actually pretty damn powerful, but of course you've got to be up close and slash with it or stab with the secondary mode, both of which are pretty effective but dangerous to use. Then there's the pistol, which is also fun to use and pretty damn powerful. I actually really love using pistols in games, and I really like when they're given a decent fire rate and strength. There's the shotgun, which I think has actually been ruined here. It's got a rapid fire mode now as its primary, which is very fast but incredibly weak, taking about 5 or 6 shots just to kill a normal enemy, but there is no pump reloading needed. The secondary function is a more powerful pump action shot that does kill enemies in just a couple of shots. You've got a double barrel shotgun, which is decent and basically just has a different reload animation to the regular Doom one. The chain gun's replaced with a nail gun, which is fine. It does have a slower rate of fire but is powerful, though it doesn't seem to have a good range. You also get an assault rifle, which is a much better rapid fire weapon, though it eats through ammo really fast. That secondary function is a flamethrower, which is awesome, but again it really eats through the ammo. Then you've got a rocket launcher, which can fire rapid fire rockets, which is cool but deadly against yourself if you're not careful. Then there's secondary fire, which is a grenade-like attack. You also get C4 you can throw, which is powerful but has a short range. Plasma is replaced with a different type of plasma gun, which is really good one to use. It's powerful and has lots of ammo, and the secondary fire here is a railgun. You gotta love railguns. Then there's the BFG, which is basically the same with a new skin. And that's it really. You just get a bunch of new weapons to use on any of your favourite map packs, as long as they don't come with their own weapons, that is. They are a mixed bag. Most of them are fun to use, but the fact that they ruined the shotgun and gave you a kind of crappy minigun replacement is a shame, but there's enough good weapons to outweigh it. There's actually a few more additions here, like a PvP mode and some more multiplayer modes, so if that's your bag you might want to take a look, but I'm not really into playing with other people. But if you think it looks cool, give it a go. Here is Genesis, with a J because it's cool. This is purely a map pack that is deliberately designed to try and recreate the look and feel of the original Doom and Doom 2 levels, and I've got to say, it does a really good job of it. I can't put my finger on what it is, but if you're familiar with the Doom games, then you'll feel it too. There is a slightly updated HUD giving a new look, but in terms of weapons and enemies they are all the classic ones with no new additions, which is a bit of a shame, but also kind of the point. You get a massive 32 levels here, which range in size, some taking just a few minutes to get through, others that can have you exploring for ages. There isn't really a story to go along with the maps, but they are all loosely connected, with you starting at a treatment plant and battling your way through tons of monsters, doing the classic key hunting, where you eventually get to a canal, and then to some more water treatment plants, refineries, city ruins, old battlefields, underground science labs, and eventually into a level that is somewhat familiar. Each of the levels uses assets from the original Doom games, though sometimes in places you might not expect to see them. The README does suggest that there's new graphics in here, but honestly I don't remember seeing any, so they might mean more that they have taken bits from various levels and patched them together, though don't quote me on that, I'm not a Doom expert, I just like playing the damn thing. Playing all the levels, or the 12 I've gotten through so far at least, really does give off old school vibes of the original Doom games. The look of the levels of course uses the assets, which helps, but there's also something really familiar about the way that they're laid out. There's a great use of enemy placements and weapon locations, making progression feel good but still challenging. There's also the classic slime and lava pits with a single teleporter in there if you get into trouble. And the use of other assets like the skulls on walls and candles are very Doom 1. And that's all there is really to say. It's just a map pack, but it has a great feel to it and really made me want to keep playing. The levels are tough. Again, I always start off playing on Hurt Me Plenty, and I did get hurt plenty, but it was never unfair. You just have to be careful and make sure you check what's around a corner before you run into a room like an idiot like I do, so revenants don't shoot your rocket up your ass. Of course, you could also combine this with Brutal Doom, or maybe even the Hellfire mod from earlier, if you wanted to make it feel a little different. Either way, do check this one out.
Project Osiris is a really cool mod that transforms Doom into the classic Amiga game Alien Breed 3D, named Project Osiris because that's the name of the ship in the game. The story here is that pesky scientists have been combining human and alien DNA, creating all sorts of monsters and creatures that are causing a bunch of havoc, so it's your duty to kill them all and stop the evil scientists, showing them that science is a load of baloney and they should believe in God instead, because he's the only real creator. Am I right, Jesus nuts? It may shock you to know that I've never played the original game on the Amiga, but I have seen an episode of GameSack that had it featured. And man, I bloody love GameSack. If you haven't watched any of it, you should. It's probably my favourite gaming channel by far. Anyway, this remake for GZ Doom has all 16 levels, all the enemies, and all the weapons. They've been brought across pretty faithfully from what I know, and given an upgrade in terms of graphics, and presumably the game has never played better, running on the GZ Doom engine in all its glory. In terms of gameplay, there isn't really a whole lot to say, as it's basically just your standard Doom clone style game. You're in a bunch of maze-like levels ranging from space bases to space caves and other space things. The levels are packed with enemies, and there's a cool variety here with new ones popping up all over the place fairly regularly. You've got soldier blokies that come armed with a few varieties of weapons, as well as a range of aliens, dog-like things, and even flying ones that look like beholders, and even get some robot enemies in here as well. As with any game like this, they tend to introduce the tougher ones as you progress. You also have some pretty fun weapons to use. Your starting weapon is a surprisingly good machine gun that I found myself using quite a lot. It's reasonably powerful, though it can eat through ammo if you're not careful. There is a shotgun, which is a powerful one but slow, a laser gun, a grenade launcher, and actually that's the only ones I've gotten so far, but they're all fun to use. If you run out of ammo, you have to go back to your trusty knife, but that's alright as it's pretty powerful as well. And actually running out of ammo can be quite easy to do if you're not careful. Most enemies will drop some for you to grab, but you only get a handful of bullets, like literally 5 or 6. The ammo packs found around the levels are really what you want to grab, and sometimes you're kind of better off knifing the weaker enemies at times, at least on the higher difficulties. I also found that just using one weapon for a while helped out a fair bit, giving the other ones time to build up a supply of ammo. Be careful though, as the game doesn't auto-switch when you run out of bullets, so if you're not paying attention or panicking, then you'll just be clicking an empty weapon. The level design here is actually pretty good. None of the levels are particularly large, and you could probably beat this whole thing in about 3 or 4 hours, but honestly, for me these days, that's ideal. I actually really enjoyed playing this, and I'm kind of glad that it's here rather than on the Amiga that I played it first. I'm sure purists will hate it, but I prefer the smooth GZ experience, and while it's not exactly anything mind-blowing, it's actually a really fun game, and a port that's clearly had a lot of time and effort put into it that I recommend checking out. Here's a strange one, it's Poom, Morbin Madness. I will share the official description from the ModDB website with you here, as I don't really understand what most of the words here mean. You are Jared Morbius Leto, ready to sweep the streets of Cincinnati and clean the town of disgusting menace that is the Cradle of Filth Army. All you have is your hand brush and your anus palms, which are fueled by piss plasma energy. Are you ready for the Morbius sweep? So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but you have a bizarre mod that's kind of fun and worth a look. It is only one level, but it's a pretty large level, and as you can probably imagine, there's a ton of enemies and you'll probably die a fair few times here. The mod starts in a cinema, and as Jared Leto, you are indeed wiping out a load of strange enemies, from badly drawn cheerleader looking women to poorly drawn women with creepily long arms and legs. There's even flying lips to kill, and some enemies from Hexen, but with new attacks that replace their regular ones. And what I think are the imps are now clearly monsters made out of shit, because why not, eh? To attack the enemies you have your brush, which you can use to clean them away, but if you use the right mouse button you'll fire a projectile from your hand. This is powerful, but you don't get much ammo for it. Pickups can be found around the level for health and ammo though, and there's also a surprising amount of little secrets and Easter eggs which I quite like. You do have to make sure you've got the jump and free look options turned on for this as well, as they are essential to getting around the level, and you will need to jump to certain places to find items and keys. Graphically, there's a lot of new assets, most of which seem to be Morbius PNGs and posters and tickets. It's hard to tell if the creator loved or hated the movie. I'll assume hated, because no one likes that movie, do they? Even though the level is fairly large, it's not very complex. As you'd expect, there's a few keys for you to find, and you will actually be able to beat it probably in under 10 minutes or so. When you do, you get a message that hints towards a follow-up level. Whether or not that actually ever gets made is anyone's guess. I'm assuming not, but hey, that's not a bad thing. There's a new load of sounds here, and mostly voice samples of annoying women, and it's one of those super chaotic ADHD mods where there's loads of stuff happening at once with all sorts of noises and colours all over the place, which at first is exciting, but kind of quickly becomes annoying. So yeah, I wouldn't really recommend checking this one out. You can almost smell the energy drinks that must have been consumed while making it, and though it's only 10 minutes long, if you do want a mental mod to show people that has death animations of people pissing themselves, I guess this one might be one for you. Shadow of the Wool Ball is a really cool conversion that's actually more Wolfenstein than Doom, and yes, that is meant to be a play on the Star Wars quote. You play as a funky hedgehog dude whose GF has been captured by some bastard cats. You get yourself captured in an attempt to rescue her. You get 18 levels here, split over 3 chapters, where you need to explore the evil space cats' various bases, eventually ending up in space and on their homeworld, where it turns out they've enslaved a whole bunch of hedgehogs who you might as well rescue along the way. I gotta say, I really enjoyed this mod. You can tell immediately that it's Wolfenstein 3D with the corridor and room designs with the low ceilings, but that's okay, it suits the style, and it's very cartoony and not particularly gory either, but that doesn't matter. Now, sorry to repeat myself again, but the levels here are just a case of exploring, tracking down the keys that are hidden throughout to unlock their various coloured doors. If you spot anything that isn't a hedgehog, shoot it until it dies. To do that, you only actually have 4 weapons. You've got your spiky fists, which are fine, but you'll never really use them unless you suck at aiming. There's a pistol, which is kinda weak but reliable and pretty good from a distance. There's a shotgun, which is a good medium close range one, and the machine gun that is a good all-rounder. And then you've got the golden shotgun, which is a much more powerful shotgun. I assumed it would kill everything in just one shot, but actually that's not the case. It's just less shots. There's ammo and health all over the place, with enemies dropping bullets for you, and there's a handful of them to deal with as well. There's all variations of Space Cat here, ones with lasers, guns, rocket launchers, and some that don't bother with weapons at all, and just come at you and claw at your face. There's even spider-like cats that are a real pain in the ass and take a ton of shots, even with the golden shotgun. And on top of that, each chapter here has its own boss, which I really like. The graphics are nice and colourful, and I really like the art style. The levels do have a different enough feel to them as well. And speaking of the levels, they've got some cool touches. As well as the enemies, you have to watch out for traps like landmines, and there's also wind turbines that can push or pull you in various directions as you're trying to walk past, and some levels require you to navigate wind mazes where if you touch a wall, you'll be dead as you get splattered against it. There's even breakable windows, and if you smash one while you're in space, you might run the risk of being sucked out. You also find other hedgehogs in the levels that are chained up. You can rescue them and they'll give you ammo, usually for the more powerful weapons. Then, and one of the big things that I haven't mentioned, is that to beat the levels, you actually have to find a self-destruct switch, which the cats conveniently built into all of their bases. Once you pull this, you've got a time limit in which to get the hell out of dodge. Thankfully, you always get a guide that shows you the way on the floor, but in the later levels you do have to be quite quick, and if you've left any enemies alive, they'll be after your ass. I actually didn't fail any of these, but then again, I am the best gamer in the world, so you might do. But yeah, overall, this is a fun, short mod that you'll be able to beat in under 2 hours, I reckon, and it's definitely worth your time. It's a good bit of fun. And finally, for this amazing video that you bloody love, sorry, I'm very tired, here is Shrine. There isn't really a story here, but you have to battle through 16 levels that are clearly influenced by H.P. Lovecraft and all things Eldritch, and I mean that in a very good way. You'll fight through strange looking caverns and caves, into demonic cathedrals, and even out in the open in some really cool looking worlds with a spooky emptiness to them. Of course, you have a load of enemies to worry about as well, all of which are reskins of the usual Doom monsters, but with a few changes on how they behave and attack. There are strange featureless creatures that will stalk you and attack you from long range, demons that run up to you and try and eat your face off, evil necromancer looking things that will fire magic at you, as well as skeleton monsters that fire massive laser blasts, just to name a few. As always though, you've got plenty of hefty weaponry to help you get through it all, and you're going to need it because these monsters do not mess around, but the mod is fair. You have a pistol to start with, which is your standard Doom one really, just look a bit different. There's a double barrel shotgun, and what's cool with this one is that you shoot one barrel at a time and it's bloody powerful.
Then there's a single barrel shotgun, though it looks more organic, but acts the same as the regular one. It's probably my go-to weapon. The chain gun here is a cool looking thing. I don't really know what it's meant to be, but it spins around and kills things fast. It uses the same ammo as the pistol, but burns through it like nobody's business. Then there's the rocket launcher, which fires red orbs. I did keep forgetting that they have splash damage and managed to kill myself quite a lot with this one. And then there's the BFG and plasma, which basically work the same but look cool and organic as well. And that's the theme here. Everything is pretty organic style and I really like it. Health and ammo are represented by coloured flames that you can collect, and enemies will always drop a few of them as well. Though you do have to be quite close if you want to get them all, as they disappear very quickly. Ammo isn't specific to a particular weapon either, it just refills whatever you're holding, and when that's full it just fills up the next weapon, basically meaning you have to save certain weapons for certain situations or you might run out of ammo quite fast. And it is a really tough mod. There's often a dozen or so enemies coming at you from all angles, but it's never unfair. There's definitely times though when you'll need to learn enemy placements so you know what you're up against. I do really like the graphical style here, it's got really cool retro look to it, and the enemies all look really cool. I haven't finished it yet, as I just don't have the damn time that I wish I did, but I really do go back to games after recording the footage for these videos, and this is one of the ones that I'll be prioritising, as I really want to see what the end boss is. I bet it's some kind of squid. If you're into Lovecraftian style things and want a decent, challenging mod with new weapons, enemies and cool levels, this one should be right up your alley.
First up is Twilight Warrior. There isn't a specific story for Twilight Warrior really, instead you just take the role of a Special Forces Marine and are then tasked with completing 10 missions that are very loosely based on real life incidents or training exercises that have been done by Special Forces people, which is actually a pretty cool idea. I'm not into army stuff so I can't verify if any of that is true, but it's what the creator says in the FAQ and seems legit. Anyway, the game itself is a good conversion, and it was originally released in the late 90s, which is cool. You get 10 brand new levels and a bunch of new weapons to use. The levels see you start out in a training room where you just need to kill everyone and find the exit. Then you're in a jungle that you need to fight through hordes of enemies storming their base. The jungle looks cool and there's plenty of places for enemies to hide. Then there's missions where you have to explore a town looking for hostages, one where you're a Navy SEAL and have to do some deep sea mission where you need to board an enemy ship and take down the terrorist smugglers, another where you're in an embassy and you'll need to break in and track down terrorists and hostages. And that's as far as I've gotten so far. The missions can take a long time to play through, as there isn't much in the way of direction, but that's to be expected really. You'll need to explore every nook and cranny to find keys, weapons and even destructible walls that need to get around. There's plenty of enemies here, and they are all mainly the zombie soldiers who have been made to look like real-life terrorists. And I did come across a few helicopters to take down as well. And randomly there was a single revenant at the start of the second level. I'm not sure if that was meant to be there, but oh well. And yep, you get your new weapons to use here. You get Desert Eagle pistols, an MP5 looking thing, a sniper rifle, though you can't zoom in as far as I can tell. There's also a shotgun, hand grenades and a PSG-1, whatever that is, that replaces the BFG. My favourite is probably the flamethrower though, it's really fun to use, but be careful because that shit burns. I will say, at first I thought this wasn't very impressive, as I did notice some of the weapon sprites are cut off and it does look a bit ropey, but I soon got over that when I realised that the levels are pretty large and actually quite fun to play, though they can be a little cryptic, not really telling you what you need to do unless you read the FAQ that comes with the mod. I do really like how the weapons feel though, and it's a fair challenge that I fully intend on going back to finish, and it is one that I would say is worth checking out. And if you do like playing soldiers, then you'll definitely want to check out Sergeant Mark's Viet Doom. For those cultured people out there, you'll know that Sergeant Mark is most famous for the Brutal Doom mod. Well, this mod includes a lot of those weapons, animation and gameplay elements, but puts you in the middle of a Vietnam War, and let me tell you, war is hell. Not because it's bad though, because it's actually really bloody good, it's just really damn difficult. You are a soldier of course, and each level gives you an objective or two that you'll need to complete. These range from simple things like clearing out an area of enemy soldiers to more interesting things like hunting down and destroying anti-air guns, infiltrating bases, and even missions where you're just tasked with escaping the enemies and surviving until backup arrives. The variety is really good and the levels are huge and often pretty complex ones that would definitely take a bit of practice to get through. Most of them are set in dense jungle environments and will take place at either day or night,
and all of the enemies here are soldiers, and this mod really makes you appreciate how damn effective camouflage uniforms are. It can be incredibly hard to spot an enemy in the distance, and I often had to rely on seeing where the bullets were coming from to get a better idea of where they were. What's cool is that at the start of the game you get to choose a class, which basically affects the weapons you start with. You get a rifleman who has a machine gun, a shotgunner, and a couple of snipers. I actually recommend the sniper characters when you're starting out, as this mod includes location specific damage on enemies, so headshots are essential, and you can properly zoom in here. This is not a game where you can run in guns blazing. You will be murdered in seconds if you do this. It's a very tactical mod where you'll want to take each level slow to make sure you take out the enemies without being sent home in a body bag. In fact, I'm playing on the easiest difficulty here, and I'm still having a really hard time and actually had to resort to cheats to complete a lot of the missions. But that isn't a bad thing. This is just a hardcore mod for hardcore players, not wimps like me. You'll fight most of the enemy soldiers here, and as mentioned, there is a lot of cool location specific damage, so the gunfights do get bloody and visceral. But watch out, you will come across a bunch of booby traps in the levels, like landmines and trip mines, and you even come across a few tanks on your way, and when you do, you better hope that you've got some explosive, or you'll be screwed. The whole atmosphere here is really good as well. It's intense, and the weapons and sounds used are just brilliant. The weapons are all ones you'd expect from a Vietnam-style game, a selection of pistols, rifles, shotguns, machine guns, flamethrowers and rocket launchers, and they all work really well and are great to use. Something that is very noticeable though is the small clip size for most weapons, which I guess is realistic, but you can easily use up a clip in just a few seconds. I do recommend going semi-auto where you can, so you're a bit more accurate and you don't burn through your ammo. There's cool ambient sounds everywhere, and the music is also very fitting. Overall, this is just a fantastic mod that will absolutely kick your ass, but if you can handle the challenge, you should really give it a go. Let's look at a few mods based on movies and TV now, starting with Ghostbusters Doom. This is a really cool mod that unfortunately was never finished, but still has enough content here to play, and by using cheats you can skip levels and basically see how it was all going to play out. You are Egon, and the mod does a brilliant job of having you play through the events of the movie. You start at the library where you have to explore until you find that librarian ghost that terrified millions of kids around the world, including me. According to my parents, this was the first film I saw at the cinema, but we had to leave early after the librarian ghost scene because I got too scared. Anyway, from there you go to the Ghostbusters HQ and kit up, and then set off in Ecto 1 to find the hotel being terrorised by Slimer. This is one of the levels that isn't complete though, so you have to skip that one to the next one. You get to visit a very haunted house, the courtroom, an apartment block, and more locations from the movie, until the very end where you get to take on Gozer and the Keymaster, eventually needing to take on a certain giant man made of sugar. I have to say, it really is a shame that this wasn't finished, as it does such an amazing job of taking parts in the film and doomifying them. All the weapons have been replaced with Ghostbuster equipment. You get a PKE meter, the slime guns, a proton pack, and of course the ghost traps, as well as a few other bits of kit that are recognisable from the film and cartoon series, but I couldn't tell you what they were called. The weapons all work well, and they replace their respective guns from the main game, with the trap acting like the BFG, which works really well. All the enemies are new as well. You even get specific ghosts that are taken from the film. As mentioned, there's the librarian ghost, Slimer makes an appearance, and you even get to fight the dog forms of Rick Moranis and Sigourney Weaver. It's great. What's even cooler is that you get to fight Vigo the Carpathian from the second movie, but this is more of a little bonus than anything. He's a reskinned Archvile. There's also various zombies and other ghosts that replace the other sprites, and it's all very good looking. The level design is also very well done, and even though there's a handful that you can't actually complete without cheats, it is really interesting to see how it was all progressing, and it's really close to being finished. You get these sound clips and the music from the movies, which is always good, and it really adds to the atmosphere, making it a ton of fun to play. If you're like me and you love Ghostbusters, then this is a must play, even in its unfinished state. Alright, let's get this one out of the way. It's Tool Time Doom. Yep, this mod is based on the classic Tim Allen show Home Improvement. Really, this is more of a joke mod, and there's not a whole lot to it. Just one level in fact, and I'm honestly not convinced you could finish it without cheats. So in this mod you play as Tim Allen, of course. There's only one level and it's pretty small. It's essentially the Icon of Sin level from Doom 2, but with a slightly different layout. You've got a circular walkway that is packed with enemies, and in the background there's a picture of your neighbour Wilson. Enemies will constantly spawn in on the level until you shoot enough rounds into the hole in Wilson's head to kill him. But without cheats, that is bloody impossible as far as I can tell, as there's only a single shotgun and a few rounds for it. That's what I could find anyway. The level is just a big circle, so you'll need to keep running around it, pressing switches to lower some barriers so you can get your shots off. There aren't really any graphical changes here, other than having Tim Allen's picture and Wilson's. All the enemies and weapons remain the same. What is pretty funny though is that all these sound effects have been replaced with Tim Allen's classic grunts and strange voices, or what I think are samples from Rides of the Triad. So even shooting weapons makes Tim Allen noises, and it's pretty funny, but it can get old fast. Though this is clearly a joke mod, so you shouldn't take it too seriously. Once you've beaten the amusingly titled Icon of Wilson level, you can then play through the regular game if you really want to, but with the sound effects all being Tim Allen based. Other than that though, there's really nothing else to this mod unless I've somehow missed it. So, do I recommend it? Well, no, not really, as what you're seeing here is basically the whole thing, but it might be fun to show one of your mates if you want to give them a laugh.
I used to be a pretty smart fellow. Oh, I love Split.
Here's a fistful of Doom 2. As you can probably guess, this mod changes Doom 2 into a western starring Clint Eastwood. Now, I've never seen the film, I'm sorry to say, so I can't say how close it is to that, but I can tell you that it's pretty damn fun. Sadly, there's only a couple of levels here, so I get the impression that this is also incomplete, but it's still worth a look. You start out in an old western town with your 6-shooter. There's no fancy level objectives or anything like that, it's just a case of finding the keys to unlock the doors to get to the exit. You'll explore a pretty cool looking western town with all the cliches you'd expect. You've got a saloon, somewhere for horses, a bank, a church, and so on. Once you've made your way through all of that nonsense, you're in another town, which is more like a corral thing from what I understand. And again, you just need to find the keys and get to the exit. You only get a few weapons in this mod. You've got a 6-shooter, which is fun to use. Then you get a shotgun and a minigun, which both just use the regular Doom sprites, but replacing the rocket launcher here is some TNT. This works the same way, but looks like a classic plunger setup. Needless to say, the weapons are all still fun to use. All the enemies have been given a cowboy makeover here, and other than a reskin, they don't do anything different. You get the pistol, shotgun and minigun varieties of cowboys to take down as you'd expect, and there's a fair few on each of the levels, so be careful as it does get quite easy to die. The main things that have been changed here though are the soundtracks. All the weapons now sound like classic cowboy movie sounds, and I really like them. And something that is cool but can be a little bit annoying is that every time you kill an enemy, you get the famous Wild West jingle thing that you all know. But hearing that every time you kill an enemy is a little bit overkill. Like the Tool Time mod, there isn't a huge amount here, but this one is still fun, and I'm guessing it just didn't get finished, but you should have a look anyway. Next up is Zombie Doom, which is based on a classic zombie movie, which I think is a bit of an Italian classic. Well, I think it's based on the movie anyway, it doesn't explicitly say, but it seems to be. Now, I will say that I'm not entirely sure if this mod was or wasn't finished, or if it's just very glitchy, or maybe I just didn't get it to run properly. It plays kind of weird. So this mod sees you starting out in a TV station where you need to escape, and then you make your way through various urban locations like cities, apartment blocks, abandoned army bases, and so on. As you explore, you just need to explore, find the keys and get to the exit. But as you might have noticed, there's a ton of zombies everywhere, and they put up a hell of a fight. And this is merely where I get the impression that the game may not have been finished or isn't quite working properly for me. There's a variety of zombies, and they're all digitized sprites that look pretty funny, reminding me more of Corpse Killer than anything else, which is slightly worrying. They shuffle around and attack you, and each one replaces the original Doom monsters. There's certain frames of animation that aren't encountered for though, and you'll suddenly see a zombie turn into a cacodemon or something like that, which is kind of amusing.
No way.
Some of them aren't just working properly at all though, like the Spider Demon Masterminds, which will appear just as normal and just stand there doing nothing. Most annoying though is that a lot of the enemies seem to be a reskin of Cyber Demons, and they have the same hit points and will still fire rockets at you, transforming into the Cyber Demon every time they shoot, and this makes even the first level basically impossible without using cheats, unless the idea is to just run and not fight. You do get a new bunch of weapons. There's pistols, shotguns, machine guns, rocket launchers and so on, and they all work well enough and do the job, though like Twilight Warrior from earlier, some are cut off and look pretty ropey. You'll get over it though. I was actually surprised with this mod that it wasn't just a single level, as the levels here are huge and the first one took me ages to beat, and they will take a while to explore and get through, and there's even things like corridors flooded with gas, so you need to track down gas masks to get through. It's a lot more thought out than I actually originally expected. It doesn't mean the level design is good though, and more often than not it was more confusing than anything. There are some cool secrets in here though, and what I mean by that is that I found a room that has a topless woman dancing in it. This is a sprite that replaces the Megasphere, and touching the woman gives you full health and armour, which is nice. But yeah, this is another mod that's really damn difficult, but mainly for the wrong reasons. I do like the janky enemy sprites, there's something kind of charming about them, but I'm not entirely sure if this is one that I can recommend thanks to the glitchy enemies and subsequent unfair difficulty. But you never know, this might be a me problem, and it might be something you'll have better time with. I'm sure someone out there can tell me.
No way. Gotta eat your...
From horror to kids TV now with the Bikini Bottom Massacre. This is a really cool mod based on everyone's favourite big-nosed yellow giggler, SpongeBob SquarePants. The story is simple. You are Squidward and you're fired from the Krusty Krab. You find out that the reason you got fired was actually SpongeBob's fault, so you think fuck it and go on a killing spree around Bikini Bottom to get your revenge, specifically hunting down SpongeBob and his mates. This is a cool and colourful mod, and is a lot more challenging than you might think, so don't be fooled by the colourful look of everything. It takes locations from the cartoon and packs them with residents that you'll want to kill, but they won't go down without a fight. The fishy folk do a good job of fighting back, and the police are also out to stop you. You'll be fighting the cops, who are armed with guns, as well as muscle men fish who punch and throw things at you, deadly jellyfish that sting you, and more. They really do put up a fight as well, and ammo around here is quite scarce. You get a few weapons. Squidward can punch with his tentacles, but you also get deadly bubbles to attack, a sausage shooter, a more powerful bubble blower, a coconut launcher, and so on. All of the weapons are nods to things in the show and fit the game well. And you'll need them, as the enemies are pretty damn tough, taking a hell of a beating, which doesn't help with these scarce ammo counts. The levels here are all quite large as well. You'll get to visit the homes of some of your favourite underwater goobers, then you go through Bikini Bottom itself. You'll visit the Krusty Krab, the deadly jellyfish fields, and so on. And they're all made really well, with some puzzle elements to the stages, mostly in the way of finding hidden switches that open new areas somewhere else on the level. This did mean for me that there was a fair bit of backtracking, and I did have to try and figure out what the hell most of the switches did a few of the times, but it's never too bad. I do really like the variety of it all as well. Something else I really like is that the mod has cool bosses. These are all more the major characters from the series, and each have their own stages and attack patterns that you'll need to figure out. But as you expect, they aren't easy, and you will likely die a lot, so make sure you save often. It all looks great with some excellent sprite work that looks just like the show, and yep, they've taken the music and effects, including voice samples as well, with Squidward being his usual sarcastic self. It's great. It's fairly long, with 10 or so large levels to get through, and will likely take you a bit of time to get to the end. But it is a blast to play, and is even packed with some amusing gore for those that really want to see SpongeBob kick the bucket. I'd say this is another must-play Doom mod. Next up is Goblin Doom. This is another one that I don't think was ever actually finished, so what you're seeing here is the demo, though most of the levels are mostly complete. You will have to skip a couple though, at least I had to, but I might just suck. Anyway, this is a cool medieval style mod where you're a goblin killer and you're in a dark land in dark times. A demonic presence has appeared in your land and it's up to you to kill them all. You get another 10 levels here, as well as brand new weapons and enemies. The levels take you through a bunch of fantasy places. You start off being ambushed on your boat and have to make it to shore and escape through a forest. Then you enter a cursed village plagued with monsters and traps. You head to some mountains, over a snowy tundra, into a castle, through some caves, and eventually you meet the final boss in some lava passageways. What's cool is that in this mod, although being split into levels, it plays more like one large level. You can't go back to the previous stages, but the game doesn't really tell you when you've moved on to the next stage. Instead, you'll just find passageways, and when you come out of the other end, you'll be in a new area, which is the new level. The gameplay is basically your classic Doom, where you have to explore, finding all the keys and the end of the stage. The downside here though is that because you never know really when you're coming to the end of one of the levels, is that you don't really get the chance to explore to find more items, weapons or health, though it's not the end of the world. There's about 15 new enemies here, which is really cool.
You get a good variety of orcs and goblins, each with various attacks, some melee, some projectile, and some even use magic. There's even some flying enemies like imps, skeleton warriors, trolls, and even sexy women things. They're all quite tough, and you'll want to learn their attacks, and you even get a few bosses in here as well. And of course you have new weapons to use against them. You've got your fists, as well as a sword for melee attacks, and then much like in Hexen, you get a variety of magical staffs, each with their own properties and magic spells that essentially replace the usual Doom weapons. So you get one that basically acts like a pistol, there's a shotgun, a machine gun, rocket launchers, and so on, but they all feel different enough and they're fun to use with cool magic effects. There's a few other things here as well, like a scythe and a cannon thing. They're very fun to use, but just replace the plasma and rocket launcher. It's all good though, because using them against the massive variety of monsters is really fun, and it was the monsters that kept me wanting to see what was coming next. I have a thing for fantasy and horror settings in games, and this really scratched that itch. Couple that with the varied levels, and it's really a fun mod to play around with. It's not particularly polished, which is forgivable as it's just a demo, and I really would have liked to have seen a finished product, but I couldn't seem to find one, so I don't think it actually exists. Still, there's more than enough here to keep you occupied for a few hours, and I recommend giving it a go. Here is the strangely named Austrian Avian Association. This is an 18-level total conversion that apparently takes place in the 1800 Austrian Alps, because why not? You are a strange bird, which can be taken both ways, as she is a she, and also appears to be a bird, because why not? There's been a sudden invasion of strange creatures, and you have to fend them off, travelling from your home all the way through Croatia and hopefully finding the source of the scourge, as well as magic items that can bring back the innocent people that lost their lives. No, not the Dragon Balls. The game is split into 2 chapters, with a third one available, but that's dedicated to multiplayer maps only. The levels here are nice and varied. You start in your remote mountain home and fight your way to a creepy circus, through some caverns, to a wharf, through a castle, and more. The levels here are pretty damn large as well, and they're packed with enemies. All of the enemies are new, but of course reskins of the classic monsters, or sometimes enemies from other games. I'm sure I saw a few strife-looking ones in there. You'll have to contend with evil hunters, priests, harpies, kobolds, evil Santa-looking Krampus things, and a bunch of other strange mutant monster dogs and things that I don't know the names of. The variety is great, and I really like the designs here. The enemies are tough too. Most of them have projectiles that they'll hurl at you relentlessly, and at first ammo for your weapons can be pretty hard to come by. You do get a good selection of weapons though. You'll have a throwing axe, which is surprisingly good, though it does take a bit of time to actually reach the enemies. There's a shotgun, which is great, but you'll really need to make each shot counts, as it will eat through ammo. There's an AK-47, which pretty much became my main weapon of choice. You also get an AK-47, which pretty much became my weapon of choice. There's also a double-barrel shotgun, a flamethrower, and the chainsaw here is replaced with some giant scissors that are really damn powerful, but you will of course need to be up close to use them. It's a good variety, and you'll need them as well, as it doesn't take long for some of the larger, crazy enemies to be introduced, like skeleton dog beast things that take a hell of a beating and will kill you pretty quickly. I do really like the levels here, though the second chapter is quite confusing and I got stuck pretty early on. The first chapter though is a blast to play through and a real challenge. I always start playing on the default difficulty, and I have to say that it did give me some trouble, but I soon got used to being more cautious when playing, and taking cover here is essential. It all looks great here, and the snowy settings all look very good, as do the enemies. The towns and buildings here are all very well designed, and I like the almost Scandinavian look to it all. There's all new sounds and music as well, which fit the mod perfectly of course, and you can really tell that a lot of effort has gone into this one. It's a wacky, weird mod, but yet another one that I really do recommend. And finally for today, here is Abysm 2 Infernal Contract. This is a brilliant total conversion that turns Doom 2 into a huge action RPG. First of all, I haven't played Abysm 1, I don't think, so I can't say how it compares. There is a story here where the city of Hadria is under attack from the forces of Hell, which is annoying. You are a mercenary called Nadia, and you've been asked to keep the city safe and take down the evil menace. But the gameplay here has really been given a cool mix-up. At the start of the game you get to choose your loadout. You can have weapons more fitting to a warrior or a hunter or archer or mage, and I'm a basic bitch, so I always choose whichever lets me runs in gun blazing, or in this case sword swinging. You start in a town where you'll need to explore and speak to the townsfolk in order to get an idea of what the hell's going on, as well as be given your quests. That's right, this is a game where you're given quests, and they're all pretty damn fun.
Most of the ones I played have basically involved going to one of the many areas in the game and killing everything there until you get to a boss, and then you kill the boss. But that's alright, because that's basically all I want to do in games anyway. The town acts as a hub, and the map is separated into a few areas, as well as a bunch of dungeons which are unlocked as you play through the story. A lot of the dungeons here are optional, but often hide goodies that will make your life a lot easier. When you're off adventuring, you'll come across a ton of monsters, some of which are new to the mod, and some which are just the regular Doom enemies, but given a colour change and things like that. But it works well, and what's cool is that there's variants of most of the enemies. So you might meet a regular pinky demon, but this time he's grey, so he's made of stone. This means he's got a lot more health and it's hard to kill with regular weapons, so you'll want something explosive to take them down easier. In fact, there's a lot of enemies like this, and what I really like is that each enemy has a life bar. You get to see their name, and it will tell you if they have any strengths or weaknesses. As you fight, you level up. This increases your stats in strength, dexterity and intelligence so that you do more damage or have more mana and that sort of thing. And as always, leveling up is pretty damn addictive. It's actually well worth doing some grinding at the start of the game, as it's not easy, even to begin with. You'll be using melee attacks early on while you build up enough ammo to really go wild. It's worth paying attention to the enemies that are around you, making sure you use the best attacks against them. Zombies and rats, for example, aren't too dangerous, so use your melee weapons against them, but switch to your crossbow for the gun-toting hunters. You get a bunch of new weapons here, mostly magic wands and staffs, but there's also a shotgun for good measure, but it's got a slow rate of fire. There's also items to collect which you can use, including health and mana potions, and even scrolls that have some pretty devastating attacks. You'll want to increase your intelligence for these, so your magic does more damage. You earn money as you play, and this is essential to going to the various shops in town to upgrade your equipment, as well as buy new, better weapons and plenty of ammo for them. There's even items to equip, like rings that give you stat boosts, and it's loads of fun to play around with them to see what they do. Graphically, the game looks really good, with some nicely designed areas. There's not a whole lot of new textures or anything here, but it still looks different enough. The enemies and weapons are all great looking as well, and these are mostly new sprites as far as I can tell, though there were a few taken from other games and mashed together, which looks quite nice. The sounds are also taken from other games, with a lot seeming to come from Quake. There's plenty more I could talk about for this game, but the script is already 13 pages, and you can tell from the footage that this is already a great mod, and definitely my favourite in this video, so yeah, go play it today. First up is Temple of the Lizard Men. You play as a mortal man in a kingdom that's being overrun by evil lizard men, all thanks to an evil lizard queen, who is capturing people and turning them into an army of lizard bastards. Is that enough lizard for you? They've taken you and your village's sexiest lady, but thankfully the spell didn't fully work on you, and you've been given all the powers of the lizard men, but you have your own thoughts, so you set out to rescue her and maybe get some action as a thank you. This mod gives you 9 large levels to play through, with one of them being a secret one that I didn't actually find. I'll have to go back and see if I can. The levels are all pretty damn large, and they've got some really cool designs. You're mainly fighting through villages, temples and cave systems, but each level can easily take about 30 minutes or more to get through. They follow the usual Doom era of shooter pattern, which is that the levels are large mazes, which will apply to almost every mod we see today. You don't have any objectives other than to hunt down the keys that you need to open the various doors and activate the various switches that you find. There are plenty of enemies in the game, as you might imagine. Most of them are lizards. These come in various colours and designs. Some come at you with their claws and faces and want to tear you apart, whereas others have the use of magic and staves will fire projectiles. From what I can tell, these are reskins of imps and a few other original Doom monsters, but they look great and it's hard to notice while you're being attacked by the hordes of them. There's also a few other monsters. There's wolf men as well as giant wolf beasts, flying imps and even shark men. Most of these are taken from other games, namely Blood and Shadow Warrior I believe, but they look great with slight changes to some of them and they fit in really well. And you've got some good weapons to fight back with as well. Being a lizard man, you have claws of your own, which are actually really powerful, but you do have to get in close, so I don't really recommend relying on them too much. You also get a selection of bows and magic staffs to use. Basically, all of your projectile weapons are magic. They're all fun to use though, and they replace the relevant guns from the base game, with one essentially acting as the pistol, the shotgun, machine gun, rocket launcher, etc. But that's alright, they're all effective at killing things, which is the main thing. And it's just as well, as the enemies here are tough and often in high number. There's plenty of times where I was overwhelmed by enemies, but I never found it frustrating. You even get a few bosses to fight, and these are really fun to battle. They're pretty damn tough as well, and their patterns are fun to figure out, and I didn't expect as many bosses as I got. Overall, this mod took me about 3 hours to get through. The levels are large and take a bit of exploration, but if you're lucky, you'll find some pictures of topless women that are hidden around as a reward. Sexy. But definitely give it a go. You can tell a lot of hard work went into it, and it's well worth playing through. Harmony is a popular mod that even appears as one you can download directly through the new Doom ports. I even have it on the PS5 version. It has 13 brand new levels to play through, as well as all new enemies and weapons. The story is a daft one. Thanks to all the wars and nuclear weapons, mankind is almost wiped out. And as well as this, a new super virus has appeared that only affects men, mutating them into gross creatures, which is basically what men are anyway. Women are not affected because they're just too sexy, and they've formed their own army called the Amazons, which is original, and are now fighting back to take down the evil men. The Amazon leader is captured, which is annoying, so you set out to get her back, reverse the virus, and set things right. This one starts with your base being attacked and your boss being captured, so you actually are going through your own base and see your mates being taken away, which is a cool touch. Then you have to fight your way through some very large levels which consist of enemy bases mainly, and though this might make them sound like they'll be similar, the variety is actually good here, and you'll be in hospitals, army bases, mutant cities and more. And yes, your objective is the same here. You just need to get to the end of the level, so hunt down keys, find switches and so on, so you can open the various doors to the exit. And yep, you get plenty of new enemies here. There's 8 brand new bad guys to worry about. There's strange dog things with human skulls that are a pain in the ass and take a few shots to put down. There's various soldiers that come in a few varieties with a number of different weapons. And there are strange 3-legged beasts that have explosive weapons that are also a pain in the ass. In fact, most of the enemies are a pain in the ass here, thanks to the fact that they're all pretty tough and dish out a lot of damage to you. I actually died quite a lot playing through this one. I haven't quite finished it yet. I'm on the airstrip level, which is about 3/4 of the way, I think. But it hasn't been easy. The levels are large and complex with plenty of secret paths and hard to find switches. They're quite multi-tiered, so you'll be exploring a lot and you'll need to find all the keys, which can be tricky. But I didn't really get frustrated with it, and I'm actually really enjoying my time with the mod. Graphics here are decent, though not the best. There are some dodgy looking enemies and weapons, though I believe the mod was made by basically one person, and they definitely did a better job than I could ever do. And mostly down to the lack of animation frames is what makes it look a bit weird, and things look a little jerky. I do, however, really like the weapons here. You get a stun gun, which is basically your pistol. It's weak but has unlimited ammo, so there is no melee weapon, which I don't mind. The shotgun is your shotgun, and there's a minigun which is really great to use. It's powerful and accurate, but it will burn through ammo quicker than you'd like. The rocket launcher is replaced with an exploding orb throwing thing, which is also really fun to use, and I especially like the plasma gun here. Though what's interesting is that you hold it in your left hand, which kind of makes it feel weird to use for some reason. I'm so used to every weapon being right-handed in games like this that it took me a minute to figure out what felt wrong, and I'm left-handed in real life. Go figure. But yeah, this is a really fun mod that is easy to get hold of, even if you're playing on consoles. Definitely recommended, but be careful as it's probably a lot tougher than you'd expect. Let's have a couple of mods based on other video games now. First up is Unlawful and Anarchic Control Number of the Beast, aka UAC Number of the Beast. Let's see what they did there. This awesome mod transforms Doom into Hotline Miami, and boy is it tough. The game doesn't really bother you with a story, so let's assume it's the same as Hotline Miami, which is basically that you're a hitman and you're sent to various buildings to kill everyone inside. And that's what you do here. You get just over 20 levels to play through, each of which is some sort of house, apartment block, garage, warehouse, or other such regular building. Inside there'll be a bunch of people, and the entire goal of every level is to kill them all, and then go back to your car so you can go to the next mission. There's 4 characters to choose from, and I did try them all, but I'll be honest, I couldn't tell the difference between them, so just choose the one that you like the look of the most, I suppose. Then you start each level, but here's the thing. Enemies die with just 1 or 2 shots. You can even punch or kick them to death pretty easily. However, the same goes for you. You will die very easily, so this is a game you don't want to go in guns blazing. Though sometimes you do, it's a fine line. You get a load of weapons on each level. There's knives, swords, cleavers, baseball bats, pistols, shotguns, machine guns, and so on. But the catch here is that weapons only have the ammo that's in them and can't be reloaded. This makes melee weapons very useful, but of course you need to get up close to use them. Thankfully, stealth plays a big part in the game, and you really need to get used to being quiet, fast and accurate. It's unlikely you'll beat a single level without dying quite a lot. Guns make a lot of noise and will alert most enemies around you. This is fine if you have loads of ammo, which is actually unlikely, so a lot of the time you want to use a melee weapon. Thankfully, enemies aren't all that smart. As long as they don't see you, you can sometimes do a good job of sneaking around, stabbing people in the back, but if one of them does see you, they'll tell their mates. What's good is that you can even throw weapons, and this is a silent attack as well, so you can throw a knife or even a pistol at an enemy to sometimes kill them, and then go grab it back to repeat the process. But be careful, not all weapons will kill people instantly, and sometimes enemies are just stunned and will fall to the floor, only to get back up a few seconds later and stab you in the back. There are checkpoints in the levels, thankfully, usually about at the halfway point, which is nice. And the levels themselves are quite large with plenty of rooms, and it does make it very tough at times, as enemies could be hiding anywhere. A lot of the time it's a case of trial and error, but you do get that little bit further every time when you learn where an enemy is. You can only carry one weapon at a time as well, so choose well. Something that is a real pain in the ass in the build that I have is that light sources appear to be classed as enemies or something, and the game will auto-aim at them sometimes. This means if you try to shoot an enemy, but there's a light between you and the enemy, you'll target the light and not the bad guy. That is never fun, and the only time the mod felt unfair. Graphics wise, I think it looks great. It's got a cool neon aesthetic. The sprites aren't exactly impressive, but all the weapons look cool, being voxel style, or with some taken from other games. The music is also excellent. There's loads of great synthwave stuff here, which I'm a big fan of. This is a fantastic and bloody hard mod that will take you hours to beat. The levels aren't too long or complex, they're just bloody hard, but I had a blast playing through this one. And then there is Fate Doom. This is based off an unreleased game called Fate, that long-time viewers of the channel might remember from my DOS shooters video from a while back. Well, this mod does a good job of bringing the look and feel of that game into Doom. And yes, although I said it wasn't released, there was a demo that came out, so I have played the actual game. Now this mod didn't actually have the levels from that demo, so seems to be more of a reimagining, as you do start in a jail cell, but not the same as the real game. Anyway, the story here is that there are basically two factions. One of them is evil, so you set out to stop them and rescue your people that have been captured. It's more complex than that, but doesn't really need to be. There is a cool aspect of some tribes using tech and others using magic, which I quite like. This mod gives you 10 levels to play through, which feature all new weapons, enemies, as well as a few gameplay changes like being able to jump and crouch and even smash barrels. It really is the future. The levels here are all massive and took me a fair while to get through. This is actually a really tough mod, as a lot of them seem to be. This is mainly because, to start with at least, ammo is pretty scarce, and there's a lot more enemies than you'd usually have ammo for. Levels keep up the usual Doom theme of being large and maze-like, requiring you to collect a bunch of keys to open doors, find switches and open new areas, and so on. Enemies come in a few flavours. You get troopers who are soldier men, there are orcs that fart on you and have magic attacks, as well as a bunch of other strange creatures, mages, robots and so on. I actually quite like all the enemies here. And what's cool is that none are reskins of Doom monsters. They all appear to be sprites from the actual game as far as I can tell. And yep, you get a cool arsenal of weapons to fight them with as well. Your fists are pretty effective, but you soon get a bazooka thing, which is your standard weapon. There's a crossbow, minigun thing, plasma weapons, and you even get to steal the magic staffs from some of the orc guys, which is cool. All of the weapons are fun to use, but as I mentioned, ammo can be really scarce, forcing you to not use them as much as you'd like. Unless you do what I did and use some cheats. I wouldn't normally, but the footage would be boring if I didn't. But don't worry, the mod isn't boring if you're playing without cheats. The main issue with the mod that I had was the level design. Now it's not bad, it's just that I'm pretty dumb, and I did get stuck quite a lot looking for keys, switches and secret paths. Even in the first 2 or 3 levels, I'd be running around for ages like a headless chicken. Levels do have a lot of verticality, so you're running up and down stairs all the time trying to find what you've missed. And I did do that classic thing of not realising that something on the wall was a button I needed to press, so just try pressing everything that looks remotely suspicious. But the mod itself is actually very impressive, and I'm glad the Fate game is getting a bit of love. I think I would have quite liked the actual game if it had been released. And although the mod is quite different to that, it is still a good time and a decent conversion of Doom. And now for something completely different. Here is Bike Time Trials. This is a fun mod that turns the demon killing of Doom into a motorbike racing game that's focused on time trials. It's a very simple mod and there isn't a whole lot to say about it, but that doesn't mean it's not fun. You're riding a motorbike and you have 5 tracks to race around. They each have a slightly different theme. One is just a straight up racetrack, one is a cave and a beach area, one is a snowy track, one is a muddy dirt track, and you get a lava track. Now I could be wrong here, and I usually am, but thinking about it, these might be tracks based on other games. One definitely gives Daytona vibes, though that's probably because it has the theme tune playing in the background as you're playing. But I also think the last track, the dirt one, might be from Mario Kart. Is it Waluigi's Circuit? I'm not sure. As always, I'm too lazy and stupid to actually check. Either way though, they're really fun to play. You only have to do 1 lap on each of the courses, with the exception of the final track, which gives you a whopping 2 laps to complete. Laps only take around 30 seconds or so you really will see everything the mod has to offer in about 5 minutes, but that's alright. The track themselves are all fun to race on. They've got plenty of twists and turns, and there's even jumps, speed boosts and hidden shortcuts for you to find. You're told the developer's race time, so your goal really is just to try and beat that one if you can, and honestly it's quite easy to get sucked into trying over and over to do this. They each have their own music, which I believe is taken from other games. I'm sure I recognised a couple, and I think one's even from Crash Nitro Kart, which is nice. It all looks decent. You get a nice sprite of Doom Guy on a motorbike, and you can play in third person, though I don't recommend this as it makes it harder to judge the turns. And the controls are decent as well. It's really fast, but it's responsive. And there are enemies on the tracks as well, just a few imps, but what's nice is you can run them over to kill them. You will take damage though, and you do die if you crash too much. And really, that's all there is to the mod. It's nothing too crazy, but it is really fun and one that would be a laugh with some friends to see who can get the fastest times on the tracks. Well worth checking out, and I hope to see an update with more courses at some point. Back to shooting now. This is the Adventures of Square. You play as Purple Square, a purple square. Your kingdom of shapes is minding its own business when the evil circles turn up and kidnap Professor Hexagon, the bastards. You're not going to stand for this, so you go grab your goo gun, leave your house to fight off the circle bastards and get him back. And yes, the circle guys are officially called circle jerks. Very funny. This is a large mod with 2 all-new chapters to play through. The first one is set on your home planet where you're battling through the hordes of enemies until you track down their base, and the second chapter sees you blasting off into space to the hideout of these circled pricks, and so you can take down their big boss. There's 25 levels in total, and they're all pretty large and packed with enemies and secrets. As you know by now, the levels are a case of getting to the exit and moving on, but this involves collecting keys and so on, and yes, I will be saying this again for the rest of the video. What's cool is that here you get a load of new weapons and enemies to fight. There's 21 new enemies in total, including a few bosses. Now some of these are just the same type of enemy but they're holding different weapons to attack you with, but that's alright. There's a knife circle, a paint gun circle, cannon circles that fire massive cannon balls, as well as flying triangles, squares that are kind of like evil dog things, gooey looking shapes and more. I really like the designs and the colourful look on them all, and overall this mod has a really appealing art style that makes it a lot of fun. It's one of those games that kind of looks like it's a kiddie one, but it's not made for kids. Now that's not to say that it's really tough or has a bunch of adult content, I just mean it's not easy or has any key themes, it's just fun and anyone can play, just know what I mean? You get 10 new weapons to use. Your default one is a paintball gun. This has unlimited ammo, but it's weak of course. You also get a second one that you can dual wield, but if you're using 2 this does require ammo, but it is better at killing enemies. You get an Uzi, which is spelt with double O, and it's just that. It fires goo and rapid fire and can be dual wielded. There's a bow, which is basically a shotgun, a minigun thing with 3 barrels, which is really fun to use and reminds me of the Ripper from Duke Nukem 3D. Then there's a rocket launcher thing, a quad shotgun, grenades, and your ultimate weapon, which is basically a pair of defibrillators, though I actually thought this was pretty crappy, as it's essentially a melee weapon. They are powerful, but it's hard to hit enemies properly with them, so I rarely bothered. But still, the rest of the weapons are fine, and the game is pretty generous with ammo, so you do get to do plenty of crazy kill moments. You also need to jump and swim a lot here, and the game has a few simple platforming sections. This is easy to do thanks to some silky smooth controls, and what I really like is in the second episode that's set in space, you're sometimes outside so the gravity is all crazy. These bits are really fun. As mentioned, this one looks great as well. It's especially satisfying when you kill enemies and you see their blobs of goo flying all over the place. It never got old. As with a few of these mods, I did find some of the levels to be quite confusing and would spend longer than I would have liked to running around not knowing where I needed to go, but really that can be put down to me being dumb. But still, I had a lot of fun with this one and it is well worth your time. If you prefer dark graphics to bright colourful ones, then you'll definitely want to check out Hell Forged. This is a really cool mod set during a demonic invasion of a fantasy kingdom. You choose from 2 characters, which is basically just a male or female variation. I didn't notice any difference between them. Then you have 10 large levels to battle through that, yes, require you to complete some maze-like levels, hunting down keys to get to the exit, and eventually fighting a big boss, and on the way taking down the hordes of enemies. Now, I believe this is more classed as a partial conversion, as it does use a lot of elements from the base Doom games, as well as sprites, sounds and enemies from games like Hexen, Heretic and so on, but it all blends together really well and is a hell of a fun time. The levels take you through various fantasy settings, mainly through things like temples, catacombs, evil enemy bases, citadels and that sort of thing. They all have a nice gothic style to them. They're quite large, and what I like is that they often show you where you need to end up quite early on, but then it's up to you to figure out how to actually open the various gates and doors to get there. There's plenty of enemies to contend with here. Most of the original enemies from Doom games are here, with the exception of any that use a gun. It's all about the demons, imps, barons and so on here. They're all the same as they are in the base game, however there are new variations of each ones that appear as well. You'll see much tougher imps, pinky demons, barons and so on. They've had a really cool redesign and you know immediately that they're going to be much tougher. There's also swamp monster things, which I believe are from Hexen, and the pain elementals have had a few upgrades too, making them even more of a pain in the ass. Now there are boss characters, but I haven't actually gotten to any of them yet. Don't worry though, I will be going back to this one. As it's a fantasy setting, you also have a bunch of new weapons to play with. You start with a sword, which is really fun to use and pretty powerful, and it has a good range surprisingly, but enemies often have projectiles, so you want to upgrade quickly. Other than this, you get a cool selection of fantasy looking weapons that are a mixture of magic and tech, but still keep the whole fantasy look to them. Interestingly, they don't just act like reskins of the main weapons. You get a fireball shooting thing as your pistol replacement. This is powerful and can set enemies on fire, but be careful or you will also get burned. There's a nail gun which is really cool to use and has the sounds from the Quake one. There's also a lightning gun thing, as well as the heart of an enemy that fires projectiles and more. They're all really creative and they look awesome. What's even better is that each one has a second function that usually uses more ammo but does a devastating attack. What I really like is that it's one of those situations where you can really tell they've thought about the weapons and enemies, and some weapons are definitely better in certain situations compared to others, and you'll want to experiment to see what enemies are more susceptible to certain weapons than others. In terms of the actual gameplay, nothing else has really changed and there's no additions, but that's not a bad thing and it doesn't matter as the mod really doesn't need it. It's got solid level design, really great weapons and some excellent new enemies that really keep you on your toes. This is a great mod and definitely warrants a playthrough. Now for an absolute match made in mod heaven, it's RoboCop Doom. This mod lets you play through the really cool reimagining of the classic movie, bringing you into the robo-boots of Detective Murphy, who is gunned down and transformed into the awesome RoboCop, who then carries on his job of law enforcement, taking down criminal scum, and eventually getting revenge on the bastards that did it to him. The mod is split into 5 chapters, each of which only have 3 levels, though that's enough. These are basically the main plot points from the movie, with some creative liberties taken of course. You start out with a drug bust, downing a drug operation in some warehouses, then you go on to stop a gang war and what's going on in the streets. Then you head to the red light district to clamp down on the illegal activities going on there, before hunting down the people that killed you and eventually heading back to the police HQ to take down the corrupt cops that are there. The variety is great, and this mod does a really excellent job of getting the feel of the movie. It's actually very impressive. The levels are all a really good length here, they're not too long or convoluted, but do put up a good enough challenge. You will still be key hunting, but I never found I was stuck for ages like I was in some of the other mods. This doesn't mean that it's any easier though, as there's plenty of enemies all over the place and they pack a hell of a punch. Enemies are reskins of some of the Doom bad guys, and I think I recognise some of the animations from the Wolfenstein 3D as well. You spend most of your time fighting gang members and thugs, all of which have a variety of pistols, machine guns, rocket launchers and so on. The game tells you early on that they're all cop killers, and they have weapons that can harm Robocop, and they certainly will, especially when you enter a room with a good few of them. Later on you'll fight other robots, and every chapter has its own end boss, which are awesome, and yes, you get to fight Ed 209. Robocop has his trusty pistol with him, which is your default weapon, firing in 3-round bursts. This is actually a really good weapon that you won't mind falling back on when you need to, but you do also get a shotgun, machine gun, laser blaster, sniper thing that has explosive shots, and a couple more as well. The weapons here are all really cool and a lot of fun to use, and you do get a nice amount of ammo as well. The levels also have a bunch of secrets in them, which is often quite hard to find, but of course this is where you'll find the best weapons and ammo stashes. Something that is a bit of a shame is that you lose all of your weapons between the episodes, even if you're playing through the game in one go from start to finish. So basically every 3 levels you'll need to find all your weapons again. It's a bit of a shame, but not the end of the world. They actually do a good job of letting you get the ones from previous chapters pretty quickly in subsequent ones. You get a few familiar sprites in the game here, mostly the strippers from Duke Nukem 3D, but what I really like is that when you see a mirror, the sprite of Robocop is the one from Robocop vs Terminator on the Mega Drive, I believe. This was a really nice touch, and there's even music from that game in here as well. Most of the sounds and samples are from the movie, and there's lots of voice clips of the bad guys saying stuff, which is really cool and adds to the fun. Overall, I had a great time playing this mod. It does an excellent job of letting you play through a Robocop movie, and as you may know, I played almost all of the Robocop games a while back, and I've got to say, this is better than all of them. Now here's an interesting one. It's The Edge of Time, Producer's Cut. Ooh. This is another really great mod where you're part of a research team who have made a device that lets you travel to various time periods and planets. One day you hear a voice over the radio that basically tells you it was a bad idea, and now there's an army of monsters attacking some of the locations, so you've got to take the fight to them in their times and worlds to save Earth. You get 3 chapters to choose from, one set on the Earth base, one set in an ancient Egypt, and the last one is set in medieval England. It's a great variety, and all 3 chapters are just brilliant. As well as a ton of massive all-new levels, you also get most of the regular Doom enemies, but they've had a few changes, and there are new enemies and all-new weapons as well. Now the enemies, including the new ones, are reskins of old ones or taken from other games that will fit into the theme here, like Hexen and Heretic, and it works really well. The weapons are all really good here, and will be familiar to anyone that's played Brutal Doom, as well as a few other DOS shooters like Exhumed or Power Slave, but they don't work like they do in those games. These each have their own properties and ammo counts, and you'll also need to do some reloading here, so be careful with your shooting as you don't want to be caught with your pants down. Now, most interesting thing here is the point and inventory system. The eagle-eyed of you might have noticed that there's a ton of icons all over the place to collect. A lot of these are ammo, health or armor, but you also get points. This isn't just for a high score though, as hitting certain point milestones will trigger temporary bonuses. Depending on the difficulty, the milestones are different. But at certain points you'll get speed bonuses, health bonuses, damage bonuses, invulnerability, fire rate increases, and so on. This is a really cool idea and it works very well. Killing enemies also gives you points, with even more incentive to collect or murder everything you see. Not that you won't be doing that anyway. Now, there were times where there was just so much crap on screen at any one time that it was often hard to tell what was going on or where enemies were and why I kept dying, but I never really minded because the mod is just so damn fun. And this might be me, but I really got vibes of the Serious Sam franchise with this one. The settings of the levels that you go to, and one of the Egypt levels, also seemed to have one of the rooms that was incredibly similar to the first level in Serious Sam: The First Encounter. Not sure if that's deliberate though. As you can imagine, this mod is really damn tough, and I had to actually drop the difficulty down a notch to get anywhere. I'm not ashamed of that though, as I was having too much fun. I did get lost in a few of the levels, and there's a lot of switch pushing needed in this one to open up the new areas, but this is fine, though you rarely get any clue as to what the switch that you've just pushed actually did, which was sometimes a little frustrating. But that's really a minor complaint in what is otherwise an awesome mod. Definitely check this one out. And finally for today, here is Space Cat Saga, and I'm going to say it, this is one of the best mods I've played for Doom. And I should hope so, coming in at nearly 2 gigabytes, but man, it's more than worth it. This is an absolutely huge mod that features 45 levels, 4 different characters, and they actually are different characters, not just reskins. You get massive bosses, 36 new weapons, new enemies, and more. The story here is that you choose from the crack team of space cats who are responding to a distress signal. Your ship starts to go crazy, and all of a sudden a bunch of monsters and demons are teleported into your ship. That's never good, so you've got to fight them off, find the source of the scourge, and wipe the bastards out. This is done over 4 chapters. You can choose to play as any of the 4 characters at the start of each chapter, and it actually does make a difference. Each of the cats has their own set of weapons that actually differ quite a lot from one another. Now you're actually told who favours what, with some of the characters being more melee based, some being more weapon based, and the characters all have different speeds, damages and health. There is actually a recommended character for each chapter as well, and although you can beat the chapters with any characters, the weapons, speed and so on can make certain areas a bit easier, though I'll be honest, I didn't really notice. So the levels here take you through various sci-fi themed places and they all look fantastic. You explore spaceships, spaceports, bases and so on, but you also teleport down to the alien planets to explore their homeworlds as well. The variety here is excellent, and some of the levels are actually stupidly large, with one of them taking me nearly 2 hours to beat, and it was one of those situations where I thought I'd only been playing for about half an hour. Yes, they are a case of exploring and finding all the keys to open the door at the end, so it's not exactly anything new or groundbreaking for Doom, but every level is so well designed with so many places to explore that you can just get lost in them, but in a good way. There's a load of enemies here. A lot are reskins from the original ones, but they look brilliant. The mod has such a cool neon sci-fi look to it, and I especially like the bright blue pinky demons, they're awesome. And the new imps also look really funky. There's also enemies from other games like Power Slave, and there's some spider monsters. I'm not sure what game they're from, but I do kind of recognise them. These have all been given a makeover too, but really make them fit into the Space Cat sci-fi theme. And yep, there's a ton of new weapons. Each character has their own set, with only a couple of characters sharing 1 or 2. You get a range of pistols, shotguns, machine guns, laser guns, plasma rifles, rockets and more for your ranged attacks. You also get some absolutely bloody devastating melee weapons like laser claws, a taser and an awesome spear. On top of their regular firing mode, each weapon also has a secondary fire mode, and yep, this will use more ammo, but the results are always more devastating. Some weapons have infinite ammo, which is nice, but they will overheat, so you can't go too crazy, and often these weapons aren't as powerful, but you will need to go back to them quite often. There are bosses here, and these fights are tough. In fact, the whole mod is bloody tough. You really need to be on your A game here if you want to make it through. Enemies pack a hell of a punch and they really want you dead. It all looks really great as well. The enemy designs are excellent and I love the colour style here. It doesn't matter that they aren't original, and the weapons here also look great and are very unique and fun to use. Levels can be quite dark, but somehow always have a load of colour in them, which I really like. I can't think of anything to complain about really with this mod, other than maybe some of the levels could be a bit too long, but it's definitely a must play. I love it. Oh, and I know it has sexy space cats, but there's no funny business here, so calm down.